Thank you for making Saints Central
your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that?
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, 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 Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, probably like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
All right. Hey, man. Shout out to the mighty Who That Nation, man. We up in this thing representing the Coma. We a little late, had some technical difficulties. But guess what? Man, we in the building, man. Shout out to the fan. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream, man. Popping. It's going down. We seen 2 quarterbacks off the board, man. How about that? And it's just like what we thought it was going to be. Williams to Chicago, that was big. Jaden Daniels to Washington, that's big. Both of those guys, listen, man, shout out to Chi-Town. They've been stinking for a long time, man. Dude, shout out to the fam, man. So appreciate y'all, man. Feel free to hit the like button. We up in this thing, man. Day number 1 for the Saints, man. We up in this thing representing the Coma. So shout out to the great Saint think tank and the entire Who That Nation, man. But listen, congratulations, Chicago. They got a really good one in Williams. Man, Washington, Jaden Daniels you got to put talent around him, protect him, give him a rushing attack. But let me tell you something, man. Both those teams got really good quarterbacks tonight. They really did. And long-suffering franchises, man. And see, the thing about it was, Les Miles let it slip about Washington. He was having a press conference. He let it slip. We do a LSU stream called Tough Tiger Talk. We kind of talked about that. Shout out to our LSU contributors on the whothatdaily.com. That's our news website. We also cover entertainment as well. But big ups to the fam. Appreciate y'all all being in the stream, man, for the first day of the draft. So big ups to everybody, man, in the stream, man. Listen, we up in this thing, man. So we got a few, more than a few handpicks left to come around with the Saints, and we kind of figured what was going to go on. It looked like there's been a trade that's been made here. Is there a trade here? New England has moved up. Look like New England. Well, oh, no, I'm sorry. New England picking next, so they look like they're going to line up with Drake May. Okay, there you go. Okay, Drake May is going to be the guy for the Patriots. So that's 3 quarterbacks off the board, right lickety split, man, and that's actually pretty good. Now, listen, man, I like Drake May. I think I scouted Drake May. I think he's a talented quarterback. I don't think he's a 3rd overall talent quarterback. He's going to keep it $115. I like to take Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels are Heisman Trophy winning, high producing quarterbacks and pro style systems. Now, Drake May didn't have any type of team similar to those guys in terms of offense. And I like the kid. I think he's talented. I just don't think he's good enough to be a third overall pick in the draft. But people are really quarterback needy. I like the kid a lot. I don't think he's an overall third best QB in the draft. I actually think Michael Penix is better than him. But when they talk about Drake May, all they talk about is his ceiling. Like nobody else have a ceiling. But anyway, it's lining up pretty much like we anticipated it. 3 quarterbacks off the board, and probably the Cardinals, who are next up on the clock, they're probably going to be the ones that kind of break this thing off and probably start going, because they obviously have Kyler Murray right there. They need to give him some weapons. Marvin Harrison Jr. should be the pick here, and he'll come up off the board. So shout out to the fam. What's happening, Jerome? Shout out to you. Marley Mall, Quavadius, it's Poppy 504, brother Jermaine. I see you, fam. Trey, T-Rob, shout out to y'all, man. What's up, Tuck? Jermaine, Sean, good to see y'all, man. Bobbing with King Roy, shout out to you, fam. Big ups to you. All right, Vince, I see you, fam. Brother Claude's in this thing. All right, what's up, Frosty 504, Bambino 1895. Who that to you, brother? Appreciate you. Mr. Fire D in this thing. Tori, what's up, Tori? Shout out to my brother, Tori Shepard. Brother Brent's in this thing. How you doing, Brent? I see you, fam. I see you, True Louise Animal. Brother Earl, Brother Duke, Young City. I see you, fam. Much love to everybody. Bullet Family Travel Vlog. They're up in this thing, man. What's up, Dana? Shout out to my queens. The Professor. Shout out to you, my brother. Appreciate you, Pelicans Nola. Much love, Shedrack. What's up, Barbara? Shout out to you, Queen. Brother Duke's in this thing. Big ups to everybody, man. Much love to y'all. Appreciate y'all being with me tonight on the stream. So right now, what's up, Ricks? How you doing, brother? How you doing, man? Good to see you in this thing, man. Brother Booker. Who that for life, Chris? Big ups to y'all, man. Listen, fam, do me this favor. Y'all put in the comment section, or in the chat rather, who do you guys think is going to be the selection for the New Orleans Saints tonight? Y'all put it in the chat. Let me know who you guys think that will be. Put it in the chat. Let me know what's going on there, man. Because when it comes down to when they start talking about who the pick is going to be, we all think it's going to be an offensive tackle, and everybody got their likes, so we'll see what happens here. We know 3 quarterbacks off the board. That's pretty much how everybody predicted it to be. But when you get into the 4th and the 5th, when you get things start changing and people start moving around because they might think they'll have a talent, a guy there. I know the Denver Broncos, to speak about the Broncos, and Sean Payton, they made a trade to get Zach Wilson. Another Wilson, they gave up Russell Wilson for Zach Wilson. I think you're going backwards. The guy does have potential, but some of these guys under the big lights of New York, he might have cracked. I don't know. And Sean Payton, man, patience, man. Listen, let me tell y'all something from Denver. My Denver people that's listening, let me give you a bit of advice from a guy who's a diehard black and gold man that knows more about your coach than you do. You just got him. Let me tell you something. The one thing that Sean Payton cannot do is draft a quarterback and turn him into a productive player. He can do a lot of other things, but he's never done that. So for a lot of people saying Bo Nix is the guy, I like Bo Nix a lot. I really do. I think he he's very accurate. He had a lot of time to refine his game in college. Let me tell you, he had a lot of time to refine. He did it like the old route, how guys used to do it back in the day when they'll go to college for 4 years and refine their games and then come out into pro, you see. And he took all his time to refine his game, and he really benefited. So I don't know if Bo Nix should be, in my opinion, he should be a first-round quarterback. I actually think he's more talented than a Drake May, but they like Drake's measurements. They like his size and his weight and his arm and all that. He didn't have the fantastic team around him. He had put up good numbers. But if you look at Bo Nix, in my opinion, Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr., those guys should be first-round draft pick quarterbacks. But we'll see how that all goes. But New England, they're going with the guy here. We'll see how it all works out for him, man. It's a total new regime up there. But to the Denver people, listen to me now. That's something Sean Payton never did. Just take a quarterback out of the draft and turn him into something. He never did that before. All right, the Arizona Cardinals take Marvin Harrison Jr. He's the son of Hall of Famer Marvin Harrison Sr. And listen, Marvin Harrison Jr. gives Kyler Murray the ultimate weapon. And that is a start in the right direction for Arizona. So shout out to Arizona making the moves. On the clock now is the Chargers. Now the Chargers are now on the clock, and more than likely it'll be one or two things that we'll see that the Chargers or will do to help out their quarterback Justin Herbert. It's either Malik Nabers, since Marvin Harrison Jr. is off the board, Malik Nabers is there. Rome Odunze is there from Washington. Is he a guy that they like? Could they get some offensive line help for Justin Herbert and Joe Alt? Brock Bowers, you could use a really good tight end to help out there, perhaps. So we'll see what they do. I think more than likely it might be a wide receiver off the board, another one, or it could be Joe Alt. We'll see whatever they do there. All right. So anyway, shout out to the fam. Y'all put it in there. All right. We'll see what's going on there. So let me see what's going on. Let me make sure I kind of keep abreast on all the latest updates right here with the Saints. And if y'all see something in the chat, man, y'all let me know. I got it tuned to Adam Schefter's stuff to give me the updates on if something was to go with the New Orleans Saints. We'll kind of pop in there and let it know. But it could be a situation the Saints could. I don't know if they'll trade up. I'm not saying all that. But I do recognize that if there's somebody there that excites them that they feel like they can go and get, they'll go and get the guy. They'll make a move and see about going to get him. So we'll see what's going on. We'll see if the Saints can change the game, man, here and add some talent to kind of get them going in the right direction. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. But anyway, shout out to y'all, man. Let's hear from what you guys, who you guys think was going on. What's up, brother John? How you doing, man? Dada. Shout out to my brother Dada. How you been, Dada, man? What's happening, brother? All right. T-Rob says, man, O-line from Oklahoma State. That's the guy you picking from Oklahoma State. Oh, you talking about Tyler Guyton? Is that who you mentioning there, T-Rob? Is it Guyton who you mentioning? You think they'll take him? All right. Let's see who else we got there. Okay, Jerome says Denver and New Orleans traded. I didn't get that notification. Hold on, let me verify that, bro. Let me make sure. Let's see. I didn't get any of that yet. I don't know. Let me make sure here. I got my alerts on here. But yeah, anyway, like I said, man, I just think that y'all let me know who y'all think will be the move for the black and gold. Offensive lineman to me would be the guy that I think that they should do in terms of bringing in an offensive lineman, because you got to protect Carr. Like I said, Carr pocket awareness is not very good. He doesn't have a clock in his head. He said he'd been talking to Drew Brees. I hope he's been talking to Drew Brees about getting the ball out of his damn hands, about having a clock in his head, awareness, better pocket awareness. That will really help him. And to absorb all those hits, because he's standing in there staring people down. One Mississippi, two Mississippi. That's something Drew Brees, the fundamental stuff. You could take the money and run, you do all this kind of stuff, but at the end of the day, the fundamental stuff, having pocket awareness to know when it's time to get rid of the football, understanding how much time you actually have and that those guys can't block forever. Getting the damn ball out, knowing where you're being, what you need to do with the ball. All right. So Tuck says, if Bauer and Nabers sitting there at 14, going to be tough to pass. All right. What's up, John? Devin, what's happening, my brother? How you doing? Good to see you, brother. Booker says, I know that we need help on the O-line, but I hope we can find a way to draft Brock Bowers. Listen, bro, I'm cool. What's up, brother James? How you doing, sir? But yeah, I am absolutely cool, man. And family was like, man, Cuba need offensive lineman. Let me tell you something. The Saints could draft Bowers and still go into the second round and find a talented tackle. This is and I'm not going to say it's tackle deep. Tackle is tackle deep early. It's a rich tackle draft early. You're going to see at least maybe 3 or 4 offensive linemen, the tackles, go off the board in the first round, but you'll have a bunch of really good ones in the second round that you can actually get. Or if the Saints feel sporty, they can take the second, that they have, if they really want to, kind of move up closer, package another pick or whatever, kind of springboard themselves up. I mean, that's when if you start getting a little antsy early on, or you just play the board game and things just fall to you. They can handle it a bunch of different ways. What's up, brother Daniel? How you doing? All right. All right. So yeah, the Chargers are on the clock right now. All right. Thank you. Who that for life, Chris. Thank you, bro. He says quick Chargers steal Turner from Atlanta. All right. Yeah, they're gonna go after it, whether if it's not Turner, it'll be the kid from UCLA. So it'll be either one of those guys. They're gonna get a defensive end. They need a defensive end to put pressure. That's one of the things that they are lacking. And they're not lacking for much. They have done and don't tell Atlanta I said this now, just between me and y'all. They've done I ain't gonna say phenomenal, but they did a very respectful job fixing and patching some of the holes. Now that's between me and y'all now. Don't tell them that I say that, because they'll be in here ear hustling, trying to say, man, you said we did a respect. Yeah, you don't tell them. All right, shout out to what's up, Cheryl? How you doing, Queen? Appreciate you, brother Devin. Thank you for being a new member, sir. Thank you as always, bro. Appreciate you. Brother James says, Q. I wish it was different, but we getting an O-line unless they're working behind the scenes to sign a guard and tackle while watching the draft and sign them during or after the draft. Remember, coming into the draft, I checked the Sport Track. The Saints are just over $8 million in cap money. So if they do go into free agency, it's more than likely going to be defined cheap, inexpensive. And I said cheap and inexpensive. I ain't going to say soup cans, but they'll go and find cheap, inexpensive veterans who I ain't going to say on their last legs, but are looking for an opportunity to contribute. Because the Saints, over the last some odd years, they've, irresponsibly spent bad money on contracts, and they've not gotten fair value out of it. They haven't drafted as well to reproduce quality there. And it's just what it is. So at some point, they got to change the dynamic here, man. They really do. All right. Jermaine says Carr and Breeze. Yeah, I know. I seen that, and I listened to that interview. And did you hear anything that gave you some confidence that he's really picking up anything? Because people can listen, but it's the application aspect of it. You can't talk to a Drew Brees and not pick up game about football. That's all he is walking game. He's nothing but an encyclopedia of walking football knowledge. If you even on the street, you can walk up, like if you see Drew Brees somewhere and he's very personable, you can walk up to Drew, shake his hand, how you do, take a picture with him and everything. And you can actually ask him a football question. He'll sit there with you, stand there with you, and give you, and if he got the time, he'll talk to you about football. He's a walking encyclopedia of football knowledge. And he's not sure, squeamish about giving any of that information to that game. He wants to see the organization succeed, and he wants to see Carr succeed. But it's an application process of what Carr is going to do with the knowledge that Drew Brees gives him. This is the real game. You got to apply it. And that's probably one of my biggest critiques of Derek Carr's game is the fact that Derek Carr makes excuses when he shouldn't be making excuses. And games, he needs to take total ownership of games. When they lose and when they win, give it to the team. You get what I'm saying? They say, Q, hold on, that don't sound right. It is right. If a court, because that's how you assume leadership of your respect from your team. You take the blame, even if it's not your fault. You the quarterback, take the blame. And when the team succeeds, give it to the team. I know. Listen, you don't need to get no credit because you're getting the respect of the team, and you're also getting the respect from the family members. So Joe Alt is the pick for the Chargers, and and Joe Alt's the best offensive lineman in this draft. He's the top. So the top lineman is off the board. So the first offensive lineman is off the board. Joe Alt, 6'9", 320 pounds, very solid offensive lineman. He's not perfect, but he is a guy that starts from day one. The guy is, I ain't gonna call him Tony Buselli because I don't think he's that. But I think he's very, very solid. But if you're a speedy pass rusher, you can get up under him. You can get around him and up under him because he's so massive. He's 6'9", almost 6'10". Huge massive. But he got really great feet work. Not footwork, but feet is too. Like they're getting that for Shaquille. But he's a guy that knows how to position himself Well, he keep guys in front of him, and then he's strong, man. Once he puts his hands and pushes you out of there, that's a wrap. So yeah, so the Chargers get they get a blindside tackle for Herbert, and I think that's fantastic, man. So he's a big kid, man, 6'9". He's going to be their offensive lineman for the next 10 years, man. So the Chargers doing what they're supposed to do. They're getting help for Justin Herbert. That's what you're supposed to do. All right, so there you go. So the Giants are on the clock. Who do the Giants take? Do they get a quarterback? Do they get a wide receiver to help out the quarterback up there? What do they do? That's a question mark that a lot of people, I know they still have what's his name up there? Man, he was the Manning kid from Duke. He's still up there. I forgot him, man. He's been hurt up and down. So do they, they kept on to him, but what do? They give him some help? Malik Nabers would be good to go right here. Malik Nabers would be a solid pickup for the Giants, for somebody that can stretch the field, can catch, run routes, has speed. Malik Nabers is the truth, man. Welcome, Mr. Malik, to your neighborhood. Let me tell you, the Giants. All right, so anyway, Brother Joe, how you doing, sir? What's popping, man? Good to see you. What's up, KT, my brother? What's up, bro? Tragic, what's popping, my fam? Good to see you in the stream as well. Good big ups to you. Much love. Give me a shout out in the chat, family, and tell me, who should the Saints draft at that pick? Y'all put it in the chat. Let me know. Tell me, who do you guys think the Saints are going to pick up at 14? Here, hold on. Let me kind of look at some stuff right quick and make sure everything is Who do you guys think will be the Saints pick here? Y'all put it in the chat. Let your boy know what time it is. All right. So anyway, and we know that a couple of picks, it kind of is falling the way it's supposed to. And currently the Saints are sitting at 14. So there are quite a few picks away. The Giants up next. They're on the clock. So we'll see how everything kind of works its way. But now, listen, back to the point, I kind of got away from the Brock Bowers point, because a lot of people saying, Q, if Brock Bowers is there, do you take him? And I'm saying to myself, man, we got Juwan Johnson, we have Taysom Hill, we have Foster Monroe. We're good at the tight end position. Why go there? Well, you got Juwan Johnson, for another year? I think he's after this year, he's a free agent. After this year, I think it's after this year. I'm at to check, but I know it ain't that long. He only got like a 2-year extension or something like that. And then Taysom Hill is done after he's on a 1-year deal currently. Then you have Foster Monroe. He was kind of a veteran, so your tight end room is different. But if you get a guy like Brock Bowers, that's a total different tight end. That guy's like he's just a difference maker. It's like another weapon to the Saints offense. It'll be hard for you to justify passing, but he's a tight end, Q, but he's not just a tight end. Your imagination can be taken away. Like if you're an imaginative offensive coordinator, you can take a Bowers and put him all the way around in different ways, and he can be able to contribute, and that just be another weapon that you have along with Rashid, along with Chris Olave, along with Alvin Kamara, along with Jamal Williams, along with Kendre Miller, along with everybody else. It's Juwan Johnson. It's another weapon to add. And then, of course, they were, what about the tackles, Q? Well, you do have a very heavy tackle draft early. So you don't have the second round. There will be a good tackle there for you to pick up in the middle of the second. You'll be able to land a good tackle there. You could be able to get a guy there. I mean, there's Tyler Guyton. There is Fuaga more than likely is going to be gone in the first one, but there are Mims from Georgia. There's quite a few of them, depending on who you like, man. There's quite a few of them. All right, the Giants make the pick, and it's Mr. Malik Nabers. So there you go. So the quarterback of the Giants got a new weapon. It's wide receiver Malik Nabers, a guy that can stretch the field. Fantastic player. That's my guy from out of LSU. I'm an LSU diehard. And Malik Nabers and Brian Thomas Jr. tore the SEC up. Those two brothers were fantastic, and I wouldn't be surprised if you see Brian Thomas Jr. go later on in the first round too. 6'4", runs a high, 4.3, 9 or something like that. It's something like that. Very fast. But Malik Nabers is the pick. Congratulations to Malik Nabers. He's going to the Giants to help them get their offensive game together. Phenomenal talent. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. So it's good to see that young brother get his hard work is paying off on draft day. Congratulations to Jaden Daniels and Malik Nabers. Still a lot of LSU Tigers left to be drafted. Mr. O, what's up, my brother? Appreciate you, my brother, for stopping by in this thing, man. Much love to you guys. Appreciate you being here as well. All right. Uncle Hudat, how you doing, sir? Appreciate you being up in here. All right, much love. Saints for Life says Bowers could be the next OJ Howard. I'm not buying the hype. OJ Howard? Dude, damn. I don't know, bro. OJ Howard was something for Alabama, but the styles are different. Bowers I'm not going to say it would be OJ Howard. You know, I'm not willing to say that. I'm not willing to say that, but if that's what I'm saying, it all depends. Like if the guy that's an offense, if our guy, let's say Clint Kubiak, has an imagination, he can be able to utilize Bowers in a way and have these guys as pieces. But he's a phenomenal piece. But you know, we'll see what the Saints going to do. I wouldn't be mad at them. The Saints grab Bowers because I can see what they're trying to do. The offensive tackle position over the next 2 rounds is very deep. It's very deep. All right. KT says, okay, Fashanu or Fuaga. Yes, indeed. And KT, what's the length? But in terms of the talent, like KT is our scout. And this is how I had them rated. The offensive tackles in the draft for need. Well, number 1 was Joe Alt. Number 2, Fashanu. And then I had the 3, and I have a group of them clumped together with Taliese Fuaga on top, and then it was Fashanu from Washington. He was in the mix. Mims from Georgia, and actually J.C. Latham is at the top of not at the top, but you know, J.C. Latham's in there from Alabama. Tyler Guyton's in there, and that's how I had them kind of clumped together, like the next group of them. And these are all phenomenal offensive linemen that can easily come in and play a blindside tackle for you. I mean, like I said, it's phenomenal the athletic tackles that they have, like Joe Altier, then Fashanu, and then there's everybody else. Fuaga, Fashanu, Mims, actually, and J.C. Latham above him, and then, like I said, Guyton, and there's several others too that go right up under there. So, you know, how would you? What would be your order? Do you agree about that, KT? What you think, bro? Because if you look at Fuaga and Fashanu, because Fatanu's been gaining ground on Fuaga, a lot of people like him over him. So it's just interesting to see. I guess it depends on, you know, your different, your stylistic approach to who you figure would operate best for you. All right, so yeah, Pelicans Nola says Brock Bowers. Yep. But a lot of people like Brock. He's a difference maker, and we all about difference makers. What's up, Joe? How you doing, sir? Good to see you in the chat. All right, Professor, the professor at Oregon State right tackle. That's Taliese Fuaga. So yeah, okay. A lot of people liked him. KT says Bowers is Jay Samaro, Hunter Henry 2.0. Hunter Henry wasn't bad, bro. He wasn't bad, man. You think that's a ceiling, KT? Hunter Henry, really? Okay. All right. Okay. Venture says, Juwan, good for another one, honestly. Okay. Thank you for that, bro. Abby, what's up, brother? Abby says, draft trade down. Okay. All right. Fire D says, Olu Fashanu. Okay. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. All right. Brother Devin says, Fuaga or Fashanu. Either one I'm good with. Okay, good. Saints for Life says, Fashanu, Fuaga, Fashanu. Okay, and Kingsley. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, yeah, he's another one that's clumped. Like I said, they have a bunch of really good ones at that next level. And even the kid out of what's his name? Is it Paul Turner? The kid from I can't. I'm going blank on it, but it's the kid from is it Oklahoma? I'm thinking. Not is it Oklahoma? I'm thinking about. Is it what's his name? Paul. I forgot him. Even he's good. He's big. Like 6'8", he's pretty good. He's not as good as those other guys that I mentioned, but he's still a very good offensive tackle. I forgot his name from. I think he's from help me out, KT. Shit, what this guy from Man, I'm drawing blanks right now. Y'all know who I'm talking about. I know y'all talking. Yeah, Patrick Paul. There you go. KT already said it. Patrick Paul's another dude. Where is he from, KT? Is he from is it Washington? No, not Washington. Sheesh. Is it Oklahoma? No. Y'all put it in the chat. I forgot where he is, man. Kristen Jones is another good one. See, he's another one of it's a lot of them out there, fam. It's a lot of them out there, to be honest with you. All right, the Titans are on the clock now that Joe Alt's off the board. A lot of Titans people had Joe Alt going there. This could be very interesting because a lot of mock drafts had Joe Alt going to Tennessee. Do Tennessee grab Fashanu? Watching out. Fashanu watch on this one. Fashanu watch on this one. The Titans could be looking for offensive line help, and Fashanu could be the pick here. We're going to watch out for that. That might be the guy we lose. All right. What's up, Chantel? How you doing? Says Q. Hopefully Saints get a Q. I don't think so. I don't think so, Chantel. I don't think they do. All right, Brother Wallace, how you doing, sir? Says, I'm just so glad Atlanta did not pick Malik's. Yeah, oh, yes, indeed. Yeah, we'll never hear the end of it. They taking all the Saints personnel, and now they taking LSU people. They've been taking LSU people. Ain't nothing we can do about that, right? Katie says, Alt, Fashanu, Fuaga, Latham, Fatanu is better guard prospect to me, Q. Oh, you saying Fatanu is a better – you're saying Latham and Fatanu are prospect that you think they're guards, better guards? Okay, Mims is the lowest first-round pick. Okay. Over Patrick Paul? Oh, that's interesting. J Sticks Jefferson, what's up, my brother? How you doing? Y'all hit the like button, man. We got almost 200 people in the stream. Y'all hit the like button. Also, like I said, the Who Dat Nation is spoke. I should have put a damn poll up. That's what the hell I should have did. Hold on, fam. Give me just a second. Let me see if I can type a poll up here for the family members and put this poll, because I was supposed to put this up before I started. I was having all kind of tech issues and lighting issues, man. Y'all know I ain't been on this going on for a while, man. So, your boy was trying to get it all together, but yes, indeed. But hold on, just give me a second. Let me see if I can type it in there, and then we'll read into it before the pick happens, because I really want to know what y'all guys think. I know a lot of people thinking that the player should be, hold on just a second. A lot of people believing that it should be an offensive lineman, but I guess it's your cup of tea. You know what I'm saying? It's your cup of tea of what you think it should be. All right, so hold on. Just give me a second. You know what? All right, hold on. Which your lineman would these damn lights so bright. All right, okay, and it's an offensive lineman off the board, man. It's going to be J.C. Latham. J.C. Latham is the pick for the Tennessee Titans, fam. So they didn't get Joe Alt, and that's big. That's interesting. That J.C. Latham is the pick. J.C. Latham is the pick over Taliese Fuaga and Olu Fashanu. Really? That is interesting. J.C. Latham from Alabama is the pick. Like him a lot. He played like right tackle, but I knew Tennessee was looking for offensive line help, and J.C. Latham's not bad. Big guy, 6'6", 300, almost 350 pounds. Moves very well, played in that pro style system. They're going to be looking at him to take over the left tackle position, I want to say, to protect the quarterback out there. But, man, listen, J.C. Latham, I didn't see J.C. as the second guy coming off the board. I thought it'd be Fashanu or Fuaga or Fontanu, and I thought J.C. might have been later on in the first round, but he's the guy that the Titans says, man, we like this kid. And he takes an Alabama kid, so there you go. I was going to put him on the board there. So let me see. So I ain't even spelling it right. All right. Yeah. I don't know if I hold on. If I'm trying to get the spelling right on some of these names, man. Because when I start just looking at these guys, and Man, Jeff Duncan put out like a tweet, man. It was a while ago about. He said he would like to see Buddy D pronounce some of these people's names. That was funny. I said, yeah, Buddy D had a lisp in some kind of way. I think he had a stroke or something. That's why he had that funny way of talking. But that's how Buddy. But it never stopped him from getting up there and commentating for games, and he was very iconic, man. So Buddy D said he loved to hear Buddy D announce some of these people. They are like, yeah, that would be that'd be very interesting to hear him say that. All right, so anyway, the Atlanta Falcons are in, and they're saying the pick is in. It's Dallas Turner. And the pick is not made. I'm just guessing, but it's going to more than likely. The pick went in very quick at 8, and I'm more than sure it's going to probably be Dallas Turner. It didn't take them long at all to kind of look at it and say, hey, man, we know what we need right away. We need to get a edge rusher to kind of give some pursuit to these people, and more than likely it's going to be Dallas Turner from Alabama. Watch. The pick went in very fast, man. It's not announced yet. I'm taking a stab at it, by the way, but I'm thinking it's going to probably be Dallas Turner. 2 Alabama guys off the board back to back. More than likely, that's what I'm thinking it might be. Okay. All right. So hold on, fam. Give me just a second. I'm trying to still get this poll together. But Atlanta got the pick in lickety split. All like, yeah, they sit up on there waiting. They're trying to get them. They're trying to get them a little help there, man. I ain't mad at them, man. We got to compete with these people. We got to stop them. And Dennis Allen and the Saints got to do a better job, man. So let's see what they can do. All right. So we'll see what the pick in Atlanta got the pick in. They saying the pick is already in. I'm guessing and saying it's more than likely probably going to be Dallas Turner, 6'3", 250 from Alabama, the pass rusher there. We'll see momentarily. All right. So has this draft fall the way y'all thought it should fall, family? Is it because to me, I think it is. I think it is actually falling the way I'm anticipating it to have fallen, except for, maybe the JC Latham. The surprise so far to me was JC Latham going second over everybody. I kind of didn't think that would be the case. I thought that Taliese Fuaga, not Taliese, but Fashanu, Olu Fashanu, I thought he might be the guy that'll be going. But man, listen, man, you never can tell. That's why I be thinking. I was like, man, everybody got a different draft board on how they look at some of these players, man. So very interesting, man. Okay, hold on here. Let me see. Yeah. KT says Fatano, he sees him more as a guard, kicking in the guard. Yeah. I guess you could say that, KT. I guess that a lot of people see him as guard. Yeah, they got a few people saying that about Fatano as a guard. A 6 foot, a big ass guard, bro. To kick in inside. His footwork is actually pretty decent, man. That's why people were saying that they could kind of perceive him being a tackle. But anyway, I'm gonna put him up there anyway, just in case, because some people do perceive him as a guard. But I don't know, man. I don't hear too many people yelling about Mims. That's for certain. The big offensive lineman out of the University of Georgia. I don't hear too many people talking about him, picking him. I didn't see anybody mocked Mims, man. And I think Mims is decent. Atlanta picked Michael Penix Jr., fam. Atlanta took Michael Penix Jr. Michael Penix Jr., Atlanta. I thought they was going defensive end. They took Michael Penix Jr., 6 overall in the draft, and the Bears are back on the clock. How about Atlanta? Atlanta they pick Michael Penix Jr. Congratulations to that brother, man. Congratulations to Michael Penix Jr., man. Michael Penix Jr. is the pick, man. How about that? I'm not mad at Atlanta, man. I know they're probably mad that they wanted the defensive end, but you can still get one in the second round. All right. There go the poll, fam. I finally got it up. I was taking my time to try to get some of these damn names right. After I did that, I want a degree, a college degree after after pronouncing all them names, brother. But anyway, big ups to the fam, man. Yeah, Michael Penix is off the board, man. How about that? Michael Penix Jr. goes to Atlanta. How about Low and them? I know Low hating on that, man. He wanted Dallas Turner. But hey, man, they got Kirk Cousins. And if Kirk Cousins has some injury issues, Michael Penix Jr. could step in and assume the role. This dude is good. He's accurate. He has a really accurate deep ball. He can make every throw. And the thing about it, the only knock on Michael Penix Jr. is the injury stuff. Is he beyond the injury? Atlanta's taking a hellified, I ain't gonna say gamble here, but it's a guy with a complicated injury history. But he could play football. He can play football. And a lot of people were saying that Michael Penix is not better than some of these other guys. And it's refreshing to see somebody say, nah, this kid could ball. And we're going to take this kid here because we believe in him. And you got Drake London, you have Bijan Robinson, you have Kyle Pitts, and now we're going to put this guy here, and then we'll take care of some of my defensive needs in the second round when Dallas Turner might not be there, but there'll be other guys there that could, that'll fill that defensive end position. So not bad at all. All right, KT says Jordan Travis in the 5th round. Q, I don't know about that, bro. Things getting a little shaken up here. Now, I know Jordan Travis, the thing about him is his coming off the injury that he had. But if he was healthy, you got to admit he's a first-round quarterback. So how far does he fall? I don't think he makes it to the 5th round. I think he'll probably be going before the 5th round. And either way, I don't think the Saints take a quarterback in this draft at all because they've done everything that they've possibly can to make sure Derek Carr doesn't feel any pressure from anybody that's a quarterback on this roster. Absolutely. No doubt about it. What's his name? Nate Peterman, no competition. Jake Hayner been working with Chucky. No competition. No disrespect, I'm just keeping it real. The Saints made sure the quarterback room is uber I ain't gonna say non-competitive, but it's non-threatening like a mug. I'm just Derek Carr walk up in there, not threatened by anybody. Nobody coming for his job. He feeling real safe about right now in the quarterback room. But KT, if he's there in the 5th round, man, listen, bro, something's going wrong really fast. The Bears on the clock. The pick is in. Who do the Bears do? Do they add Odunze, the Washington wide receiver, to give him another weapon? I don't know. 504 Cole says if Brian Thomas is there for, and I don't know, bro. I don't think we take Brian Thomas. Listen, I would love to take Brian Thomas Jr. and replace Michael Thomas. I would love to replace Michael Thomas with Brian Thomas. Wouldn't that be cool? And then he come here and put Brian and Michael Thomas's 13 on, right? But I think what's his face took him, the big wide receiver who was the brother of Amon St. Brown. I think he's wearing number 13. I have to check again. But man, yeah. See, the Bears got a Rome Odunze from Washington to help out Caleb Williams, so they got another fantastic wide receiver to go along with Caleb Williams. So Chicago's giving Caleb Williams some weapons. So they already have DJ Moore and somebody else. I'm not exactly familiar, but they are giving Caleb Williams weapons. And Rome Odunze was Michael Penix Jr.'s favorite weapon in Washington. That kid could play. He has speed, physicality, and him going to go with Caleb Williams. The Chicago Bears family base should be very happy tonight because they're finally getting the right players to get them back to respectability. They're finally, because Caleb Williams could play. Rome Odunze is a guy that can become a top-notch talent with him. They still got DJ Moore up there. They just have to make sure that offensive line is together. They got to make sure they can run the ball and balance everything. But they're headed, both them and Washington are headed in the right direction. You got to build around Jaden Daniels too and give him some weapons. So Chicago they gave him a quarterback, and they gave him a phenomenal wide receiver to go along with him. So Chicago, man, y'all, shout out to y'all. Y'all doing it right, man, early up in this thing. All right, Uncle Who That says, Q, what do you think about tight end from Texas, Saunders? I think he'll be in there in the 3rd round. The Saints will trade up. They won't sit there till the 5th round. No, I think the Saints are going to move up. Saunders. I think I know who you're talking about, bro. Let me say, it's a few tight ends that I like. You talking about the man, your boy, what's his name? What's his first name? He got a weird name. Let me look him up, man. Is Javen? Is it Javen? Javion or something? Let me look him up right quick because I know the Sanders dude you're talking about from Texas. Let me look him up. Okay, there you go. Jatavian. There you go. It's Jatavian. I was like Jadavian. Jatavian Sanders from Texas. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I did see tape on this brother. He's very productive. 45 catches, over 600 receiving yards, a couple of touchdowns. He averaged over 15 yards per catch. Yeah, he got some good athletic ability to him. The tight ends in this draft, bro, I think some of these tight ends going to slide. Like you talk about guys like Bell from Florida State, that's actually pretty decent. I don't see, superstar talent like that. I see a lot of the tight ends with potential. The dude from Kansas State is all right, kind of a big guy, can catch the ball, block a bit. I'm not blown away by a lot of the tight ends there. Like, let me pull up a list right quick. Yeah. All right. Yeah, AJ Barner. I mocked Tip Ryman, who I was watching him play. Good blocking guy, but you can use him in different applications if you have an imagination, offensively speaking. The kid from Iowa who has the injury history. What's his name? Eric All. Eric All's another dude that a lot of people like a lot coming out of tight end university. I call Iowa. I talked about it on the last stream, how Iowa produces all of these NFL tight ends, man, like George Kittles. What's the kid? TJ Hawkinson. What's the other kid? From Detroit. What's his name? Laporta. So Laporta, Kittle, George Kittle, TJ Hawkinson. I think Noah Fant is another one. And there's another one, but they produce these tight ends, man, that is just like utterly ridiculous. All right, and then there's a trade, man. The Vikings trade the 10th overall pick and a 6th round pick to the Jets that give the 11th overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 5th round pick. So there you go. There's a trade happening. The Vikings trying to move up in this thing. The Vikings see something they like and I can tell you probably who it's going to be. It's probably going to be JJ McCarthy. It's a lot of smoke tied to him. It could be JJ McCarthy. The Vikings gave up, the Vikings gave up some stuff to move up to 10. And I'm thinking the Vikings going after JJ McCarthy, the young quarterback from Michigan that ran that pro style system under Harbaugh before he left and went out there with Herbert in the Charger country. But yeah, the Vikings, this could be JJ McCarthy, man. We're going to see, man. We're going to see what it is. He might pull a surprise because Michael Penix Jr. came up off the board, man. But we'll see. Thank you, bro. All right. Chantel says, Q, the fans of Cleveland want Winston to start over Watson. I don't see it happening, but that's what the fans are calling for. Listen, it's very possible, Chantel, to be honest with you, it's very possible, very beyond possible that Jameis will play a lot of games for Cleveland because Deshaun Watson's he gets hurt a lot. That's why the Cleveland Browns win and secure Jameis Winston. They know what they were doing. They know what they were doing. It is very possible that Jameis could play a lot of games for Cleveland because Watson's not steady. He's not stable. He's always hurt. You know what I'm saying? And he can't be counted on since he went up there. He's not been there. He's not been there consistently. They were winning with their backups. So they used to playing games without him. They're used to him not being there. So it's very possible that he can go up there and excel. He can have success in Cleveland. He really could. He really could play a lot of games for him, to be honest with you. And that's why they called it for him, because Deshaun Watson, man, like I said, he's hurt most of the time. It's a shame. Hopefully he breaks that. But the Browns know what they're doing when they bring Jameis Winston up there, man. They need a quarterback that can be there. So Jameis made a good call on that too. Jameis is nobody's fool. Truth says shocker, but they don't need it. He says they do it. He said, hold on, shocker, but they do need it. They year after year have a weak O-line. Uncle Who That says, I think Bowers is more of a Tony Gonzalez than a Kittles. Okay. Yeah, because I Hunter Henry wasn't a bad tight end, but I think Bowers. This is just me, I think he is definitely a lot better than I want to say he is, but Hunter Henry wasn't a bad tight end. He wasn't nothing flashy. All right. Penix has an interesting pick for the Falcons, man, to get him, man. Penix is something else, man. I thought they were going to take Dallas Turner to add to their Penix, man, was the dude. Like I said, a lot of people say he was a late first rounder, the injury history, all this kind of stuff. Man, let me tell you, man, it was big. All right, Joshua says the Saints have to take a QB. Big Q, I'm so tired of Dennis Allen riding cars D and never making an earner. I don't see it happening, Josh. I don't see it happen. They're not, like I just explained, they gave Derek Carr the most non-threatening. They gave him the most non-threatening offensive quarterback room that you can ever think of. The supposed veteran backup is not even threatening. It's Nate Peterman. He has very little starter experience at all. He's been in the league for 6 years. I don't even know if the man played or started 15 games in 6 years. I don't know how many games that he's at, but it's the fact that Jake Haener, a lot of people believe Haener can, overtake him for the second spot. And we know Haener hadn't played in very much football at all since he's been here. But the Saints created an environment of nothing for Derek Carr. They continue to do the stupid shit that I speak against all the time. Pardon my French. I do not like that. I think competition is a good thing. I don't know. They must be kin to the Rockefellers or something. I don't know. That competition is sin mantra. Only people that believe that competition is sin is people that can't compete against another company. So they have to take the rules and flip it where they have unfair advantage over the competitors, which is a bunch of BS, which would never fly in the face of logic if you had an intelligent consumer base that knows better. You don't buy from those people with that philosophy because they'll run their competition out. As soon as the competition is out, they raise their prices up high because you have to buy from them. So, I mean, I just say, man, competition is good at every level. Every level. It is good. It is very good. All right. Malcolm says Saints making it easy. Brother Claude says all that means, Q, is that we don't have a true backup. Bro, tell me I'm lying, bro. Tell me I'm lying. All right. 504 says, Q, what if Saints take McCarthy? I don't think that's happening, bro. I would apologize to the Saints if Dennis Allen, if they took a quarterback in this draft. I don't think they're doing it. Kellen Mond was a guy that Clint Kubiak probably took because he has some familiarity with Andrew Janocko was the QB coach. Man, it's crazy. Don't like it at all. What's up, Carla? Yeah, how y'all pronounce that, man? I'm gonna just see E-Man. That's what I'm. Yep. See, it's JJ McCarthy. McCarthy's the pick for the Vikings. JJ McCarthy's off the board to the Vikings, fam. I just seen it picked in. They moved up to get it, to grab it, and guess what? JJ McCarthy's the pick for the Vikings. McCarthy's the pick. And then we got the Jets, the Broncos, the Raiders, and then finally the Saints. All right, Josh says Penix is a hell of a QB. He's going to do good. Now we got to deal with him 2 times a year. Indeed, Atlanta's doing something. Don't tell them I say this now, but they're doing a good job. They really are. They got Kirk Cousins, and you're not going to see Penix. He's going to learn behind. This is how the Saints was supposed to do it with Drew Brees. The year they took that garbage Davenport, that was the year that really burnt their asses. You want to talk about a draft that come back to haunt you? The Davenport pick, not even talking about the draft, but the Davenport pick was the pick that will hunt the Saints forever, because that's the pick. They could have had Lamar Jackson. They traded back up into the draft, and people thought they were going for Lamar Jackson, and Sean Payton picked this bust-ass dude, Marcus Davenport. Picked him, and Lamar Jackson in there, doing his thing. Now they can talk about him not winning those Super Bowls, but he's doing a hell of a lot more than what we doing. So I mean, it's just pulling the trigger, man. When you're supposed to pull the trigger, and Atlanta's not scared to pull the damn trigger. So yeah, Vikings, the pick is in. So you have so far that's 5 quarterbacks that are gone, and we're at pick 11. So you have 11 picks, and 5 of them were quarterbacks. Think about that. And I don't think JJ McCarthy is a top 10 overall quarterback myself. I think some of these people are reaching. Like Drake May. I don't think Drake May is a top overall 3. I think they're just reaching on some of these guys. They're talented. Don't get me wrong, but when you talk about like top 3, nah, man, absolutely not. I think he's further down. He's not better overall to me than Michael Penix Jr. Michael Penix Jr. has it. I don't think he's better than Bo Nix. I'm going to just be honest with you. When they start talking about these guys, they start talking about potential. His ceiling. I don't miss me with the ceiling. You talking about potentiality. I'm talking about production. I'm talking about what I seen him do on tape and watched him play and what he can do. We ain't talking about his ceiling. He ain't the only one that got a ceiling, bro. All them dudes got ceilings out there. They young. So, like when you talk about straight talent and production, you want to get down to the brass tacks and talent, man, Michael Penix Jr. deserves to be up there. He played at a high level for a while with Washington. Bo Nix should be a guy. If JJ McCarthy is a top 10 pick or a top 11 pick or wherever the hell he went, a top 10 pick, then Bo Nix should be in the first round. It should be Bo Nix being drafted somewhere too. Bo Nix should be in here. Wouldn't be surprised if Sean Payton take him with his pick. Payton's supposed to be coming up after the Jets pick. But this is where we see Brock Bowers comes off the board. Brock Bowers, to me, if this is not Olu Fashanu, Olu Fashanu to the Jets to protect Aaron Rodgers, you see, if that's not him, then it's Brock Bowers. A lot of people think Bowers would be the dude that goes off the board to the Jets and gives him a new weapon. We'll see. We shall see indeed. It's getting down dirty, baby. All right. What's up, OG? OG Jerry. Shout out to my brother Quavadius is in this thing. Shout out to you. Yeah, that dude from Equimanius. Is that Equimanius? I'm not gonna even go there, man. I'm not gonna be butchering this goddamn dude name. I'm just calling him E-Man, bro. I'm just not gonna try to do it, man. I got enough to worry about. I got enough to do. I'm talking about Troy Fatanu, Olu Fashanu, Taliese Fuaga. And it goes on and on and on, brother. It's like I'm up here speaking Polynesian or something, man. All right, Uncle, who that? Yep. That Olu Fashanu is the pick, fam. The Jets get Olu Fashanu, which means Denver, the Raiders, and then the Saints in a nice 3-piece. So Brock Bowers is sliding down there. So we got a couple of more picks to see what Sean Payton's going to do because Sean Payton's up on the clock now. The Jets take Olu Fashanu. So Fashanu is off the board. So that's 3 offensive tackles that's off the board. Big Joe Olu Fashanu and also J.C. Latham from Alabama. He's off the board. So at the end of the day, it's super cool, man, to see what's going on with him. And he's terrific, man. He's terrific. And I see him and his family celebrating. But he's a terrific player, man. Terrific player. And guess what, man? The Jets need him to keep Aaron Rodgers' old butt upright. So that's a solid pickup for the Jets. Good move. Sean Payton's on the clock, and the clock is turning for him. So we'll see what happens. So that's 2 of our guys that we want. They're off the board, family. What's up, brother Neville? Shout out to you. Good to see you. Julius says, got to go offensive lineman, Q. All right. Thank you, brother Julius. Shout out to you, bro. All right. Travis says, what's happening, Q? Black and Gold Nation. Shout out to you, bro. Good to see you. King Chosen One up in this piece. What's happening, baby? All right. So big ups. Marley Mall, how you doing, sir? Shout out to my dog, Marley. Says Lowe didn't like that pick. He took it. Bro, that's a bad visual, brother. That's a bad visual. All right, Travis says no Knicks is going to the Raiders or the Broncos. Bro, listen, if we're going to do this, if JJ McCarthy, and listen, I'm not disparaging JJ McCarthy. Listen, he did very well for Michigan. I just don't think that Drake May should have been the 3rd pick. I think if we talking about talent and production and what somebody can do for you right now, and you need a guy to come in and play, and who played at a high level in college, Michael Penix should have been the guy. Michael Penix, to me, is a better quarterback right now. We're not talking about ceilings. People say, well, his ceiling high, Q. He ain't the only one. All these ceilings is high. You know, all of the ceilings. Like when they say, well, his ceiling, he ain't the only fucking one with a ceiling. Excuse me. It's all what they say. It's like to justify this pick. Well, his ceiling is high, but he ain't the only one with a high ceiling. So if that's the case, if JJ McCarthy and Drake May goes 3rd and 10, where's Bo Nix at? Bo Nix is better than McCarthy, in my opinion. He is. They just like his size, like McCarthy's size. Don't get me wrong. He's accurate. He has some good stats. Michigan won a national championship, but there was a good team. They had defense. They had a running attack. You know, they had some stuff. Not to take nothing away from McCarthy. You know, with Harbaugh, they took it there. They want to they want to chip. But in the end, we're talking about talent. Man, Penix is better than May. Penix is better than McCarthy. He is. He went 6th overall. I think he's a top 10 quarterback. All you can say is his injury history. That's all you can say. Well, if people see that he stayed healthy, he got beyond that, then why not? If we can take these guys high, why not take him? And then, of course, like I said, Bo Nix should be the next guy taken high, because you go and watch Bo Nix. He took all of college, everything that he had, all his eligibility, all his years, and stayed in college to refine his game. He got as far as he can go. They kicking his ass out of college. He stayed, you know, he took all the time he needed to be a quarterback. He moved from Auburn, went up to Oregon, and was playing his ass off this year and was really phenomenal. And at some point during the year, they had him above Penix, and Penix beat him head to head, and that dropped him down. But you can't do nothing about his high football IQ. You can't do nothing about his record-shattering accuracy, super accurate, high IQ football. The only thing people can say bad about Bo Nix is he's undersized. But he got high football IQ. He's accurate, and he don't have the strongest arm in the world, but some kind of way he always seems to get that goddamn ball up the field. That's what I'm saying. And if Sean Payton can take a guy like that got brains and high accuracy, that understands the game and played a ton of college games, the dude took every college game that he can play. He didn't come out of there until he was ready. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. When you look at him, that's more than you can say about some of these guys is 1 or 2 years when the guy spent all that time in there playing in the SEC, and then he goes out there with Oregon, have all that success. And he's like, well, where did that come from? That dude was playing college football for years there, man. He's studying his craft. All right, Seth says, Q, if Bowers is there, should they? I would consider him, bro. People like, I don't know about that, Q, bro. Listen, if Bowers is there and you're talking about an offense, you need weapons. And in the second round, can you get a starting offensive tackle? You can. You can get off the tackle. Because if you look at it, the board, if the highest guy on the board right now for the Saints in terms of offensive lineman is Taliese Fuaga. It's either Taliese Fuaga, because Olu Fashanu's off the board. JC Latham probably wasn't the top, one of the two top selections there. And who is it? Taliese Fuaga? It's Fuaga and I ain't gonna even say it's Amarius Mims. It's not Mims, so it's got to be Fuaga. Fuaga's got to be the guy. And like KT was saying, Fashanu forecast as a guard. Some people say tackle. I don't know where they see him at, but Fuaga's got to be the guy if you're the Saints, right? If you stay on course and say I want a starting blindside tackle, it's got to be Taliese Fuaga, because by process of elimination, you're being withered down. Alt is gone. You didn't have a shot at Joe Alt anyway. Fashanu just got picked up by the Jets. And then you have JC Latham, who could have been a selection as well. He's gone. So Fuaga's the guy, right? We'll see. All right. So anyway, I wouldn't be mad about the Bowers pick. I know a lot of people would, but I understand the Saints could get a tackle in the second round. Just keeping it real. Josh says, Q, let's be honest, we need to trade our next year's first N45 this year and draft 2 bookend tackles. Honestly, we stuck with Carr for at least 3 years. I don't know, bro, if I agree with that, Josh, because number one, the Saints need protection for Derek Carr. And if Derek Carr gets hit, or if he gets hurt, you have Peterman, you have Jake Hayner, you have Kelly Mine. None of these guys are respectable, solid backup quarterbacks that can guide the ship for you, so to speak. You let Jameis Winston out the building, right? Jameis could take and win games for you in a stretch amount of time. he's no longer there. And just when I said all that stuff about Bo Nix, Sean Payton takes Bo Nix. When I said all that about Bo Nix, guess who came off the board? I just seen it. Bo Nix is Sean Payton's pick. It is Bo Nix. So, I mean, the dude took all the time that he could to get his game together, all the years they wanted off him. Bo Nix is the pick for the Broncos. How about Sean Payton? Bo Nix. Let's see what he can do. One thing Sean Payton never did was draft the quarterback and made him worth anything. Well, maybe with Bo Nix, all that college experience, maybe that things can change here. Bo Nix is the selection. All right. So anyway, all right, let's keep it going, man. All right. So Bowers is still there, man. We got one more guy ahead of us, and that's the Raiders. Do the Raiders grab Adam, or do the Raiders go offensive? Do they need some help? They spent on what? What's the guy name? The backup quarterback, was with the Colts. Was it Gardner Minshew? Gave him all kind of money. I'm like, why you paid that guy that kind of money? What's wrong with y'all? But they have the what's the little back, the fourth round quarterback out of Purdue. They big on him. They have Gardner Minshew, I guess, will be his competition. And if you're the Raiders, what do? Do you go for another Darren Waller type tight end, Brock Bowers, and bring him there to help out the quarterback? Well, you know what they say about the tight end being the quarterback's best friend. He's a safety blanket for him. It could be Brock Bowers to the Raiders. I can understand that, man. All right. So anyway, but what if Fuaga is the pick to protect them? Then where the Saints go? Your three top picks, the ones that you want them to see will be off the board. So where do they go with that? I don't know. All right. Sean says, watching this draft to see other teams pick because I'm extremely low expectations for us. That's understandable, Sean. Very understandable, my brother. All right, Willie. What's up, Willie? Says trade down. Saints still have linemen on the board. This could be a factor. This is true. We do have a lot of offensive tackles on the board. We talked about that'll be there. We talked about guys like Mims. He'll be available maybe later on in the first round of the draft. There's Tyler Guyton, depending on where he goes. So there's quite a few people there. Watson. There's a couple other people that will be available in the second round. But do you like them as guys that will be potential starters at the tight end position? This could be one of the situations where the Saints chose to take the best player on the board as opposed to getting the tight end. I knew Fashanu was a guy they liked a lot. He's gone. Jets got him. Interesting. KT says, Q, Peyton can't develop a young quarterback. That's why he passed on them after year. He passed on them year after year. He passed on Lamar, Deshaun Watson, but wanted Peyton Lynch. Boy, I tell you one, that's awful. All right. KT, thank you for the super chat. Say, hell no, Bowers is slow. Can't block it. It's overrated. Miss with me. Okay. Thank you, KT. Appreciate your super chat, bro, on there. All right. As we keep it going. Yeah, man. The pick is in. The Raiders are on the clock, and we'll see what's going on. Seth says it's Fuaga or Bowers now. Okay. I feel any offensive tackle is a reach. I can't disagree with that, bro. But the Saints haven't showed any real, they haven't been blown out by, in terms of saying, oh man, Brock Bowers. I haven't heard them get all excited about Brock Bowers. But then again, players that you really like, you usually don't do that, and look at that. Bowers is off the board. Whoever we talking about, they pick him. Bowers is gone. So you had, what's the kid name? The kid from Purdue. I don't know the quarterback they picked up. I don't know his damn name, but I know they got Gardner Minshew out there. So now they just giving Brock Bowers is now the guy that goes to the Raiders. So the Raiders replace a Darren Waller type of dude. And Brock Bowers is not a bad pickup. So the Raiders get a very interesting tight end. So all these guys we talking about is gone. So by process elimination, this should be Taliese Fuaga, right? This should be Fuaga. The Saints are on the clock, 9 minutes. And we would think, hey, man, the pick should be in, right? Well, it jumped to 6 minutes now. And we saying the pick should be in. The pick should be already in. The Saints, the clock is running right now, which means they're deciding on which player to take. Because usually, when they take somebody, it's like, okay, the pick is already in. We submit the pick. The Saints let the clock run here. So they're making a decision on who it should be. Now, who should it be? Commonsensically, it should be Taliese Fuaga, right? Y'all put it in the chat, man. Saints on the clock. Let's hear about it. Let's hear about it. Who is it? Who is it, fam? Thank you, Pammy, for being a member for 20 months. Thank you. Appreciate you, Queen. Much love. Appreciate that. And yeah, all the people we talk about, man, they seem to always get picked. We talked about Bo Nix, and Peyton took him. We was talking about Browers, the Raiders, and there's several others. And notice the Saints are letting the clock run right here. Notice that, family. The pick is not in. Saints are letting the clock run. There's some indecision going on right here. It's something's going on. People are saying, "What's up, Willie?" Says Fuaga might be the guy. KT, who is it? He says my last name is Turner, and I'm saying take Fuaga. Okay, there you go. The Saints are letting this clock running. Okay, Rome says it could be they're considering trading back. Well, if the player that they like isn't there, trade back isn't a pretty easy, because you could get a second round draft pick if you say, hey, listen, man, y'all won't trade with me. I'll trade back 2 or 3 spots, and let me get that second round pick out of you. So we'll have 2 seconds, and it could be a factor. This could be being looked at right now. Saints for Life says Fuaga or Fashanu. Those are the 2 guys. Gator says trade down. This could be something they're looking at, bro. They're letting that clock run. All right. T-Rob wants Brian Thomas. Okay, thank you, T-Rob. Wouldn't be mad at that, by the way. I wouldn't be mad at Brian Thomas to replace Michael Thomas. I wouldn't be mad at that. All right, Gator says trade down and get another day 2 pick. Yeah, okay, that's not bad, man. Some of the guys that you like are not there. You know, Fuaga is there. Fashanu was a guy I knew the Saints liked a lot. Bowers was a guy the Saints but probably would have taken if he was still on the board. Something just telling me that. All right, G-Rick says, is it Fuaga? Is he saying Fuaga, bro? Is that what you're saying there? Oh, can you too? You says Dallas Turner. Do we need another edge rusher for real? Y'all want another edge rusher? I don't know. All right, I don't know, fam. I don't know. KT says, wait a second. Have we traded back in the first round? I don't think so, fam. I'm looking. I got the alerts on and everything. The Saints are letting this clock run, man. They didn't have like the pick came. There's some indecision going on right here. The Saints more than likely looking to trade back, fam. If they can't find somebody to trade with, it should be Taliese Fuaga might be the pick. All right. The professor says Oregon State right tackle turn the card. Trade, but yeah, give him the card. Jerome says traded to the Chiefs of first and second. All right. Brother Quintels, what's up, bro? Says, man, Ross did a surprise pick and it was Dallas. All right. Dallas Turner. Man, Jarrell says Dallas Turner. Black Dollars University says Dallas Turner. All right. Joshua says the pick is in. I got it on right on the screen, bro. It's still rolling. All right. Everybody's saying Dallas all of a sudden. Y'all think it's Dallas? I don't think it's Dallas, bro. I could be wrong, fam. The family's saying Q is Dallas. Q is going, it's got to be Dallas, right? And I'm saying to myself, why Dallas, bro? We got enough. We need help on the other side, you know? We don't need another. We got Chase Young, we got Granderson, we got Cam, we got Isaiah Foskey and Peyton Turner. Do we need to really go and get another edge rusher? And we already got a bunch of people just buried there. Do we really need to do that? All right, Jerry Covington. What's up, Jerry? Says, I'll take Jared Verse or Brian Thomas. Very interesting. Carla says pass rush. Chad says can't pass up Dallas. What's up, Chad? How you doing, bro? Travis says, remember our coach is a dummy. A brain full of purple smoke. Damn. Yes. Devin says, don't get cute. Get Fuaga. Fuaga. Yes. YO, what's popping, bro? All right. T-Rob says, that's what I'm saying, Q. Okay, I got you, bro. I got you, bro. I know Sean says Cam is old. Yeah, I know he old, bro, but damn. But the pick, but I'm like, how we thinking? Like, think how they're thinking. The Saints letting this shit run all the way down. I'm thinking the Saints looking to trade, bro. They're letting this run all the way down. The Saints looking for someone to trade this pick out of. They're looking to trade this pick, man. They're letting the clock run all the way down. Nobody, I don't think anybody did that up to this point, let the clock just run like that. I know the Bears started off a little bit on the clock, and then they had a little something going. But, man, the Saints are letting this clock run, fam. They're looking for a trade. That's what I think. I'm just going, just thinking, man. Okay, now they got the pick is in. They got the pick is in now. They let it run all the way down. All right, pick is in, fam. Pick is in. Pick is in. Let's see what it is, man. We'll see what it is. People, I think it should be Fuaga, to be honest with you. But if it's not Fuaga and it's offensive, I wouldn't be mad at Brian Thomas Jr. I would not be mad at that. Would I be mad at the Dallas Turner thing? I would understand. I wouldn't like it because we got Peyton Turner, who's still a first-round pick. You got to find out what he can do. And Isaiah Foskey. These are first and second-round players. You can't just keep drafting guys and pushing them down. And I mean, they signed Chase Young. They got Cam. We know Cam is old, but you still got two young defensive ends that still got to show you what they can do. I really don't think it's Dallas Turner. I think it's going to be either Fuaga. It'll be one or two things. Either they're going to trade out when they ain't going to trade because they would have traded already. But it's going to either be Taliese Fuaga, in which they would take that long to consider whatever he is. But more than likely, it's probably going to be a surprise pick that we don't know. It probably ain't going to be. You don't take that long to say, oh, yeah, we're going to take Fuaga, right? I don't know. These people crazy. I don't know. Brother Lionel, what's up, Brother Lionel? He says, best player available, which would be in your estimation, who's the best player available? Who's the best guy available? Which would be Dallas Turner, Byron Murphy. It'll be. I don't think it should be a cornerback. It has to be the biggest need. It has to be tackle. It's got to be. Devin says Fuaga should be the dude. All right, Black Dollars University said we got a new offensive coordinator. Yes, we do. Oh, forgot. He says, oh, forget about Brian Thomas. Demi, what's up, Demi? Said we'll draft someone we never heard of. Demi, you've seen a lot of these drafts before, haven't you? The Saints are sure taking their time, man. They're surely taking their time. They're really taking their time, man, to decide on what they're doing all this hugging and all this kind of stuff. To hell with all that hugging. Let's get some winning going on here. Brian Thomas, T-Rob on Brian Thomas. I'm not mad at that pick, bro. Not bad at that at all. Brian Thomas is a big physical wide receiver, 6'4", 215 pounds, runs a 4.3, 8.39, something like that. I don't know. He would definitely be the perfect complement to Chris Olave. He's phenomenal, and it could be, that would be a solid pickup. And look what the Saints takes Taliese Fuaga. It's Fuaga. All that just to say, you know what? Let's go ahead on and just take the guy, man. We don't need to hear all that shit these people gonna say. It's Taliese Fuaga is the pickup, fam. So there you go. Fuaga is the man. Fuaga is the guy they're going to go with. The Saints take Fuaga with the pick. So Fuaga's the pick. 6'6", 334 pounds. Fuaga is a big physical. And we talked about Taliese Fuaga before. He fits the need. He's a guy that's is incredibly agile. I don't know if I would refine or call him a dancing bear. I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would say that Taliese Fuaga is a dancing bear, And they just flashed to him. He got all his Hawaiian gear on, and he got a little teared up, man. But listen, this dude here is phenomenal. They got the stuff on the screen right now saying some of his attributes: powerful, nasty, has a good balance, physical, force, plays with a temperament, will maul you out, push you around, plays with a lot of heart. And John Benton has a guy that you can kind of work with now. You got a guy, so one side of it, and he will obviously, to me, be your new left tackle. But yeah, the dude has a high motor, man. High motor, like I said, high motor, has a good temperament for that left tackle position. And like I said, there's some aspects about his game that you need to work on. Like sometimes his hand placement's a little bit off. Sometimes he's a little stiff. Sometimes guy can get up under him, but he keeps those feet moving. He plays with the nastiness. He got all that good strength hitting it. He keeps them feet pumping, man. So yeah, shout out to the Fuaga family, man. Welcome. He's crying. Look at that brother, man. He's crying. He made it to the NFL. Shout out to you, man. He got the Saints hat on, man. Shout out to Taliese Fuaga, man. Welcome to the black and gold, my friend. Welcome to the black and gold. So we got a new left tackle in the city of New Orleans, man, is Taliese Fuaga. He's going to be all right. I don't know if KT, would you consider him? KT's our scout. I don't know if I would consider him a dancing bear. What you think, KT? I don't think I wouldn't call him a dancing bear, man. I wouldn't call him that. Not saying it's disrespectful. When you usually say this guy is a dancing bear, he's incredibly agile, right? Strong, agile for a big guy that's 6'6", 300, almost 340 pounds. He's incredibly agile. Doesn't move like a 330-pound human. You know, incredibly agile, moves back. It has speed and power. And, you know, when he starts moving around, you're like, damn, how that big guy move that fast? To me, that's what a dancing bear is. He is the agile and the strength to go along with it. But he's also intelligent. And like I said, he's a hard worker with a high motor. So Taliese Fuaga is a guy we talked about all the time. I'm more than telling y'all for certain that Fashanu was the guy. If he was there, that's who they would have took. But Taliese Fuaga falls to the Saints at 14. It's a solid pickup. It fits an obvious need. And it is what it is. So the Saints get their picks. But 6 quarterbacks go in the first round. 6 quarterbacks up until this point. We're at pick 14, right? We're at pick 14. 6 quarterbacks: Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Michael Penix, JJ McCarthy, and Bo Nix. 6 quarterbacks have been taken. 6 of them in the top 11 picks of the draft, and we still not even done yet. Are there any other quarterbacks that need to be drafted? That's everybody. I mean, that's pretty much everybody. There is there are no more first round quarterbacks to be taken. Like, who's the next guy there? I got to think about it, man. But dude, that's like everybody. But shout out to Taliese Fuaga. The Saints made the right call, man. At first, they were looking around to kind of see if they can find something. They didn't find something they like in terms of that's why they let that clock run out. They was probably looking to find somebody to trade out of that. And when they couldn't find a trade that they liked, they just put the card in and said, let's go ahead and get the guy. All right. Like I said, I don't know if I would call him a dancing bear, man. I reserve that to some of the really good ones. All right. What's up, Tremaine, man? He says a great pick, Q. Who that? Yeah, I agree with it, bro. It fits a need. You can't be mad about this pick, Who that Nation. This was a good pick. These Nuts says Penning better show up now. Indeed. John Benton's your new offensive line coach. John Benton's the new guy there. So he'll be tasked with taking a guy like Taliese Fuaga, who more than likely, I'll say, play the left tackle position. He's your new left tackle. Ryan Ramczyk is more than likely, and I'm not saying, throwing, your negative energy on him. Dennis Allen said that he's not going to be available. I mean, he's not going to be available. His rehab is not going as expected, which wasn't a surprise to me. Wasn't a surprise to you, because the reality is Ryan Ramczyk needed major surgery on that knee. He got minor surgery. So if the doctor's telling you, hey, man, you're going to have to get major surgery to get that knee together, which means you can probably have to sit your ass down for a year to get together and then learn how to walk all over again. And then when you get to there, then we start running, and then you can go back to playing football. He didn't want to do that. So he had a minor procedure in hopes that it will kind of heal good enough for him to play football. That's madness. Don't do that. So if the Saints already have 2 future offensive tackles now on the team. Fuaga, in my opinion, operates as the left tackle. And I've been saying this, Ryan Ramczyk is going to play the right tackle position. If Ram can't go, and more than likely Ram probably not going to go, Penning should play the right tackle position. Why? Because he's a first-round draft pick. Why don't they trade him, Q? I said this in the last stream. Number one, you don't trade Trevor Penning. I said I was going to talk about him on the draft stream. But you don't trade Trevor Penning, because Trevor Penning don't have any trade value. What are you doing? He's a first-round draft pick player that's in the 3rd year. We often get short memory when we think about some of these players, like, it's all on them. It's not all on them why they stink, why they're underperforming. They have other people involved that's supposed to help these guys play better, right? Doug Marrone stank. He was gone. But remember Cesar Ruiz. Remember we used to call him Caesar Salad Ruiz? Remember that? We don't call him, I was supposed to call him that, but we don't call him Caesar Salad Ruiz anymore, right? Why? Because he became respectable. He worked his way up and did something positive. He got his stuff together. Why can't that happen for Trevor Penning? Is what I'm asking you guys. So that's what I'm saying. New offensive coordinator, new offensive line coach, right? John Benton. The run the zone blocking schemes. A lot of horizontal stuff, swing going this way, going that way. You need big offensive linemen like Taliese Fuaga and Trevor Penning who could move. They're athletic, they're big, and they can move. You need a guy to teach them the game. And I think John Benton could do for Trevor Penning what you've seen Doug Marrone do for Cesar Ruiz. This is real game. I really do think that. So there it is, man. So, but anyway, no, Earl says, Penning and Fuaga, I don't hate it. No, it's nothing to hate. Like I said, people don't like Penning, and Penning lost a lot of confidence last year because the coaches didn't put him in the right position to be successful. You got to put players in the right positions to be successful. They didn't do him any favors. They threw him in the left tackle position, and they were wrong for that. And I was saying it the whole damn time, putting one in the chat because it got redundant. I kept saying the same thing over the last several years, that Penning shouldn't be playing a left tackle position. It should be Ramczyk over there. But see, I didn't realize how bad Ram's knee was. That didn't come out until last year, how bad that goddamn knee was, that it was career threatening. And I was like, oh, that's what happened. You didn't want to move him to left tackle because you knew that he would be exposed. So you kept him at the right tackle position, but you put Penning at the left tackle position when it was supposed to be Ramczyk. That's why they didn't put him over there. They knew he would be fully exposed. They thought by keeping him there, you can protect him and all that. Like, nah, man, that didn't even make no sense. The man is making all this money. He playing right tackle. You got a freaking rookie over there guarding the blind side of the quarterback, multi-million quarter. That didn't make no sense. But when I found out that the history about what happened with Ramczyk, with him, with all that, with his knee, when they broke all of that, I was like, that's what's going on. Now you can't protect him no more. He's not ready to play. You got to get these young guys in there. Why you stinky, bro, says Fuaga, boom, boom, Fuaga. Trademarking that. There you go. Man, shout out to y'all for the super chats. Thank y'all, man. Appreciate that, man. What's up, 985J in there? What's up, bro? How you doing? All right, Tim says, man, I'm officially done with the Saints. Why, bro? Come on. Say, bro, why? Why, bro? Come suffer with us, man. What's wrong with you, man? You can't suffer with us, man. Come suffer. Come suffer with us. All right. Professor says Jones, the right tackle from Texas, could play right tackle or left tackle in the lead. T-Rob says, Indy took Latu. Yes, that's a good move, bro, to get him. Good pass rusher, man, from UCLA. TJ Scottzilla said, what's up, bro? Says, I think Penning will be better. I do too, bro. Listen, y'all remind me in the season when it's going, I'm going to say the bold prediction about Trevor Penning. I think Trevor Penning will have a turnaround to his career just like Cesar Ruiz did. Remember, we couldn't see or believe Cesar Ruiz to be a decent complement offensive lineman because he was so bad. He was so bad. He never played that guard position, mostly a center. The Saints switched him to the position, and he almost looked like he was a draft bust. But Doug Marrone came along and made him see the game differently. I predicted, and I'm going to say this, I think Trevor Penning has a similar turnaround to his career, just like we've seen with Cesar Ruiz. John Benton will do for Trevor Penning like Marrone did for Cesar Ruiz. Watch. When you get him to move and start moving and allow him to use his agility and his power, watch what's going to happen. Yes. What's up, Lisa? She says, come suffer with us. Yeah, come suffer with us. What's wrong with you, man? Say, bro, you know what? The one thing that's bad is to suffer by yourself. To suffer in silence by yourself, baby. Baby, come suffer with us. Come suffer with us. Be amongst the rest of us. At least you can talk some shit. You talking shit to yourself, bro. They gonna probably put you in the funny farm, bro. You know, your place with the rubber walls, man. But if you're amongst family, man, you can talk some stuff. You can air some stuff out, you know? It's all good, my friend. Rewind the Time says, please trade back into the first round and get a defensive player. We'll see what's going on there. But like I said, Taliese Fuaga is a good pickup for the Saints, man. Man, like I was saying, it was kind of a little unnerving at first because the Saints really didn't. I think the Saints was trying to move that pick. I really do believe that. You know, I don't have any information. I'm pretty sure that'll come out later, but the Saints were probably looking to see if there was anybody that was interested in trading that pick. That's what it was. And they waited all that clock almost got took down all the way inside to like 60 seconds. And they finally just put the card in when they couldn't find nobody that would give them trade value. Because they probably tried to trade out of the pick, the trade down. They just didn't like what they was getting. And they just say, you know what, we're running out of time. Just put the pick, just give them the card. I love the Fuaga pick. I'm with it. I'm cool with it because it solves a need. It serves a big need for us. All right. So anyway, the Colts, Seattle's on the clock as we kind of running through. It's already 15 selections into the draft. The Colts picked the kid from UCLA, Latu. The Seahawks are on the clock right now with pick number 16. Like I said, the Saints with Fuaga was a nice pickup for us. Miscellaneous mail said, I really think it was Doug Martin being a trash coach. Doug Marrone. Yeah, I got you on that, bro. T-Rob says they took forever to put Ruiz in the correct position. That's what I'm saying, bro. Some of this is you got to put it on the coaches. You do, because the players, we know the guy got talent. We know he's strong. We know he has an attitude. He was fighting with, when he first come in, I was talking to a guy today about that, and he reminded me about Trevor Penning. Y'all remember when Trevor Penning got to camp in his first year, and we talking about confidence issues. One thing you could not say about Trevor Penning, that he was not confident when he came in here. Remember, he was getting in pushing matches and fights with the veterans in camp. Y'all remember that when we first came here? When he first stepped in the door, he was getting into fights and stuff with the veterans. He was playing nasty he had a reputation after the whistle to be a guy that when the whistle blow, he's still mauling them out, pushing them all on the ground, pancaking them. Remember all that? That's the thing that people loved about Trevor Penning when he stepped in the door. They loved that because they said, man, we need more of that for the Saints offensive line. That's what they were saying. I was saying that because if you look at what the Saints did last year, they were, there's too many cool, comfortable guys in there. They're too smooth, too laid back. The most upset I seen Eric McCoy gets is when he was fussing at Derek Carr. Y'all remember that? I said, man, McCoy don't give it into, he don't get into it with nobody. But he was fussing at Carr's ass. He was trying to get at him. He had a guy in between them. Boy, he was going to junk that car if he got his hand. McCoy got his hands on Carr. Boy, he was going to junk that car. Y'all remember that? But see, we didn't have a problem with that. We loved that. So he's lost that along the way. We got to get that back. We got to get that nastiness, because if the Saints played with that nastiness and that ferocity, but under control, not to the point where it gets you penalized or you start looking like the dude, the offensive lineman that played for Tampa Bay, the one that Cam called the trash can or whatever he called them, trash or garbage or whatever he called them. We don't want to do it like that, because you're a scumbag if you do it like that. But we want to play with that intensity and that energy, but we won't play with it under control, because you need that type of temperament if you're going to have a dominating running attack when you're just taking those guys apart. Because we all know that. We know that the running game is about attitude, having attitude and having that. Saints were too melancholy. They were too milquetoast in many of those games. They're just going block and then turn around and walk back, and people talking shit. They don't even say nothing to them. What are you doing? What are you talking? What are we doing here? No, it takes attitude to run, to have the meanness, a certain control meanness to play with when you're running the ball, when you opposing your will on the other team. You don't oppose your will kindly. That's never the thing. You don't oppose your will kindly. Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you guys something. I'm going to oppose my will kindly on you. What? No, you're not. No, it's a force you have to play with. You don't know. You just go out there and you do it, and you take possession of the game. You take possession of the game, whether it's at your home or somebody else's building. The game is neutral until the team with the best or the strongest will imposes its will and dominates the game, whether it's home or away. The environment is neutral, really, to the true sports competitor. wherever they play, it doesn't matter, because when you start playing, everything blacks out anyway. Like, to my athletes out there that played before, whether you play football, I played football, I played basketball, when I was in school. And the one thing I realized is that when we got into the game, when we got on the field, the crowd disappeared. Everybody, we didn't pay. It was just me doing my job, making plays. I played linebacker, I played a fullback. It was just me out there making plays, doing what I do. The crowd didn't exist. Now, you hear them, and unless you're gesturing to them to, doing this, or you got a family member that's there yelling your name or whatever, you hear a little of that when you focus on it. But when you're not focused on that, you focus on the game, the environment don't even matter. It really doesn't. It all just disappears. And that's what I'm saying. To the true champion and the sports competitor, that mindset is present, because it's all about will. Will dominates the game. If you come out there with will and you impose your will on your adversary, the environment doesn't even matter, man. It's a neutral field with that mentality. Y'all get what I'm saying? It's a neutral field, regardless of where you play at. If you dominate them with your will, that field becomes yours. You quiet the crowd. Even if they're quiet in your head, you're blocking them out anyway. You take them out of the game. You can dominate. Like, if people come in here and beat the hell out of the Saints, the crowd is quiet as hell. The crowd turns on the team and start booing them, right? I'm telling you, you can make their crowd your crowd, is what I'm trying to tell you. It's all about will. It's deep if you think about it. If you think about it, it's pretty deep. When you dominate that team, man, you make their crowd your crowd, and they'll start booing the team to help you win. They'll start, you take their crowd and make them boo their own team to demoralize them while you continue to impose your will. That shit's deep, man. That's deep, but that's what it was to me. When you think about the psyche of a champion, what you got to do. And that's present just not in football, but that's all in everything. Like, even when you're a boxer, when you were in there, you're doing your thing, your will is all about dominating that person's will. Just whatever, I'm going to do whatever I want. You can't stop me. That kind of thing. And then everything turns, man. It's deep, man. It's really deep. All right. Garrett says, hey, Q, Fuaga's powerful. And he says the stat on the line. Okay. He says F stat on the line, brother Gary. Thank you for your comment, bro. Appreciate you. All right. KT says trademark Big Uzi. Big Uzi. Am I saying that right? Big Uzi? Is that right? I don't know, brother. I don't know. Thank you, KT, for that, man. Big Uzi. What's up, Brent? How you doing? Sir says, get up in the rubber room with us. Come on, man. That's right, brother. That's right. Yeah, come suffer with us, baby. What's wrong with you? You won't suffer alone, suffer in silence. Come suffer with us. Come on. Yeah, hopefully we ain't gonna be doing too much suffering. But listen, like I said, I want to see the team win, but I also do realize who we dealing with. I do know the psyche of the head coach. I know the psyche of the general manager. Family, I'm telling you, honest to God, like, we go and you listen to Mickey Lomas, and people can listen to Mickey Lomas. I've listened to Mickey Lomas so much so that I emulate him. Seriously. And when he says certain things, I know what he means, because, you've been doing this. Like, I've been doing this for a while. And when you you got the same dude, and you got hundreds of press conferences over the years, listening to him saying certain things. And I have a pretty good memory. So I pretty much remember all this. And Dallas Turner just went to the Vikings. How about the Vikings, man? JJ McCarthy and Dallas Turner, they're trying to turn it around. But when you look at this, man, you're saying to yourself, you're like, man, and then Dennis Allen, we've had a long, situation with Dennis Allen too. Like, he's been here for a very long time too. So when you hear these guys talking, you know what they mean. And not only just hearing them, but it's a certain energy that comes with it. Like, you might have like the presser sit there and they'll do their jobs. Like, some of those guys, they're not Saints people. They're just doing a job. They come from somewhere else and they took a job. They're just getting paid to do a job, and they do it to the best of their ability. But like, if you're a person like me or yourself that know the team, that listen to the people that run the team, and you've been listening to them for a very long time, fam, you figure out their patterns, their thinking patterns, their behavior patterns, all of that. When you study, you literally study these people to the point where you know what they mean and all that, and they don't change. They don't change. It's a pattern. It's a rhythm. Everybody, remember, I always said this. Everybody has a rhythm or a pattern to their behaviors, even if they're not aware of it. If you have a partner, study your partner. Partner, study your partner. And if you have, now listen, if you got a cheater on your hands, their patterns change. Their patterns change. That's how they get caught up in the game. Study them. And when they break patterns, something's up. And you're like, what's all that about? Why'd you do that? And see, and you're like, man, you just got you broke your pattern. It's a reason why you broke your pattern. It don't have to be mischievous. It could be something else, going on. But I'm just saying that everybody has a rhythm and a pattern to who they are. Even if you don't recognize you have one, everybody do. And if you have somebody that studies you or that you're with, and they studying who you are and what you do, there's always a pattern and a rhythm to everybody here. Just telling you, real game, true game. I'm letting you know. I'm gonna put it in the book. It's a pattern. It's a rhythm. And like the older you get, the more established the pattern gets. That's why they say that thing about the old dog can learn new tricks, because that mind gets kind of concrete, and those things that you learned over time get concrete, and everything kind of forms. And that's why you just stuck with what you know. Well, I've been doing this for 50 years. I'm good. I don't need to change. No, don't do that. Don't do that. But I'm just saying, man, at the end of the day, everybody has patterns. And to bring it back to the Saints, when I say that because you can know exactly what these people mean when they say what they mean. You can know if they're serious about their behaviors. You see? And I say that to say even this. When Dennis Allen, they probably going to have a very solid draft. But the issue is not the draft. And I say these like, well, how is that cute if they be screwing up in the draft? No, they're going to pick the good players. They're going to play good. But how do you then take them players that you draft and then institute them into your offense? And I've been saying this for some time now. We do good in the off season. Our issue is when we go to the on season, taking the momentum and the talent that we had from the draft and free agency and making it productive. That's when we have issues. That's on the coach. They incorporate these players into his scheme so we can have success. Now, we'll see what's going on there at the end of the day. But that's the thing that I have is like, what is Dennis Allen learning that is different from what we did last year? Right? The team is supposed to win because the team is talented. We had an underperforming NFC South last year and a very agreeable schedule. We won how many games? And we didn't get the playoffs, whatever it was. I think we won like 9 games or something, finished 9-8. Dennis Allen's first time, like, he got to be getting better, Q. Not necessarily, because you got an uber talented team and you could be underperforming. In the last couple of years, the Saints have been a playoff team that has underperformed. We didn't lose or come out of some situation where we were just terrible, like we were a Chicago Bears or Washington Commanders. We wasn't that. The Saints were at the line, and we did not get over the line despite the fact that we've had really good players on this team. We didn't get over the line. Even in a soft NFC South with a soft schedule, we couldn't get in the playoffs. We let the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with Baker Mayfield take it from us. So that's what I'm saying. Every year I ask the same question. What did Dennis Allen learn to make him a better coach? And I'm talking about, did he read any books? Did he go to any lectures from Mike Krzyzewski, of some of these famous coaches that can give you dumbass some game on what you need to do in preparation? And a lot of these coaches win in preparation. They out prepare the other guy. They out prepare the other guy. They out prepare him. They got a adjustment for his adjustment. You see? Because we know some of these coaches, they got 2 or 3 adjustments. But if you're really prepared, you're a guy that have 5, 6, 7, 8. How many adjustments I need until I beat your ass? That's what it's about. So like I said, it's levels here. Is he learning any of that? That's what I'm interested in learning. What did you learn in the offseason that make you a better coach? I've been asking that. We never get them questions. We don't get the questions about, hey, man, did you, what as a head coach did you learn in the offseason to make you a better coach for this upcoming season? Did you read anything? Did you read any books that teach you how to be a better coach, a better organizer, a better motivator? Did you read any of that? Because that's what it'll take to get to the next level. You got to know how to talk to these people. You got to know how to lead people. But I understand you must be reading what's the book there? The 40 Laws of Power. I know Dennis Allen must be reading that book, The 40 Laws of Power. Yeah, that teach you how to stump on old people and all that stuff, man. And I give a damn. Y'all ever read that stuff, man? I read that. I'll sit up here and say, what the hell is this, man? Was this penned by Satan's uncle or cousin, or who wrote this shit, man? That ain't deep. That justify all kind of horrible shit. Stealing old people's money. Well, it ain't businesses, it ain't nothing personal. It ain't nothing personal. I don't know. You're supposed to function, whether it's personal, impersonal, or monkey. You whatever business, man, you're supposed to do. It ain't supposed to be like that, man. I think Dennis Allen reading the 48 Laws of Power, man. In whatever chapter they told him to throw his own goddamn team under the bus. I don't know what that part of the game was. But anyway, let me keep it moving. Thank you, Brent. Appreciate you, man, for that, man. Chris says Peyton didn't know defense and needed Allen. Allen doesn't know offense. Kubiak. All right. Appreciate you, Chris. Much love, bro. All right. Farouk, what's happening, baby? Says, looking at these comments, most of y'all don't know football. Okay. Well, damn, you going off on somebody. YO says AT Perry, Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed, Taysom Hill, Jawan Johnson. Gotta let them play, bro. They could ball. Thank you. All right. Uncle Who that says, are the Bengals going to steal at 18 and get Brian Thomas to go with Jamar Chase? Wouldn't that be awesome? I don't know. They're on the clock right now. And they got a pretty interesting group of people there, but yeah, it wouldn't be bad to see Brian Thomas go to join Joe Burrow and keep that LSU. Boy, I guarantee you that probably be the play, Uncle Who that. You might be on to something there, brother. You might be on to something. All right, Miss Leah says, Miss Lisa, thank you, says DA better prove us wrong this year. Shout out to you. She said, in my mind, he should have been fired. In my mind, I'm with you. He should have been gone. But Mickey Lomas, hold on now, Miss Lisa. You're not gonna be able to shut you down on that, lady. Oh yeah. Well, let me tell you something there. Hold on now. Dennis Allen's the guy, I pick Sean Payton. I don't make mistakes. And that's how it is. Like what? Oh yeah, well, here Bill Belichick, he started off 0-8. Yeah. And he started running all the records down on these coaches. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? Dude. That's when I knew Mickey Loomis was out of his mind. That's when I knew he had totally lost it. In the last press conference of the year, he was smacking on that gum, talking about he was chewing the gum because he wanted to stop coughing. Let me ask y'all something, because I guess we all the same but different. Have you ever in your life had to, and it's just a question, it just have to do with the gum chewing of Mickey Loomis that horrible press conference at the end of last year when he was sitting up there chewing all that gum like a billy goat. And then he was chewing, he never replaced the gum for an hour. He sat up there chewing the gum. And then he took several squigs of water or juice that washed the flavor off the gum. People who chew gum know that you don't chew gum and then you don't drink a drink or juice or water while you're chewing gum. Why? Because it washes the flavor out of the gum. And then all you have is some nasty, tasteless crap in your mouth. Pause. I don't understand, what was going on there, but he said he was chewing the gum so he wouldn't cough. Did any of you guys out there ever had to chew this is a question I'm kind of late asking this, but was there any situation that if you were sick and you was trying to not cough, was gum a way that stopped you from coughing? I'm just asking that question. Yeah, I was just asking the question, man. I just want to know, you know what I'm saying? Since we in here suffering together, shit, let me get some crazy questions out here, man. I want to know, hold on now, Q. You can't say that. Hold on. Dennis Allen, the man, I chew that damn gum, Now, I'm just asking the question. There's a lot of people in here. Is there any time that y'all had that chewing gum stopped you from coughing? Now, be honest now. Be honest. Y'all answer that. That's my crazy question of the day. That'll be a crazy question of the night. All right. What's up, Brent? Shout out to my dog, Brent. He said Mickey was actually chewing on his tongue. Yeah, his fork tongue. Yeah, thank you, Brent. Appreciate you. All right. All right. Let me hear it. Y'all answer the question, man. I asked y'all a real question, man. I want a damn answer. True says, hell no. LOL. Yeah, that's right. All right. A Camp says, when do we pick? I'm not gonna lie, I ain't been watching much Saint stuff. I'm not inspired right now. Well, Fuaga was the pick, my friend. Right now, the Saints are they're. I'm waiting to see if there's going to be a situation because this is just round one. Tomorrow will be rounds 2 and 3. You know, me personally, fam, I don't think the Saints are going to trade back into the second round. I don't know if there's somebody that they value that's going to be there. Because we did the mocks, which would not at the Saints appease the tackle move. What is the next need? Let's focus on that. What's the next lead the Saints would need to move forward, right? What would be the next need for the black and gold, right? Now that we got our offensive tackle of the future out of the way, what is the next need for the Saints, realistically speaking? What do you guys think? And I mean, let's go priority wise. Let's talk priority, not saying, oh, well, this, that, and the third. But now we know that that's out of the way. What's the next need for the black and gold going forward, right? Now let's do a little kind of go back into that. Fuaga was the pick at 14 for the Saints. Here's some of what they're saying, some of their pre-draft analysis about him that was done by Matt Miller at the Pro Camp. He says that Fuaga is an outstanding run blocker with the strength to move defenders off the ball. He has the initial quickness to reach defenders on zone runs. Remember, zone runs. This fits what the Saints are attempting to do, that new zone run style system that Clint Kubiak wants to implement with the Saints offense. We're switching offensive philosophies, doing the zone blocking and all this kind of stuff. So this player has the ability to do that. You have to be a big guy, like a strong guy that's agile. Trevor Penning is strong and he's agile. He just needs to learn the game. Fuaga and him could learn together. I think Ryan Ramczyk, when Penning eventually takes that position, I think Ryan Ramczyk more than likely I think it's going to be the end of his career. Usually when big guys get knee issues, that's usually the end of them. And Ryan Ramczyk, I think unfortunately this could be the end of him, because I see when Penning takes on, it's going to be his position. And like I said, I think when they get knee issues, big guys like that get them knee issues, man, they don't usually shake that. It's not 100%, but usually a high percentage of the time they don't shake that. But anyway, back to this. They said he's a brawler who blocks to the echo of the whistle and buries defenders. Who does that remind you of? When he first got here, that was Trevor Penning. If you go back and watch the analysis there, because we read a similar one when Penning was drafted, they said the similar qualities about Penning that you're hearing they saying about Fuaga: nastiness, physicality, blocking to the whistle and beyond. That was Trevor Penning. Remember we talked about that, him getting the fights with people when he first got here. What happened to all of that? His confidence was super high. He had a mean demeanor. That's why we liked him a lot, right? That went away. His confidence took a wing, but John Benton going to get that confidence back. He going to make it pop. Fuaga is also smooth, getting set, has powerful punch, and uses independent hands and pass protections. One area of concern is his arm length, and his defenders had some success getting into his frame. That's another thing we talk about, hand placement. I mentioned that. Like they talked about his hand placement, which could be talked upon, which could be helped. A good offensive line coach could teach Fuaga better hand placement and better balance, how to utilize his arms. They talk about short arms. They want a certain amount of length. But if you have a good guy that knows how to play with his attributes and learns, he could be dominant. And like I said, we're going to be counting on Fuaga to be the tackle, the left tackle. This is your new blindside tackle. This is the money tackle. So we'll see. Anyway, as we keep reading here, it says, let's see, one area of concern is his arm length. The defenders had some success getting into his frame on tape. Some NFL teams may view him as a guard. He has the tools and toughness to be a day one starter if he moves inside. That's what the guys said. But obviously, we're not going to do that. Then the post-draft analysis says, with Ryan Ramczyk injury issues, knee, and Trevor Penning struggles, Fuaga's perfect plug-and-play starter. They're saying at the right tackle position. I say he should be left tackle. It shouldn't be anybody else. Currently, the Saints don't have a left tackle, and it shouldn't be Trevor Penning. Now, what if there's a scenario that occurs where John Benton says, you know what, we're going to keep Trevor Penning at the left tackle position. Shout out to Jared Verse, man, for Florida State. He going to the Rams, man. That's a solid pickup. They lost Aaron Donald due to retirement. And now Jared Verse from Florida State is headed to the Rams, man. And that brother can really, he's going to cause some problems when we face him, man. They get a really bona fide pass rusher in Jared Verse. So shout out to him. So let's finish up with this. They said, well, Rams issues, they saying he's a right tackle guy. But if Ben says, hey, man, we're going to keep we're going to keep Penning at left tackle, Fuaga plays right tackle. How would you feel about that? Well, I would go with it to see if he can do something with Penning at the position, right? Maybe he can teach him something that Doug Marrone couldn't teach him. Maybe because it'll be all about reestablishing his confidence. So if they decided to keep it there, I would just have to have confidence in John Benton, who's a very good offensive line coach that says, oh, I can figure him out. Well, Marrone failed. I can figure him out. And then I would have to hope that he has a similar transition, which I've called it. I think he'll have a similar transition into his role at the tackle position than what you've seen what Cesar Ruiz did, which was tougher because Ruiz was a center in college. He got drafted as a center out of Michigan, never played the guard position. Maybe matter of fact, if I think about it, I think in his second year or something like that, he played guard one time or something like that, or had some snaps at guard, but it was really minuscule. But if I'm remembering right, I did this I remember doing some work breaking him down some years ago. But he had a tougher transition because he was studying a new position. He went from a center to a guard, and he struggled to pick that up. With Trevor Penning, he's not going from a tackle to the guard. He's staying at tackle, which he's familiar with. So if Benton says, hey, I can work with him there, even though I would flip-flop him, I would have Fuaga here at left tackle and Penning at right tackle. That's where I would be, just psychologically, to give Penning the idea that he's starting at another position. You get what I'm saying here? That he's not going back to where he struggled at, that you got a new guy coming there to play that position, and he's playing, and Penning psychologically is going to the right side. You see what I'm saying? You see what I just did there? That's how I think it will go, just looking at that. But if Benton says, no, we're going to keep it the same, I would have to have faith in his process and see how he can work that out. But that's why I say I think if that goes the way, I think Trevor Penning could be a guy that can actually, Benton could develop and bring him out to be a very solid player for us. So we'll see. But anyway, back to the post-draft analysis. With Ramchek's issues, knee, and Trevor Penning struggles, Fuaga is a perfect plug-and-play starter at the right tackle for New Orleans. He allowed 1 sack during his entire college career. How about that? He allowed 1 sack for his entire college career. He's a tone setter on the right side. Fuaga has the potential to be a key part of the Saints' offensive front very quickly in his career. Protecting Derek Carr is a high priority for the Saints, and Fuaga helps there. Overall value, slight reach, they called it. I disagree with that. That wasn't a reach to get Fuaga at 14. Actually, it was a pretty good spot for him to go, to be honest with you. At 14 in the middle of the draft, a lot of people felt that's where Fuaga would end up going if guys like Olu Fashanu is off the board, guys like that. But I guess if you slightly bend it a bit, maybe 14 to 18, somewhere in that range, I don't think it's, and he did say slight. So I guess Saints had other options at tackle, but Fuaga is the 26th overall player on my board, and 3 tackles have already come off the board. So there it is. And then, of course, the Saints' remaining picks, as you can see right here, family, is the 2nd round pick here they have, and then it jumps all the way to the 5th round. And, of course, we know the Saints have 4 5th round picks that they'll be probably somewhere along the line between tomorrow and Saturday. They'll package some of these picks in an attempt to move back up into the 4th round because there's a lot of talent there. I can also see if the Saints feel like they need to slide back a bit, maybe they can trade the 2nd round pick and slide back a few spots just to gain an extra pick for somebody that might want to trade with them in the 2nd round, because that could be a philosophy too. They could say they'll have time right now to go over the board between now and tomorrow, Friday stream, where they pick in the 2nd and 3rd rounds, and where they don't have a second, where they have 1 second and no 3rd round picks and no 4th round picks. They gave him away. But if they see something that they like, they'll have time to kind of reach out to NFL teams and see if they want to trade with them, and maybe the Saints can slide back a few spots in the second round to gain a third round pick. You see what I'm saying? To gain extra picks in between that, in that gap there in the third and fourth round. I mean, that's a possibility, and of course they still have a lot of picks. I don't expect them to draft with all these picks. I expect the Saints they can make 2 trades. I know they'll take 2 of these 5s and move up into the fourth round, and perhaps they can see if they can package the second round pick to slide back to get some more help there. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, I don't expect them to take all of these picks. These are a lot of ass picks. These are a lot of picks. But anyway, that's Fuaga right now. He's the number 1 guy for us. And I hopefully he plays the left tackle position. Hopefully they just switch up everything where we don't have Trevor Penning at left tackle again, just psychologically, just to clear out his mind, just put him at another position, like try him at right tackle, let Fuaga operate left tackle, and do that just for the psychological cleaning effect, and not him going back to something that he struggled at or that he failed at to the point where he was benched so far on the team's active roster that you had practice squad players coming off the practice squad starting over the top of them. So that's a big thing to look at. All right, anyway, there it is. And of course, we have 20 picks thus far. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock right now. And the pick is in. We'll see what it is. Like I said, Jared Verse went to the Rams. Let's see what you guys got to say. Brent, thank you, bro. Says Mickey was actually okay. I already got that one. Thank you. All right. So my family says no, Q. No, it's never. So it's never been a situation. Okay, that's the crazy question of the night. Miss Lisa says chewing on his tongue like a cow. Yeah. So nobody said. So let's get this straight. There's never been a situation where people would chew gum to stop from coughing. And I'm not really a gum chewer, but I'll chew gum. But chewing gum to me never made me stop coughing. Mickey could very well be from another planet, but at the end of the day, that should never work with me. So I don't know, man. Farouk says, Q, what do you think about signing youngster Mekhi Becton? Probably no. I get who you're saying, Farouk. Depends on how much you can get him for, bro. If you can get him for cheap, why not, bro? He can come on as a depth piece. But the Saints right now, they're on the economic posture where they're trying to avoid spending a lot of money. I don't know if Becton could be a guy that can work for cheap, or you can get him on a prove-it deal. If you can do something like that, why not? We need all the depth we can get, to be honest with you, man. Ryan Ramczyk is hurt, probably not going to be ready for the season. You just lost James Hurst. You got a lot of unproven commodities that's backing up. We got Landon Young, who plays guard and tackle. But Landon had some pretty decent performances last year. Still kind of shaky on him. Nick Seldaveri, you don't know what you got with him. You got other players that's unproven that's there. The Saints need a lot of depth, veteran depth that can kind of mix in with some of the guys we got. So we'll see. All right. And then the position. Family was talking about the position or who we should go in the draft. And they're saying defensive end, wide receiver, and tight end. Thank you. Who that 504, bro? All right. Brother Gary said, I think the Saints need a tight end next because Jimmy's gone. Okay. All right. Uncle that says, he says, okay, Mims, that's a great pick. They need to protect Joe Burrow. Okay. He's talking about them. What's up, Tasha? Shout out to Tasha. Good to see her in this thing. All right. KT says, Q, it's big, like juice. All right. Okay. I think it's like big oos or something like that. Like big oos, like big juice, big oos. I don't know, bro. Almost like Boosie. But I gave big oos. I know that's what I seen right there. Carla says we need offensive line. Ram hurt and Hurst gone. All right. Brother John says who that? Shout out to you, brother. Josh says Ram's going to take Johnny from Illinois. No, that's before the picks. All right. Tedra, what's up, man? Shout out to you, fam. Appreciate you. All right. Ram Truth says Rams have a beast retired on D-line. Bounce back with another one. Indeed. Isn't that cold? Javon Curse. Imagine if Aaron Donald decided to stay and Hurst was there. Could you imagine that shit, man? Uncle Who that says if Burrow had time to get the pass off the chase on the 9 route, the Bengals would have won the Super Bowl. Pass protection broke down. Rams, well, yes, indeed. Very good point there. And they have to fix the offensive line. Very important, bro. Very important. Yeah, that Jared Verse pick was big, man. He's a talent, man. Travis says the NFL needs to take all the backup players and let them play in the UFL and bring back NFL Europe. They was losing money with that, bro. That's why they discontinued it. But all these games when they playing in Mexico, they're not doing this for fun. When they usually do these Mexican games or they do the European games, these games, they're looking over all of the analytical and statistical data, how much it costs to do this, because they, and they look like they've started, it used to be like exhibition games, now they're regular season games. They factor in the travel time and all this kind of stuff, because it's been long talked about that the NFL wanted a European league, a European division, but they're trying to figure out how they can work it. And do they have the economic base or the I guess you could say the interest in these places that will support an endeavor like that? Because they learned, that's one thing I know about the NFL and these pro leagues. They learn from the mistakes they made before, like when they had the NFL Europe and all this kind of stuff. That league failed because they didn't secure enough interest in it there. So they didn't make the kind of money they want, so they just shut it down. But that's what I'm saying. They go to these different places and they find out which places would support their product. They test it all the time. NBA do the same thing. They really smart about that. That's one thing. You can get those NFL lawyers and accountants, one thing. Even though the NBA lawyers and accountants are destroying the game, but in the end, they ultimately destroy the game because they're about money. That's all they care about is money. And ultimately, when you're like that, your product suffers, and it starts failing. And then we start supporting a product that doesn't have that type of model. It's just what it is. They don't learn until you teach them. Brian says we need another edge or wide receiver and tight end. We can sign another tackle or sign an undrafted one. All right. Thank you, Brother Wallace. Says Q, we need a D tackle. Okay, thank you. Josh says Q, Fuaga was graded number 10 on the big board. Yeah. Guys say a slight reach, right? I don't think he was a reach at all, bro. I agree with you. All right. Travis says a lot of those guys need to put some work until the training camp begins. All right. Indeed, bro. Yeah. Get up off your ass. They should be working right now working right now. If that's what you do. You need to be working right now. I agree with you. Uncle Who that said, I did not want the Saints to sign Carr. I wanted JW to let it ride and we pick a quarterback in the draft, but DA had other plans. He went back to his Raider roots. Josh says trade back in the second, then trade up in the fourth. I agree with this. If it's a player that you love and he's there, cool. But I don't think the Saints are in love with a player at that position. And they could trade back in the second round to secure extra picks. And of course, two of the 4 5s to go to the 4, if y'all get what I mean. I know it's kind of confusing signing. William says Pittsburgh picks. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, was it Brian Thomas? I wasn't paying attention. Did they get him? Let me see. Yeah, let me go. That would probably be. No, they got Fashanu from Washington. That's the other guy. They got him penciled as an offensive lineman, Fashanu. And you got to protect the quarterback. I don't know who their quarterback is. They got Russell Wilson over there. That's right. Now they got Russell Wilson and somebody else but Steelers have. Hell, Steelers had got Russell Wilson and somebody. I hadn't been keeping up with him. But yeah, yes, indeed. So they got Fashanu there. All right. The Dolphins are on the clock. The pick is in for pick number 21. I don't think the Saints are going to bounce in, but we'll stay on there as well. All right, J. Rodow says, hey, Q, who that? Did you see Clint's interview? Hopefully he can give this team an identity this season. Got to get that run. No, I missed that, bro. I don't see how I missed that, man. I'm going to have to get that, bro. I'm going to have to get that, man. I have to listen to him because I know I played some old stuff. I've been busy, bro. I must have missed that. KT says, Tavontre Sweat in this. Yes, that's the mock, KT. Indeed, bro. My mock, I was saying that, man. My mock draft had, damn, who I had the last time, because I think I picked in the previous mock Taliese Fuaga of Fashanu when he fell to me. Then when I started mocking closer and closer to the draft, the algorithm changed where these players, they knew that they were actually, getting closer to draft, that they went up higher than some other players. So it was either me taking Taliese Fuaga or me taking Troy Fashanu. But ultimately, in the end, we knew it would come down to tackle, and it was only like maybe Joe Alt. We knew they'd have a shot at him. Olu Fashanu was one they really wanted. I really do think the Saints wanted Fashanu if he was there, and Taliese Fuaga, and they took a while to think about it. But Fuaga's he's the right pick. they basically, the board fell the way, for us, where they didn't have to reach. They got the guy. I do like Tavondre Sweat. I think he'll be there. I mean, the Cowboys put out a piece where they said that his arrest that happened in early April, that didn't sway their opinion of what kind of player it is. But Tavondre Sweat in the second round would definitely be a really solid piece for the Saints D-line, man. Like, well, we had Kalen Saunders. We got Nate Shepard. To me, I like Kalen Saunders. I don't think Nate Shepard's a starting defensive tackle. I think he's a rotational guy. Brian Bursey is the future. And I think that you can never have too many depth pieces. You do need a solid D tackle where Malcolm Roach was. With Roach gone, Tavondre Smith, who's also a Texas guy, could fill in. And now he's not only just a run stuffer, the guy actually provides a push. He's 6'5", 330-something. He's a massive force. And he's going to make his way into the Saints lineup one way or the other. So, I mean, I know Kalen is a bowling ball, but he's undersized. And you got Sweat coming in there, man. The future's bright for the Saints. The future's bright. Yeah, and I mocked them, KT, in the second round. I wouldn't be mad at that, bro. All right, Justin Fields. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Pelican Nola. Yeah, Justin Fields, Russell Wilson. That's very interesting, man, that those guys get that, get those guys there. Taylor says it's a lot of good defensive second-round picks. Chop Robinson. I see Chop Robinson's off the board, man. He went to the Miami Dolphins. I know the Saints had looked at Chop. Chop 6'3", 250. And he's gone to Miami, man. Shout out to that brother. Philly's on the clock, man. Let's see what Philadelphia's going to do. All right. Ray says the Steelers got Justin Fields. Thank you, bro. YO says Miami. Yeah, I just seen that, bro. Chop is gone. All right. Cardi says Bo Nix was the pick. Why wouldn't we steal Sean's QB? He was obviously targeting him. I just trust Sean's judgment. Now, listen, and I said this earlier in the show about Sean Payton's. One thing that he never did was drafted a quarterback and then turn the quarterback into a good quarterback to run a system. He never did that. Never. Now, he drafted quarterbacks before. In all the years he's with the Saints, he drafted quarterbacks before, but they never was anything. Never was. Sean Canfield. Y'all put it in the chat. There's a ton of really crappy quarter. I ain't gonna say I don't want to disparage anybody, but man, but a lot of garbage. That's just that wasn't even better. That was actually worse than with me saying when I'm sorry, I gotta tell it like it is, man. A lot of garbage silver trash cans we drafted at QB that never turned into anything. And the last one we picked up on was the kid Ian Book from Philly, who actually looks decent with Philadelphia. But we drafted this dude, and he never turned into anything. The Saints put him in the game against, what was it, the Dolphins? I think it was the Dolphins, and they destroyed that kid. When they destroyed that kid, after that, he never was right. The Saints ended up getting rid of him. I think the Saints traded him for something. It was whatever, man. I was like, man. But that's Sean Payton. He loses confidence with you very fast. So the Denver Broncos, with him taking Bo Nix, it's a little bit different. Why? Because Bo Nix has leadership ability. That's one thing he has, leadership ability. Doesn't have an incredibly strong arm, but he's very accurate. That's kind of Drew Breesy. You dig? And I don't want to hoist that on him, but what I'm saying is if Sean Payton really, in this draft, really had the really proper choice to get Bo Nix. Like I said, Bo Nix stayed in college as long as he could stay. And not only that, but he went places where he could play. He started off with Auburn. He was pretty decent there, and he took his game to the next level when he went out to Oregon. He spent as much time as you could possibly spend in college refining his game. A ton of college game experience. He's super intelligent, super accurate, and if anything, that's a guy that Sean Payton could work with. So we'll see what Payton got going on. This could be something different, man, that we hadn't seen from Coach Payton before. All right, Philly's on the clock, man. We'll see what's going on with that. Yep. Chop Robinson, Dolphin. Yep. Be good to see him, Chop. Shout out to Pork Chop, man. Getting on that thing. Getting on up to Miami, man. Shout out to them brothers, man. Always good to see them guys. Yeah, Keon Coleman is another Louisiana native, man. Keon Coleman is an interesting pickup for us. We'll see where that at. Y'all throw some guys in who you guys like in the draft. Let me know what you guys are feeling about and some of this stuff, man. Y'all throw it in there. Let me know how y'all feel about some of the potential players in the second round, what you think the Saints should look at player-wise, or perhaps should they trade? Y'all tell me what y'all think. Philly's on the clock. The pick's in at 22. All right, in the groove. What's up, fam? Says Ryan Griffin was, yes, Ryan Griffin was an undrafted guy. Yeah, we've been undrafted guys that just didn't work out. Remember the crazy love affair the Saints had with what was the dude name, man? He was the brother that was a quarterback, and Peyton cut him like 15 times and kept bringing him back. Y'all remember that? What was that brother's name? Y'all put it in the chat. Who was the quarterback? Man, what was the dude's name? Man, he just kept cutting the dude, bringing him back, cutting him, bringing him back. It was like 15 or 20 times he did that to the same quarterback, kept cutting him and bringing him back. Who was that guy, fam? Put it in the chat. Y'all know. All right, KT says, okay, he's the dancing bear. See, Fuaga, to me, wasn't a dancing bear, even though he's a big guy that can move. A dancing bear would definitely be, Devontae Sweat, no doubt about it. 6'5", 336 pounds. And he doesn't move like a 336-pound human being, or 6'5", 330. The guy moves, I ain't gonna say like a linebacker, but he moves. He don't move like he's 6'5", 330 pounds. That's the thing about him. Very light on his feet and strong and powerful. And he's a force. So if you can get him in the second round because of the DWI issues, if that's an issue, if you can slide down, that's a blessing, man. We just got to keep his ass out of the out of the bars. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, bro. Cardi says you preaching, but tell me, he said, but that tells me we should have stole him. He's been playing QB since 8th grade. Those guys just have, Well, that's like the Peyton, the Manning factor. Like you had like Arch Manning, who's playing right now for the University of Texas. That guy was groomed to do that. And so was Peyton Manning. So was Eli Manning. Bro, there's videos where you can see Eli and Peyton as young men, like children, running around. You can see it on YouTube. They got some of their stuff that Archie Manning, the father, put out with him as a player and his sons running around. They were groomed to play quarterbacks from baby level, like from a small kid. And that's how you get that good. It's like when you start at that level and you consistently do it over and over again, you groom it, you're going to be a natural at it. You're going to understand concepts and all this kind of stuff, and your game grows, as opposed to somebody that kind of got in there at the middle. But if you start off and at that game, you go to that level. He's like Steph Curry and all these guys. Steph Curry, there's video you can watch of Steph Curry out there dribbling and shooting the ball on the court with his daddy, Dale Curry. Steph was out there on the court shooting the ball during warm-ups, after the game, when him playing around, his dad would be out there and he out there shooting and doing. He drew up around that, and it was only a matter of time because both him and his brother, they both are really good shooters. You don't think Dale was like, man, this is how you shoot the ball. You don't shoot it like that. What's wrong with you? You do it like this. And he shoot both of them, both Steph and his other brothers, unfamous. Well, I ain't gonna say the man not famous, but he's less famous than Steph, brother. They're both really good shooters, but they got that from the dad. The game came from the dad. You know what I'm saying? But you can see that with a lot of young players in the game today. You can see guys like what's the kid from Boston? Oh man, I can't think of the man's name, man. He always got his son out there, man. I gotta applaud that young brother. He always got him. What's his name, man? I forgot the man's name. I can see his face. I just can't come up with his name. He always got his son out there, dribbling the ball, shooting the ball. They start young like that. They stay with it, and then they just world beaters. Like, man, how this dude so great? He started from a child. He been doing that just since he was a child. All right, but anyway. All right, KT says, I like Luke McCaffrey's son. Yeah, Luke McCaffrey, Keon Coleman, and Brendan Rice. I like Keon Coleman a lot, man. I think it is. All right, it was Andy Tanner. He was a receiver, Big Q Tanner. Was it? Nah, it was a quarterback. Jason Tatum. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, Mario. Shout out to you, bro. How you doing, Mario? Is everything good, bro? How you doing? All right, Q Sweat is 6'4", 365. Good grief. He is a dancing. What's your boy? Shit, Yogi Bear. That's what a dancing Yogi Bear. Sheesh, 365 pounds. And y'all go watch the tape on Sweat. Devontae Sweat, man, he doesn't move like a 6'5", 360-pound human being, man. He really don't. It's amazing. What's it? There you go, Doug. Shout out to Doug, man. JT Barrett. That's who it is, bro. Nobody got it but you, bro. Shout out to brother Doug, man, for that. That's who it was. I asked the question about the guy that Sean Payton kept cutting. He cut him like 15 to 20 times. Kept bringing him on the team, cutting him. It was JT Barrett, man. JT Barrett. That's right. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate you, man. Sometimes I'll be forgetting these people, man, but y'all in there. All right, so there you go. The Eagles get another cornerback, man. They get Quinyon Mitchell. That was a solid pickup out of Toledo. Really solid cornerback. The Eagles kind of building that secondary up. The Jaguars on the clock right now. They got the pick is in. They should run pretty fast now. We'll see if any other quarterbacks. I don't think there are any other quarterbacks that should go in the first round. Anybody that was a first rounder is gone. But Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo is a solid pickup for the Philadelphia Eagles in their secondary, man. That's right, YO. 4.3 speed. Yeah, the guy's good. Now in the groove, it's JT Barrett, bro. Doug got it, man. It's JT Barrett. Y'all remember that? Kept getting cut off and on. T-Rob says, I'm surprised Brian Thomas didn't go yet. Don't be surprised. He might be the next pick. But just when you say that, watch Brian Thomas be the next pick to the Jags because they need some wide receiver help. But that Mitchell pick, man, from Toledo, that kid's awesome, man. Philly, that's a good pickup for Philly, man. Very good pickup for them. All right, True Louis Animal says, love seeing players from smaller schools go like this. Yeah, indeed. He got from small school, but big-time game, man. Big-time game. Greg says, Tatum from the Celtics. That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's what we talk. Yeah, his son, he was out there shooting with him. And that just goes to show you, man, that's like, even from a football example, we don't have to go outside the building. Look what happened with Cam and his father. His father played tight end for the Vikings. And Cam used to say he was out there running around. Cam said he wasn't raised in no hood. He was a suburban kid. He had the good life. You know, he won a genetic lottery, as they say. But his father played tight end in the league in the NFL. And Cam used to be running around out there doing his thing. And look what happened with Cam. Cam got in there. It also works well when you got somebody inside of the loop, inside of that world. And when they go and their son go, then you see the son or, whatever becomes, they get an opportunity to go in the league. Look what happened with Craig Haywood and his son went to the Steelers and had a lot of great success. It happens all the time. Jerry Rice's son, who's in this draft, who's going to get drafted. Jerry Rice's son is in this draft. What's his name? Braylon Rice. I think KT just threw that out there. What's Jerry Rice's son name? Brendan Rice. Brendan Rice. That's right. Brendan Rice is in this draft. Jerry Rice's son is in this draft. And he's actually pretty good. He's not like Marvin Harris. That's another one, Marvin Harrison. His son gets drafted high. Another guy used to be around all this stuff like, you had guys like Larry Fitzgerald used to run around and be the ball boy for was it the Vikings or I forgot, whoever it was. Then all of a sudden he grows up and now he becomes a star wide receiver. They're around these circles is what I'm saying. And they're part of this type of stuff in that environment. And it's an easy lane for some of these guys to make it there where another guy would have to kind of put in some extra work to break the circle. Some of these guys are already in, they born in. So, I mean, it's interesting how you look at it. Yeah, In the Groove says, I remember Barrett. Yeah, shout out to Doug, man. Doug was the only one that got it. Because I was thinking about, I was like, man, the guy, y'all remember JT Barrett with Sean Payton. Sean Payton cut that man about 15 times and kept bringing him back. Cut him, bring him back. And, if he need a spot on the practice squad, he'll cut him, then he'll bring him back. He did it like 15 times throughout the years. And I was like, why? What is going on with that? But that's what he did. And just what I told you, bro. Brian Thomas is the pick. Yeah. Yeah. Did we just say that? Who was I talking to? Who just mentioned that, man? Said they're very surprised that he's still on the board. And just like I said, when you said that he was the next pick, I said, don't be surprised if he's not the next pick. And Brian Thomas Jr. is going to Jacksonville. Just like that, man. T-Rob. See T-Rob? Told you, man. I was like, bro, just because you said that, watch he be the next pick to the Jacks. Man, it's crazy how this night worked. All right, so anyway, KT says Cooper BB, Christian Mahogany, Brent Coleman, which guard would you draft? I like Mahogany. I was able to mock him. I've seen a little bit of Cooper. He's all right, but I think Christian Mahogany is probably a good prospect for the Saints to look at. Plus, they brought him in. They like him. I think they looked at a couple of these guys. And I think Coleman's not a bad pickup, too. I mocked Coleman. I like him a lot. So I don't know, KT, you always throw the good ones at me. I don't know. I like Coleman. I was telling the family members about Coleman in one of the mock drafts that I did. Like, fam, watch out for this kid. Even though he got a name that kind of pissed you off because we remember, they had another, Brandon Coleman. Y'all remember that dude? He was like 6'6", had Megatron size, but none of his mentality he's 6 foot wide receiver, 6'6" or 6'5". He's a big wide receiver, but he would let 5'11" and 6 feet tall cornerbacks interrupt him catching the ball. I'm like, dude, what's wrong with you? He didn't play. He had a 6'6" physique, but he played with a 5'11" wide receiver. And I have no disrespect to my smaller wide receiver. I'm simply saying he did not use his God-given height to his advantage, is what I'm saying. He didn't use that height to his advantage. And when it came down for him going up against 5'11" and 6 feet tall cornerbacks, he was Brandon Coleman was he sucked. I'm no disrespect. I'm sorry, but I got to call it like I see it. All right, Yo says Q, you like Kyler Murray? Yeah, I'll actually like that. I think that's a good move. If the Arizona Cardinals, they had to give Kyler Murray some weapons. The clock is running there. I mean, he coming off injury. You got to give him some weapons. You got to get a kid some weapons. He's undersized, but he's a ball player. Got to give him some weapons. And Marvin Harrison Jr. was actually a pretty good pickup for them. They need some help there. All right, Quaveda says, just read Cousins is furious with Atlanta over the Penix picks. They didn't let him know they were picking a QB. Well, anytime there's some disgruntlement in the Atlanta building, it makes me smile that I'm happy about that. But the Penix pick is a future pick. Is because he's not going to be looking over the shoulder of Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins got guaranteed money. He's good for the next 2-3 years. But the game plan is they following like a Green Bay Packer thing, which is all I always said was always a good idea. It's like if you had Brett Favre and then they drafted Aaron Rodgers. And then Aaron Rodgers sit behind Brett Favre for like 3 years. Then Brett leaves, Aaron steps up, dominates, and then they do it again. Then Aaron Rodgers gets old. They bring in Jordan Love. Aaron goes to the Jets, just like Brett Favre went to the Jets. It's crazy how that stuff repeats itself. And then Jordan Love takes over the Packers, beat the Saints. And they looked good last year. So Green Bay's future looking bright. It works. It's a proven metric that Green Bay is using to get quarterbacks that the Saints need to emulate. That works. We've seen them do it several times throughout the years, and it worked for Green Bay. It worked for them. Why won't we do that? Because we are worried about Derek Carr's feelings. We don't want to provide any competition for Derek Carr. Jameis was too much competition. When Carr struggles, stinks, and looks awful, the people are yelling, put Jameis in the game. Jameis. They didn't like that. They know you're not going to be calling for Peterman to come in the game. You see what I'm saying? So the quarterback room is very, very least threatening. It's not a threatening quarterback room at all. He's walking in there with his head held high. He's not worried about nobody taking his job. None of that's going on. Very non-threatening situation for the Saints as far as that goes. But yes, I mean, this is the game. Kirk Cousins can't be mad, man. He got his money. And then on top of that, you got to understand in the NFL, like you're an older quarterback. You got a 2 to 3 year window to get your shit off. So I don't, me personally, I don't think it's a bad thing. I actually think it's a pretty good thing. I think it's something the Saints should emulate. I would really prefer the Saints to draft, if we were going to draft a quarterback. I really like Jordan Travis. Now he probably ain't gonna go into somewhere in the third, fourth round. KT says probably in the fifth round. I think he goes between the third and the fourth because the quarterback room is. I mean, the picks are expedited now. If you take a look at the QB, hold on, let me show the position here. If you look at the QBs, 6 quarterbacks came off the board. In the first round, between pick 1 and 12, 6 of them: Williams, Daniels, May, Penix Jr., McCarthy, and Bo Nix. Some of these guys were mocked to go in the second round. But if you look at some of the quarterbacks that's still left on the board, none of these guys are going to, like, they've been elevated. So you're going to see some of these guys go in the second round and they're not supposed to go in the second round. You know, like Michael Pratt. Michael Pratt could be a guy that goes in the late second round or early third round. With some of these guys supposed to go, you know, either third and behind. But because all of the quarterbacks are on the board, you might have a team that feel like they can make the move. Jordan Travis here he goes right here. Jordan Travis is a guy that I like because he's 6'1", 200 pounds. He's really intelligent. He's accurate. When the play breaks down, he makes plays outside of the pocket, keeps his head up while he's looking downfield to make plays. And he's really good at ad-libbing. He can throw the ball on the run. And like I said, usually he's the fastest guy out there. Uses his speed to get out of trouble. He got incredible pocket awareness. Now, the knock on him is he got hurt last year. Now, had he not had gotten hurt, this is a guy that could have been a potential first-round quarterback, maybe a late quarterback somewhere in the second round, something like that. We got a trade going on here. We got a trade, they're saying right here, the Detroit Lions involved in the trade here. So we'll see what's going on here. And the Detroit Lions snatched back onto the clock here. So they made a trade. All right, so we'll see what the Lions are going to do. The Lions are looking at somebody here. So, but yeah, that's who I like, Jordan Travis. It'll be interesting to see where these guys fall at, fam, to be honest with you. All right, so they said the pick is in after the trade. We got a little trade action going on here. Detroit trying to make something pop, man. Chicago gonna give him a little, might give him some competition this year, man. We're gonna see. A lot of long-suffering people out there in these teams, man. But yeah, I would like to see where the quarterback looks like. Like a lot of guys supposed to go in the third round. Some of these guys gonna make a jump, but they're saying the trade with the Lions traded with the Cowboys, the 24th overall pick and the 7th round pick next year for the 29th pick and another pick this year. And the Lions are on the clock here, and the pick is in, and we'll see who they're trying to go and get. Are they trying to get Terrion Arnold? What the Lions trying to do here with this pick? You see, Matt, we had this brother in the building, Campbell. We had Campbell in the building and chose to let Campbell out the building to go to Detroit and keep Dennis Allen. Make it make sense. Anyway, we're going to see what's going on. All right, T-Rob says we can get Jordan Jefferson later on. I don't know, bro. Money ain't looking right for us, dealing with that. Mario says, good brother Q, appreciate the love. Hope the fam as well. Yes, everybody's good, bro. Thank you. Finished up my last semester of my English degree. Thanks for always. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. And congratulations on that degree, man. Brother, appreciate you, man. Much success to you on that. Hope you of course you're going to get it. So we already know what time that is. So big ups to you. All right. Mason Smith is an interesting guy. Yeah, Rob, I hear you on that. All right. We'll see, man. KT says Coleman 6'6", 320, who can always play tackle. He transferred from Oklahoma to TCU. Indeed. I remember I mocked him. KT, I remember him. J. Rodoff says Saints seem like they're scared to develop a QB. Shaking my head. They don't want to provide it's the it's like I don't want to get too deep off into it because I've said this a lot about Dennis Allen. What kind of kills the season about me with the Saints is Dennis Allen. I don't think he's much of a leader. He's proven himself to be quite non-trustworthy. I didn't like how he handled the situation with the Saints at the end of the season with the Falcons and the not kneeling on the ball and running the play. I thought he should have handled that in-house. I thought we should have never heard about that until well into the offseason when it didn't matter. I don't like the fact that he got up there and told on his team and threw him under the bus. I didn't like that. And that's why people on the team got upset, because you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to go up there. He did two really egregious things. And listen, he was right insofar as him being upset that the team didn't listen to him. But that's as far as it got. He was not supposed to go up there on the press conference and throw his team under the bus and say, I didn't tell him to do that. And Atlanta has the right to be mad and apologize to Atlanta. Under no circumstances do you ever apologize to Atlanta. Under no circumstance. And you talking to a guy who actually bet on this sucky ass team last year. And then I lost a bet. Put one in the chat if y'all remember that. Probably one of the most embarrassing moments of my Saint career that I had last year. If y'all remember that. And of course, Lowe never gonna let me live. Is never gonna live that down. And boy, them Falcon people, boy, on Twitter, boy, them people there, boy, they tough. But let me tell you, I bet on the Saints to beat the Falcons, right? Trying to back this sorry ass team, and they lost. And it was just pathetic. And I had to put on an Atlanta Falcons shirt. Almost destroyed my skin. I just got it back. I had to it turned my skin red, and it was weird. It was like a plague. You know, I had to burn it. I had to say many blessings over it and Hail Marys over it. Had to put crosses in each side of the room to get through it. It almost destroyed my skin, but I just got it back just as of yesterday. And it was really sad, man. It was awful, but that's when you back your squad. I actually backed these people and they let me down, man. So, that's why I was like, man, never again, brother. Never again. All right. So Terrion Arnold is and they get a cornerback from Alabama, Terrion Arnold. They make him the pick and they bring him to Detroit. Detroit gets another cornerback for Coach Aaron Glenn to work with, and the rich get rich. So congratulations to Detroit, man. That's another group of people that came up because of the Saints environment. Campbell came from the Saints culture, and he went up there, brought Saints successful culture up there under Peyton anyway. I don't know what we got now. And they turned Detroit around, bro, real fast. And people, and I got to give Dan Campbell a lot of respect, because nobody was doing that. I mean, Detroit hadn't won shit in a long time, and he made them relevant. He made them believe again. And you got to love a coach like that who's able to do that, man, to keep it real with you, man, because we suffering right now from a dumbass right now. I'm just being honest with you. I'm sorry. Cole, yeah, thank you, KT, for that. Yeah, I mocked that guy, man. I was able to put him there. All right, Saint for Life says Michael Pratt. I like Pratt from Tulane, bro. But he don't carry a second round grade. But that's what I'm saying. With all those quarterbacks gone, that's good news for Michael Pratt. That's good news for a Jordan Travis. That's good news for guys like that, because people in the second round that's looking for quarterbacks, they're gonna reach a bit. I don't know about Spencer. Spencer, the quarterback he used to play for South Carolina, I think, at Ratter. But he's another guy that's predicted to be the next one to go, but we'll just see. All right, so anyway, yeah, even Joe Milton, that's right, Dana. Joe Milton's another dude that has a lot of upside, man. Joe Milton is somebody you can look at. Josh says, I want the Saints to draft Johnny Wilson. Yeah, the cornerback, yeah, from Penn State. I think Johnny Wilson, isn't he from Penn State? Wilson, no, are you talking about from FSU, and Wiley from TCU? Okay, Johnny Wilson from FSU. Okay, must not be the same guy I'm thinking about. Wilson 6'6" and Wiley 6'7", big bodies to go with Shaheed and Olave. Okay, I was thinking about a cornerback prospect from Penn State. That's what I was thinking about. Jamie says Saints should get Coleman. Hey, pretty good and fast runner, could catch the ball. Big physical target. He's a local guy from the state of Louisiana. Keon Coleman, to me, would make a lot of sense, because you need another terrific talent to kind of plug next to Chris Olave. He's the perfect complement to a Chris Olave. He's a guy that can go up and get jump balls. He does have some good speed as well. There's a few things about his game. You got to work on his route tree, but he fits in terms of helping the offense drive. And really early on, it should be about the offense, to be honest with you. The defense could use a cornerback, maybe, a safety. We could use a cornerback and a safety. We have picks, but really early on, the first couple of picks, if it could be helped, should be offensive. But if it's Tavondre Sweat there, I'm taking him. So we'll see. Josh says Dennis Allen is trash head coach and even more of a trash person. I didn't like that. Didn't like it, fam. And I people like, Q, you hard on I'm not hard on Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen shouldn't do all this stuff, this wretched stuff. He shouldn't do it. That's not somebody you would want to hang around or even much want to work for. That will throw you under the bus. That's not a good thing. And then Mickey Loomis sits up there and makes excuses for him and don't chastise him. You know, you playing into trash culture, man. That's why the team is underachieving, because it has cracks in the armor. People don't like the guy because he's giving them reasons not to be liked. And plus his coaching on the field is wanting. You know, he's it's a lot of stuff I can just go into, man, about what's going on that I don't really think he's working on. And some of the stuff he needs to develop to be a better coach so the team will go. Because remember this, the team can't outperform the coach. You know, that's like the Pelicans right now. Pelicans have all these. We don't need Zion Williamson to beat OKC. We don't need Zion Williamson to beat. It'll be nice, but we really don't need him right now to beat OKC. If you do what you're supposed to do, you play within yourself. You don't turn the ball over. Same thing for football, right? But the team, it is impossible. The team can't outperform the coach. And what I mean by that, the team is a reflection of the coach. Whatever the overall dominant mentality of the head coach is, it will be what the team is. The psyche of the team is created. The culture of the team is created by the coach. So if you got a backstabby, lying, under bus throwing, weaselly, undecisive coach, your team will mimic that. They'll be up and down. They'll play down to the competition of their team. Sometimes they'll dominate. Sometimes they won't. Sometimes they'll be ready. Sometimes they won't. They will mimic his energy, his behaviors. You can't get away from that. You can't get away from that. That's why the head coach is the leader of the team. And that's why it's important for you to get you a good one that has a winning mentality and knows how to formate and build a culture of winning and accountability, which is another thing. He's not accountable. Saints are accountable. Mickey Loomis can say whatever you want, do whatever you want, and Gail Benson just shakes her head, smiles, and gives him the hugs. That's what he do. And then Dennis Lucia goes in there and shakes his head. Yeah, Willie, Mickey's doing a great job. I don't take that, Q. You wanted me not to be the general manager like that, man. How you like that? I might stay the goddamn general manager for 10 years. How you like that, buddy? I don't like that. I think that you should be the vice president of football operations, but you need to hire a football person to be the general manager. That would be my ask to Mickey Loomis. Please get out of the way. Stop being the general manager and hire a football person that knows football, knows people, that be your general manager. That's what I would recommend. It'll do you a world of good. And I guarantee you that guy will find a real coach and not one that's supposed to be a janitor or one that's supposed to be a coordinator who don't know how to talk to people, who is looked at as indecisive and weak and just simply doesn't have the attribute skills needed to lead a team anywhere, not even to a picnic. Anyway, Green Bay made a choice. They picked up Jordan Morgan, big offensive tackle out of Arizona. So Green Bay getting some help for Jordan Love, as we can see. All right. Okay. KT says, check out Bryce Underwood, number 1 quarter for Michigan. Yeah, I know. I did. But Tough Tiger Talk, bro. I covered that, bro. Dude's spectacular, bro. Very spectacular. You know, so I agree with Dennis being a cow, but as Saints fan, we are stuck with him, bro. And Mickey too. Unfortunately, I mean, if another season of failure could cost Dennis Allen his job, he'll just go run up under Sean Payton's dress. But Mickey Loomis, unfortunately, will be stuck with Mickey Loomis and his philosophies. So, like I said, it's just unfortunate because I think the game in many aspects have passed Mickey Loomis by. But the higher ups are supposed to tell him that they're supposed to be understanding what's going on, and they're not. This is not like a football business. I've said it before, it's like a mafia family. I say that a lot. I say it loosely because, you know, this guy is going to be this until he falls off the planet. And there's no chance that they thinking they're getting out of it. I'm like, no, we need football people at some of these positions. And Lucia is a businessman. He don't know nothing about no football, not intricate enough where he can hold a conversation with me or you about it. You know, I wouldn't be satisfied talking to him about some of this. He'll defer me to Mickey 1,000 times. In interviews when he talks, that's what he does. Well, you know, we like Mickey. Mickey's done a phenomenal job. Really, we've not made in the playoffs in 3 years. He's done a phenomenal job. Oh, well, you see. And come on, bro. What are your gauges for success are? You know, the gauges are you're banking out, you're making money. Each year, Gail gets $1 billion richer. You're banking, that's a win in my book, Q. And that's not helping us none. We every year she gets $1 billion richer, man, and we continue to not get in the playoffs. I just don't like the correlations there. Doug says I feel like DA is a true redneck. I think I don't think he liked Jameis. Well, I mean, you might. Well, I don't know. I don't think Dennis Allen. I think Dennis Allen is more. He just don't have it, bro. He just don't have it, man. He just don't have it, and not interested in getting it. It's like he's not the one, bro. I mean, like my sons say, he not him. He says, like they say, that's their little verbiage now. Say he's not him. I'm gonna say he's not him. The dude is not the dude. He's not the one. He's not the one, man. He's not the one. I mean, we'll see how it all goes, but Safe Flight says Campbell has the players behind him. He motivated his players. These treads completely turned the organization with better picks and coach. You can see his energy and vibrancy in Detroit. In the games, man, it was a dumpster fire for many years. We expected to fail, and credit to that man. Man, he went up there and turned it all around. That's like what Sean Payton did with New Orleans when we were crap and trash for many years. Sean Payton came in here, had mock funerals, and people was like, "What the hell is he doing?" He had the voodoo priestess running, dancing around in the dome. He did that twice, matter of fact. I think at least twice that I remember. He hired the voodoo priest. Y'all remember that? Sean had the voodoo priestess around doing rituals, and the people thought Sean Payton was crazy. Like, nah, he crazy like a fox. Because even he might not even believed that. He might not believe what the lady was doing. But from a psychological standpoint, he understood that there had to be a separation between losing and winning. That in order to win, you had to make the city, not only the players, but that was done for the benefit of the family members that follows the team. Because he had a mock funeral procession where he buried and it wasn't nothing in the coffin, but he had an actual jazz funeral. Y'all put one in the chat if y'all remember this. That he had a jazz funeral where he buried the ghost of the Saints' failure from the past. He did this. And then he proceeded to then build a culture of success because he couldn't build a new culture until he got rid of the old one. All right, fam. Sorry about that. Had a little something going on with that. It popped out of there, but we back up in this thing. But to get back to what I was saying, it was because I paid attention. That whole mock funeral thing was crazy. I thought at first, but then it had, like I said, it had an effect with people, different effect. And I was like, yeah, because Sean Payton was crazy like a fox. He created a division between the old Saints and the new Saints that he was attempting to create a winning culture, and Sean Payton pulled it off. And then he had the voodoo priestess dancing around in the dome. That's another part of it because it was, there was I don't know if y'all noticed now, just a little history about it. The Superdome land that where it's located at used to be back in the day, a long time ago. It was in tied to a lot of Native American land, and a portion of it, I don't know how much of it, but a portion of it was a burial ground. So when the Saints would lose, a lot of people would then say that the Saints are losing because of the ghost or whatnot, because such and all this kind of stuff. But so a lot of people believe that, and for many years, crazy things would happen in the dome while the Saints would lose games. A lot of people thought that. So it had an effect on Sean Payton to the point where he did these things where he brought the voodoo priestess in there to do it a couple. I remember off of memory, it was 2 times that I personally remember him doing that. And she would do this thing when she was dancing around, and I think she had a snake on her and all this stuff. Let me see if I can find that, man. Y'all like, Q, you must be tripping, bro. Some of my historians know. But I'm going to pull some of it up for you because it's video of this. I want to say it should be still online. She was dancing around in the building, and I remember they interviewed her. Hold on here. Let me see. I remember at least 2 times she did it for the Saints. Let me see. And I remember they did an interview where she was talking about what she was doing. They asked her what she was doing. And she was saying, hold on. Let me see if I can find some. It's very interesting, man, to be honest with you. But Sean Payton, he believed that to a degree. Now, whether he believed it fully, who knows? But what was interesting was the fact that, that he had that done. And it's very interesting. But the lady, her name was Ava Jones. Let me see. Ava Jones. Hold on here. Let me see. Hold on. Matter of fact, hey, look at this. I just came across this. They said the curse of the New Orleans Saints. Hold on. Hold on. So it's a video. I can't play it, but there's a video online. You can look it up. It's called "The Curse of the New Orleans Saints." It got Buddy Diliberto and all of the Aaron Neville and all of them on there talking about the curse of the Saints. And it's like, this is real talk. Like, it was the dome was built on ancient Indian. It was a burial ground, and it was something that went on where they didn't pull up all of now this is lore in Saint history. And I'm bringing all this up to say is that was the lengths that Sean Payton went through to create a winning culture. So hold on, let me see if I can pull up the lady. Her name was Ava. Was it Ava K? Ava K Jones? Hold on, Ava K. Hold on, fam. Just do this and then I'm gonna bounce back to y'all. Let's see. It's very interesting, man. That kind, because it's always I'm big on the psychological stuff, man. With Sean Payton, he was pretty ingenious with that, man. He knew how to kind of create. I'm trying to see if I can't find the video with her dancing around in there, but it was her. She was in Congo Square, and I remember the video of her dancing around in the dome, doing it, and Sean Payton was back there watching and all that kind of stuff. But it's very interesting and intriguing. Y'all can look it up online. It's actually pretty good, man, to learn it. But it just shows how the mindset of how Sean Payton was, how desperate he was, and not desperate, how intelligent he was to kind of create that division between winning and losing so he can win. Because we would all automatically assume that once the Saints get close in the game, something weird would happen. Something crazy would happen, and then they would lose the game. It was strange. But when the Saints started winning, all of that went away and things changed. So, I mean, it's very interesting, man. Y'all could take a look at it, man. But it's very interesting, man, when I see stuff. I've seen a lot of stuff as a Saints person, man. Yeah, Gregory said, I remember that. It was 2 times when that happened, man. I got to give Sean Payton a lot of credit for that, but you never see no ingenious stuff like that from Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen is as basic as it gets, man. He's basic as it gets. You know, Dennis Allen, he says, dunk the clown Q. I told people that it was a bad hire. They looked at me like I was crazy. Well, a lot of people didn't figure that he could mess it up because Sean Payton left it where all he had to do was just operate the defense and have somebody that was competent to run the offense. And of course, he had no accountability and it failed. But I mean, with Clint Kubiak coming here, things could kind of change around. We hope. We hope that's all we can do. All right. Indeed, James says, yeah, Campbell is definitely better. All right. So anyway, back to the draft right now. 28 pick right now. We have it's about 5 picks left. Buffalo, Dallas, Baltimore, San Francisco, and Kansas City are left, and the Bills are on the clock. And then, of course, there are a couple of picks available. We'll see what happened. Darius Robertson was the last pick by the Arizona Cardinals, 6'5", 285 pounds out of Missouri. And he's a guy that's going to be an edge person for the Cardinals. So the Cardinals picked up a wide receiver and Marvin Harrison Jr. to go along with Kyler Murray. And now they got an edge rusher to help out on the other side of the defense. So congratulations to that brother as well. All right. True says, Irvin, I'm real good with them. Kind of okay. Y'all just talking. KT said, I remember Q. She did it for a Monday game versus Atlanta back in 2009. Y'all look that up. Yeah. Yeah. Milk toast. Yes, indeed. Very milk toast, fam. YO says Super Bowl in New Orleans, but I hope we did what the Rams did, win a Super Bowl in your hometown. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, I thought about it for a long time. That never happened. But we'll see what happens, man. We'll see. Hopefully, I don't know, man. I just don't know, fam. I don't know. We'll see. Very competitive this year, though. Very competitive. All right, bronze flat power guard, man. Thank you for being a member for 4 months. Shout out to you. And also says, Q, you doing? Yes, I am, sir. Yes, I am. I'm doing that to live. I got going a little later today, fam, that I wanted to get going. I had some issues. As y'all can see, I had some stuff going on tech-wise. It made me start about 15 minutes later than I wanted to start. But I'm here now. We in the building. All right. So Harvard says, why we had a bottom 10 O-line and a bottom 10 run game, but Carr got us 9th in points per game in 2023 and 2020. He says from 22nd in 2022. Says why? Okay, he asking the question why we had a bottom 10 line, bottom 10 run game, but Carr got 9th in points per game in 23 from 22nd in 22. There's some pluses to Carr's game. Not everything is negative about Carr. I can't say that, and I've never been the one to say everything about Carr is negative. Yeah, the Chiefs traded. There's a Chief trade right there. The Chiefs on the board. All right, are they probably going after a wide receiver? What they're gonna do? All right, what they're gonna do? What the Chiefs trying to do here? They're going commercial, but yeah, not everything. I think Derek Carr works, in the right circumstance, and what I mean by that is this: when you have a guy like like we had Chucky, right? He had Chucky with the Raiders, and his best numbers was under Chucky because it's been proven Derek Carr is the type of person that needs constant pushing. And John Gruden's a guy that's similar to Sean Payton in many regards. Sean Payton is a guy that's he ain't playing no games with you. Sean Payton, when you get in the doghouse with Sean Payton, he'll bench you. He doesn't care. The team is, in many perspectives, nobody on the team is bigger than Coach Payton. And that's how he ran it for many years. There's no star, he would bench you, Now, he didn't do that to Drew because Drew was always on point. Drew was always on code. So there was no need to do that to Drew Brees. Drew Brees was the ultimate person in terms of that. But Derek Carr is not a guy that will go out and then, and just try to do the absolute best. You know what I'm saying? Because I've never heard Drew make no excuses and say, well, this, that, and the third, like you seen what Carr did last year. And Carr been doing this for 10 years, and he got a certain mentality from being with the Raiders. I think he owns most of their passing records and touchdown records. So he's a legend in Raider lore. Now to us, he's like, this guy's a legend, because our dude is Drew Brees. Drew has records, Hall of Fame records. The only dude that took his records down was Tom Brady, the GOAT, right? So Drew Brees is up here. And their guy is Derek Carr coming from the Raiders. So they like Derek Carr, that's a whole nother game. But what I'm saying is it's a difference. And Carr has been in the game for over a decade. And not everything about Derek Carr's game is bad, but he's the type of personality that needs a coach to push him. Drew Brees don't need nobody to push him. He pushes himself. It's a difference. And that's not a fact that he's just not made that way. He's not made like a Drew. Like Drew gets out there and they call him undersized for years, and Drew Brees, he's got a this, that, and the third. And all thing Drew did is put up records. Went out and representing the nation, the Who Dat Nation in the right way. He didn't need nobody constantly trying to push him in his back. Come on, you got to do this. He didn't need that. He's self-motivated. It's not the same with Carr. And he can pick his brain all he wants until he picks up that. And I don't know if he can with a decade in the game. He already got certain habits that he's gonna be stuck with. Only thing a new offensive coordinator can do is keep him accountable by pushing him to make him correct the issues. Like we said last year, him staring down receivers. And nobody was correcting that, man. We were sitting up here looking at the tape saying, why does this dude keep doing the same thing week after week? This don't make any sense. Staring down one side of the field and guys are running open on the other side of the field. Why is he doing that? And then the tape shows it all. The next week he does the same thing. Where was the correction? There was no correction. There wasn't forcing him to be better. And that's what kind of coach he needs. That's why he had those phenomenal numbers under John Gruden versus with the bull he got with Pete Carmichael. Pete Carmichael wasn't holding him to any standard. He was handled with kid gloves. We know this. He wouldn't even let you criticize him. He wins. Oh, how about Carr? How about number 4? But when he lost him the game, we lose as a team. No, man, you got to revert. See, that's what kind of funk that I don't like. That's all backwards. That don't lead to wins, and it don't build a culture that's hitting on nothing. So if Clint Kubiak is a plus because it's something new. Clint Kubiak's a guy who is serious. From my interpretations of him, what I've seen, he's a serious individual. He believes in what he calls high stress practices, which means he puts all this stress on players to perform in practice. So when the game hits, it's it's not even the same. And Xavier Worthy ended up going to, shout out to Xavier Worthy, man. He ended up going to, Patrick Mahomes got a new weapon, man. Pat Mahomes got a new weapon. Xavier Worthy, man. Good grief, man. The rich get richer. That's what you do. You're trying to win, fam. You do stuff like this. You trade into the draft. You get Xavier Worthy to give Patrick Mahomes boys another weapon. The rich get rich, baby. All right. So anyway, I think we got 4 more picks: Dallas, Baltimore, San Fran, and Buffalo. Damn, that's a good pickup for Pat Mahomes boys. But yeah, that's the point. That's why I said everything about Carr is not negative, but he needs somebody that will hold him accountable and push him. And if you don't have that, if you're not going to do that, you're not going to get the very best out of him. And also, really, another great thing to do is they need to have a running attack. So Clint Kubiak got a lot of work to do, fam. He got a lot of work to do. So, I mean, he got 1 year to kind of turn this thing around. So we'll see, man. I like his scheme. I hope it works, man. I really do, man. We need to at least start to run, get the line together so we can run the ball, man, and make Carr play off the back of the running attack. That's what you seen late last year. Him playing off the back of a running attack that was successful. That's the recipe. We can get that. You'll see a big difference in the Saints. Arvin says Carr was putting up points nearly coming back in games with at least 10 minutes left in the fourth. Fossmore dropped the TD. This is true. Carr would have won the Lions game had he not gotten injured. That might be the case. That's a good point there, Arvin. Like I said, not everything about Carr is bad. I've never said everything. I don't agree about that. He got a lot of plus stuff. All right, Truth says Carr got to be much better than this year. Too many low production games from him. This is also true. 1 touchdown pass and none before he played a little bit better. Early in the season, he didn't know the offense. That's what I'm saying. The Saints needed a running attack. They didn't deliver. But still in all, there's no excuse for staring down one side of the field. That's totally wrong. Even college quarterbacks know better than that. Tim says, brother, you got to stop talking about players we want. Yes, Tim. Yeah, who you got at 45, bro? Thank you for the question. I mocked. I talked about Tavontre Sweat from out of the University of Texas. That's why I like it from defensive tackle. I think if you're talking about players that the Saints could use, I think at this point in time, I think the Saints will start kind of picking them based on their board at this point because they feel their biggest need. A lot of people like wide receiver. They'll have some wide receivers available. I can see, I would say defensive line because, and maybe you can wait later on to the draft to get a defensive lineman. But if Devontae Campbell's there, I like him to get picked up. Maybe if he falls into the Saints' lap. If not, maybe a cornerback. We can use a cornerback, a pretty good cornerback based on what our secondary, because Marshawn Lattimore coming off an injury. Paulson Adebo, he's coming up on a contract year in 2025. Alante Taylor's coming off a pretty tough sophomore year. And then if any one of those guys get hurt, then what end up happening is you would have to use that dime back because we basically, and Tyler Guyton goes to the Cowboys. Very solid pick by the Cowboys, getting Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma. We talked about Guyton, and the Dallas Cowboys made a very good move to protect their quarterback. So Guyton to the Cowboys. And we got 3 more teams left to go. Baltimore's on the clock. But yeah, like I said, I think cornerback wouldn't be a bad pickup for the Saints. Get a really good cornerback just in case something happens. Like I said, I always talk about the modified nickel. You got 3 starting cornerbacks. One get hurt, that dime guy steps in automatically. So we need to find somebody like that. Isaac Yiadom end up leaving to go to San Fran, couldn't match the money. That'll be a smart pickup. Safety could be a smart pickup too. Later on in the draft, we need another safety because Jonathan Abrams on 1-year deal. JT Gray's not a good safety, and we really don't have anything. So to get you're going to have a bunch of really good safeties available. Proctor, Bo Braid, he's another one from Maryland. I like him a lot. There's quite a few of them. That'll be out there that can be a guy that you kind of pair with a Jordan Howden once Tyrann Mathieu gets in age. And you talk about having another wide receiver. They got a couple of wide receivers that are available that'll be there too. So in 45, we can go in different directions, but I wouldn't be mad at defensive tackle or a cornerback, to be honest. But even a wide receiver, either one of those would be good with me. I wouldn't be upset even if the Saints chose to go with another offensive lineman, maybe a guard, TJ Levinston or something like that. I don't know. So, I mean, there are quite a few ways we can go. But thank you for the question, bro. KT says, Q, I'm running up on Mickey Loomis and Rouse's. Yeah, old Mickey, yeah, he be looking scared, man. And remember, Mickey keep that thing on him, KT, so you might want to kind of chill on that one, brother. Oh, yeah, I tell him, Q. I'll tell you, I keep that goddamn thing on me. I told you all that last year and the year before. I keep that thing on me. Come on up. Come on up here. Yeah, run on up here. Yeah, I'll tell you. I practice drawing in the mirror. I don't want to hurt nobody. Yeah. I beat that thing on me. I told you. I don't play. I got you. Arvin says, Joshua, I got to look at more film on Carr because a lot of people who say he holds the ball too long, but there are people who say the O-line allows pressure within 30 seconds. Carr does hold the ball too long, bro. He doesn't have a clock in his head. Sometimes he checks the ball down fast. He just goes to the check down without even looking. I think some of those plays are designed for him to do that. And then other times he just stares off. Bad fundamentals. He doesn't span the field like you would want. You're supposed to span and look. And then there's been too many times that I've seen last year that he doesn't, when he see potential blitzers, they'll signal to you that they're moving up to show that they might be blitzing at you. He doesn't recognize it. I remember in particular the Minnesota Vikings game where the guy was showing that he was coming and the guy had basically timed him snapping the ball and they would shift right before the snap and would create pressure on him. They did it like 2 or 3 times in a row on him and he didn't pick it up. That's something that he's supposed to pick up. This dude a decade in the game. You're supposed to see all of that. You're not just staring around. You're supposed to be looking where the pressure is coming from. And if it's coming to the left side of the offensive line, you're supposed to know how to slide protections. You're supposed to audible out of running plays that don't benefit you to a passing play to take advantage of the defense. This is stuff that he was supposed to do. And he just, a lot of it early on, maybe you can check it, kind of chalk it up to newness. But remember, all this stuff is going to repeat itself because he got to learn a whole new offense again. So everybody got to learn a whole new offense. So get ready for some learning pains, some growing pains. So we got to be patient with the development of the offense because the entire offense is going to be new. So we got to just be patient, I guess. Josh says, Q, I thought I was the only one who noticed that when Will Allen was always saying it was on Carr and he won the game. But I said that constantly. You ain't the only one, Josh. That's why you in the Great Saint Think Tank, bro. We calls that. I see all that, man. I calls it all out, bro. Yeah, I call all that out, bro. I've been calling that out for some time. Yeah. All right. He said, my dad is a long-time Raiders, even thinks Carr is mid. Yeah, well, he took a lot of their records down, but he could be better. Like I said, you need a guy to push Carr. Pun intended. He needs a motivator, somebody that's holding him to accountability. It's just his character type. That's just what it is. He's not cut from the same. It's not a disrespect to him because a lot of people are not that have Drew Brees type attributes. They just don't have it. Okay, the Ravens took Nate Wiggins, the cornerback out of Clemson. All right, so they get a cornerback in the secondary after Tyler Guyton goes to the Cowboys. And then, of course, we have 2 more picks, San Fran, and then Buffalo closes out the first round. So it appears the Saints will not make any moves there. All right, so there you go. So the 49ers on the clock and then Buffalo. And that should be the end of round 1. Josh says, you got to love watching these young guys and happiness. Yeah, that's generational change. And once that happened, man, that changes the entire family, man. When that happened, they put everything into that one person. And when he makes it or she makes it, it changes the family, hopefully for better. Sometimes it doesn't, but most of the times it does change everything. Chantel says, Q, what do you think about backup Nate Peterman? I think Peterman is, he's all right. He's okay. He's just it's nothing really exciting about Nate Peterman. He did have some pretty positive plays. We put like a highlight reel out of Nate Peterman in the NFL. Y'all could take a look at it. It's in our highlight section of the Coma channel, where a lot of people wasn't aware how athletically gifted the dude was, how well he played in certain spots. But overall, it's a certain, it's a certain energy to his game that we've seen him play. He made some throws that a lot of people didn't think he can make. But, Nate Peterman is not really, like a solid veteran backup with a lot of game experience, he played in a certain amount of games, but he's been in the league for like 6 years. And he has certain positive things about his game, I guess. But ultimately, I kind of, it's like, that's some of my thought process on it. And nothing exciting about him, and not too much exciting about him. But hopefully we never have to need him, Hopefully we don't ever have to need him. Brian says Fuaga's about to bring that swag to the old line. Indeed. All right. Arvis says Brian's okay. He talking to him. Katie says check. Yeah. TJ Tampa. Yeah. Big. Yeah. That wouldn't be a bad pickup, bro. TJ Tampa, man. Wouldn't be a bad pickup, man, for the Saints. That wouldn't be a bad pickup either. TJ Tampa. Yeah. I was looking at his stuff and I was like, man, this dude could very well be headed to Tampa Bay. Could you imagine that? TJ Tampa drafted by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It seems like it kind of fit. I don't know. But I wouldn't be mad if we pick him up. That kid could play. All right, Brian says over Falcon land, they had been upset since the 28th, but most of them are saying Falcons have to do Falcon things no matter who's the coach. Indeed. Yeah, the Falcons, as Brother Jerry calls them. All right. KT, our scout says Johnny Wilson, 6'7", 335. Wide, yes, 4'5", 2. Yeah, damn. Johnny, I remember this dude. Yeah, I remember Johnny Wilson. Yeah, he played opposite. Didn't he play opposite of Keon Coleman? Didn't he have some injury history? So I remember this dude, man. That would be where would he go? I don't think he goes in the, I don't know, where would he go? That'll be interesting to see. Where would that big son of a gun go? Let me see. Let me take a look at who's remaining here. because he's had like a lot of people consider him like a developmental project. Like, cause didn't he deal with like injury history issues and all that? Here he is right here. Johnny Wilson, 6'6", 231. Wilson is built more like a tight end than a receiver. He doesn't separate well for a receiver. He drops too many passes, but the traits, size, rare length, and good top end speed, Wilson's frame and catching radius make him a tough one-on-one matchup. He's also a vertical threat and is strong enough to break tackles. After the catch, a team could move him to tight end in hopes he follows a career arc similar to the one taken by Darren Waller. 6'6", 231. Yeah, they got him positioned kind of way down here, man. He might be a pick for you in the 5th round. I don't know if he lasts that long to the 5th, man. He might just do it. There go Jerry Rice's son right here, Brendan Rice. Average 17.6 points per catch and 12 touchdown catches last year. And you expect Jerry Rice's son to just be like the dude, 6'2", 208. I don't know what is his 40 time. You got him running right there. I don't know what his 40 time is. But yeah, that's interesting, bro. Yeah, Johnny Moore. Yeah, he played next to Coleman. I want to say I remember him. He was yeah, that's interesting, man. To be honest with you, that I don't know. That'd probably be a later on pick. Yeah, that'll be pretty interesting. 49ers pick is in, fam. And he got that many picks. We got 2 picks left. After the Niners, it's the Bills, and that's the end of the 1st round. And then we'll return tomorrow for the to the 2nd and 3rd round for day 2. Yeah, I heard of Wiley, bro. Yeah, I heard of Wiley. We talked about him before. All right, Josh says, be honest, Q. Allen is not going to allow any competition to develop. I agree. He will not allow anyone to breathe down Carr's neck. I also agree with that. If he isn't succeeding, and won't allow a player to be there to replace him. I can agree with all these points. That's why they have such a soft quarterback room. You got Kelly Mond that really ain't played too much. Nate Peterman's a career backup. And Jake Hayner we just drafted him last year. He doesn't have much play experience. None of these guys are threatening Derek Carr. Very, very agreeable QB room in terms of competition and pushing Carr. And plus on top of that, not too many people going to be calling off any of these guys if Carr struggle. We need Carr to play well. We need to really, before we talk about Carr, I want the Saints running attack to really do their jobs. Because we have the running attack to carry the day and Carr off the back of the running attack. If we do that, we should have some success. Dennis Allen's defense will play well enough to get the ball turned over. The offense needs to move the ball. They need to score. They need to be able to average, I would say like, offense with this kind of weapon should be able to average anywhere between 24 to 28 points a game. The defense should be able to keep opponents anywhere between 17 to 21 points a game. That's just being conservative, with Dennis Allen's system. And that's Ricky Parasol from Florida. He's off the board to the San Francisco 49ers. Not a bad pickup to get another quarterback. A wide receiver to go along with Purdy. So Parasol is a good pickup for them. Catches everything, tough as nails from Florida. And then you got the Bills on the clock for the final pick. So who the Bills are looking at getting to help out their quarterback. So very interesting. All right. Thank you, bro. I can agree with a lot of that, man. Like I said, yeah, I can agree. All right. What's up, T. Will? Says shout out to Mr. Crab Legs and Mr. Jameis Winston. Yeah, bro. Indeed, man. Jameis was going to be tough to replace, bro. He's going to be tough to replace, man. I'm going to be following him in Cleveland, see how he doing. KT says, Q check. I'm not even going to, okay, I'm a good J. Okay, see, I was going to screw that up, so you put the pronouncement in there. He says, okay, Kyron, I'm a good J. 6'5", 320 tackle from Yale. Yeah, I heard about that dude, KT. 2nd or 3rd round grade for him. Okay, yeah. Didn't they have a wide receiver or something from Yale too that was pretty good, man? There's a wide receiver I want to say from Yale that's really good too, but he's like a 4th or 5th grade or around or something like that. Let me see if I can pull him up. There's a wide receiver from Yale that is he from Yale? The dude is from Yale. He's actually pretty good. Is it Yale? I don't know. I want to say it's Yale. But KT, you'll know who I'm talking about, man. Is it Yale? Yeah, here it is. Tipton. Mason Tipton. That dude right there, man. I was looking at some film of him, Tipton. I was looking at some film on. I was like, damn, kid could play. The little wide receiver from Yale. All right. Anyway, Josh says, Q, do you think we should draft? I like that kid, Corum from Michigan. Very productive. All right, from Tennessee. Hate to say it, Kamara isn't who he used to be. A running back, the Saints take a running back in the draft? I don't know. I don't think we take a running back in the draft. We'll probably get an undrafted running back after the draft, but I don't know if we take one in the draft. And the Saints just drafted Kendre Miller last year. So I don't think so. I think Kamara still has a lot because he was underutilized last year. You spent money on I don't think so, bro. I'm gonna just be honest with you. If the Saints do anything, in my opinion, with the running back position, it more than likely will happen in the undrafted side of things because truth be told, like you got Elvin and he was underutilized. You got Jamal Williams, he wasn't utilized correctly. But in that zone blocking scheme, both of these guys, especially Jamal Williams, they should shine. The Kendre Miller really looked good on the back end of the season. Everybody was having problems running the ball. He got in there and he was his twitchy nature. Like he was able to, his one step cut was able to break tackles of a few people to get to the next level. He had success when other guys like Jamal Williams just get in there and run straight, but Kendre Miller has some twitchiness to his game and he was able to effectively have a good, toward the back end, put a good effort in there running the ball, and the offense flourished with that. So you was thinking of that new Kubiak style of system that line creates opportunities for the Saints speedy running backs to get to the second and third levels because that's all you can ask for. Like you can get your big offensive lineman moving, and then get your running backs to the second, or get them to the second or the third level. You get to the second level, that's 5 yards. You get to the third level, that's usually a first down, or 8 to first down, and you get a guy that's twitchy enough. Maybe he can run past a guy at DB and get a touchdown, or perhaps you have a Kendre Miller who breaks a tackle and hits it there. And of course, we could talk about Kendre Miller's potential. He looked good, but he spent a lot of time hurt. So how do you address that? And then the Saints still, too, they have veteran running backs on staff. They have Jordan Mims. They have James Robinson. These are veteran running backs that what part do they play? So if the Saints are looking at a running back, perhaps it's maybe it's a undrafted guy like we've seen with a couple of guys before. And then the Carolina Panthers, man, the Carolina Panthers make a trade to get on the back of the first round. So they trade with the Bills. And Carolina is on the clock. So our old adversary, the Carolina Panthers, shout out to my dog, Dave and Rashad from the Panther Nation podcast. Their guys, the Carolina traded back into the back end of the draft. What are they going to do with that? Are they going for Xavier Legette to give Bryce Young a weapon? It probably is Xavier. Watch. It's probably going to be Xavier Legette. Watch. They're trying to give Bryce Young a wide receiver. It might be Xavier. We'll see. It was phenomenal. Xavier's phenomenal. He had that one good year. He's a special teams guy, had some return stuff, and then they gave him opportunity to play last year, like 71 catches. And he was just phenomenal, man. Just his speed and his physicality, 6'1", 220-something odd pounds. The guy is awesome. So I think it might be him, man. I think at the pick in they saying, I'm going to say it's probably going to be Xavier Legette. It is Legette. Yep, they went to get Xavier Legette from South Carolina. Yeah, so Carolina picking South Carolina wide receiver Xavier Legette to give Bryce Young some help. So there you go. All right, so that should make Panther Nation happy. All right. Thank you for the question, fam. Yeah, everybody making some moves, man. Pelican Nola says, Big Q, the Carolina Kitty Cat. Oh, yeah, I seen it, Fred. Yeah, I'm kind of late getting there. Yeah, Kenyon Coleman. All right, Kenyon Coleman, is that it? It's Keon Coleman, isn't it? Sometimes I butcher these guys' name, man. Y'all gotta excuse me. Yeah, Holy Cross, Jalen Cooker. Yeah, KT. Yes, I seen him. That guy's pretty good. He's like supposed to be a 4th round, 5th round guy. We'll see. But yeah, there you go. Legette's off the board. How about that? Not bad at all. Yeah, they drafting their people. They got they been watching that kid. He's out South Carolina, so that's local territory for them. But at least they draft people from around the state from where they come from. We don't do that. We don't draft all the talent that we produce here. We go to Ohio State because it's like we can't produce anybody worth nothing. But we sure help a lot of other teams win, that's for sure. All right. So anyway, 1 pick tonight, fam. That's going to do it for the first round of the draft for the black and gold. And just to recap this thing, man, the Saints get Taliese Fuaga from the University of Oregon State, 6'6", 324, 330-pound offensive lineman. He's a tackle. Now, a lot of people anticipating that he will be the blindside tackle. Some people say he'll play at the right tackle position. We don't know. We'll see when the press conference hits whether or not what the Saints are going to do about that thing. We're going to see. Matter of fact, give me a second, fam. Let me see if I can pull some stuff up here right quick on Fuaga to see what's happening with them. And we'll see what the call is. Dennis Allen, matter of fact, is on the mic right now. For those who might not know, Dennis Allen's on the mic right now talking about the pick. So give me just a second. I'll tune him in so we can all hear what he got to say about Fuaga and his thoughts on Fuaga. Just give me a second. We'll get him up there on the mic. Y'all give me just a second here.
Yeah, look, excited about
Y'all put one in the chat if y'all can hear.
what we're able to get accomplished tonight. I think, a lot of times you get into these drafts and sometimes a position of need and best available player don't always match up. We felt like tonight was a great situation for us, and that we felt like, offensive tackle was a position of need for us. And we felt like we had a really good player on the board that was available to us at that point in time. And so, and yet I think that was something that we kind of knew going into the draft that, that it was a pretty deep group of offensive tackles. And so we felt good. There's a handful of guys that we felt, really good about as potentials at that pick. So, really excited about Taliese. I think he's big, he's athletic, he's extremely physical. I think he's a culture builder type personality. I think obviously we liked what we saw on the tape. And then we sat down and had an interview with him at the combine and really fell in love with him because we just felt like he was our type of person.
Does his experience in the wide zone scheme, does that make it easy to kind of project how he would fit into this?
Well, yeah, but I think every team to some extent runs a version of the wide zone, and look, there's a lot of teams in college football that are running, zone scheme blocking. So, yeah, but obviously we were able to see him do it, and I just think he's a tough physical player, and I think that's something that that's what we want to be as a football team. And I think, if you want to be that as a football team, it kind of starts up front with your offensive and defensive lines, and I think he'll bring that demeanor to our group.
Obviously, did the tackles kind of play out the way you thought they would ahead of you?
You never really know how it's going to play out. And like I said, there was a handful of guys that we really liked. And we felt like they were all very comparable and very close in terms of talent level. And so they were all graded, pretty closely. And so we felt like there was a good chance that, we'd have one or two of them looking at us at 14 and obviously with 6 quarterbacks going off the board, it pushed a couple other position players down to us. So, I think we were fortunate in that regard.
Do you envision him on the left side, the right side, kind of two?
Yeah, look, I think this. I think, look, he's an offensive tackle. I know he can play right. I feel very confident that he can go over and play on the left-hand side. I don't think that's a decision that we have to make right now. I think we see how the rest of the draft plays out. I think we see how, there's always a little bit of a free agent period, after the draft where some guys become available. So I think we know he's going to play offensive tackle, and I feel like he's going to be a pretty good one for us.
There was
So you
talk
don't
of
see
him possibly being a guard at this level or being projected as a guard at this level. That obviously doesn't sound like
Yeah, that's not where we're going to start out. Look, I think he can play. Only position that I'm not quite sure whether he plays as center, but I think he can play, either side and have some inside-outside flex.
Consider looking back home?
Well, look, we considered a lot of different things, and yet you kind of have to see how the draft plays out and what's available to you when you get to your pick. And if your guy's there that you really, really want, it doesn't make a lot of sense to back up. So there was a scenario, that where we potentially could have backed up a spot or two, but that didn't play out.
You mentioned sort of his culture building mentality. What was it about your conversation with him or maybe people around him?
Yeah, look, I think he's kind of a guy's guy. And I think he's got kind of a tough guy demeanor to him. And I think, I think that's something that we can use, up front. I mean, I think he was one of the more mature people that we talked to. I mean, I think he's a grown man, and I think that's good for that position.
Obviously, it'd be kind of dangerous to say we're going to build this in the draft, but I mean, did this affect any decisions in free agency, thinking you guys had a pretty good shot at getting a tackle?
Well, look, I think all those things are factors that you take into account. Obviously, look, with free agency happening before the draft, like you have no idea what's going to happen in the draft. So, but yet at the same time, we did feel like, as you go through free agency and you're looking at how you're going to fill out your team, if you didn't feel like there was an offensive tackle, if it wasn't deep in the draft, then we may have been a little bit more aggressive in free agency. But yet, we felt like it was a deep position and didn't feel like we had to force anything, early on in free agency.
As a defensive guy, were you kind of surprised that first 14 picks were offense? And was there like consideration to say, I know you got your guy, but just kind of a lot of the defensive players were still on the board?
Yeah. Well, look, when you have 6 quarterbacks go, in the first, 12 picks or 11 picks, whatever it was, 12 picks, I think it was, there's 6 quarterbacks that come off the board. And we knew it was, kind of thought, there's a good chance Bowers might go up there in that area. And we knew there was a lot of offensive linemen that were going to go. So I don't know that I was shocked. And yet I would say that's a little unusual.
Did you end up in the cloud that had, like, as you were giving your pick, that had a Bowers and an edge rusher and an offensive tackle, or
I'm not going to get into exactly how the board was, but yet Brock Bowers was a consideration for us. And the fact that he got, all the way to pick 13, wasn't it? Right? So he got all the way to 13. So, there was certainly some discussion going on.
So meaning that it wasn't a tunnel vision, like we're going to take the best tackle on our board, like it certainly, if Fuaga goes 13, it might have ended up differently.
Yeah, absolutely could have, yeah.
The DA, other day, Nicky
think said there were still a couple of musts maybe on the roster if you all needed. I mean, is it fair to characterize tackle? I mean, is this a must for you all?
Yeah, I think it certainly was a must. Obviously, Ram's situation is a little bit up in the air. We still feel confident in Trevor Penning, and yet it's still an unproven commodity. So James Hurst retiring, this is something that we kind of expected and knew was coming. And so, look, we knew that was going to be a position that we were going to need to, try to address in the draft. And, fortunate for us, like I said, when we started this, it's not all too often that, the depth of the draft and the position of need really marry up, but this happened to be a year that it married up for us.
What is it about Tally that makes it personal to play on both sides of the ball?
Excuse-
Both sides of the line, I'm sorry.
What's that?
His ability to play on either side. What about that? His game itself, the confidence to play right.
Yeah, look, I think, he's an extremely good athlete for his size, and he's got outstanding feet and body control, really good balance, and so, and look, the biggest difference, I don't know that we put nearly as much stock into the left tackle versus the right tackle. So probably the biggest difference is just right-handed stance versus the left-handed stance. But yeah, I see those positions being a lot more similar because the best pass rushers used to always be on the right-hand side. So it wasn't always about the blind side of the quarterback. It was the best pass rusher. Now that typically ended up being on the blind side of the quarterback, but the best pass rusher was over there on the right, and so you needed your best protector over there. I don't know that I necessarily see it that way all the time anymore. And, teams are moving, their rushers around and not really lining them up in one spot all the time. So right and left really is probably a little bit overrated in my mind.
What did the uncertainty or the not knowing or maybe even expecting Ryan Ramczyk not being available make right tackle? I mean, maybe that would have affected strategy if we knew Ryan Ramczyk was locked in right tackle.
Yeah, might have affected in terms of where the initial lineup would be, but I don't know that necessarily affected any more so the need for a tackle.
Taliese said that this was a surprise. There wasn't a ton of communication over maybe the last month or so. Is that a product of being comfortable in the scouting early on?
When you identify somebody early on that everybody in your building loves on tape, and then you get a chance to go and see them at the combine and you interview them and you get a chance to talk to them, you feel comfortable with the mental and the learning ability. There's not really, once you feel comfortable with it, it's not like you have to go through a lot longer process. And so, look, a lot of times when you have a clean prospect, there's not a lot of holes that you're trying to fill in the blanks. You're better served spending your time trying to, find out some other things about some other players once you feel like you're pretty confident that you found a guy that fits your culture and what you want to do.
How long did you tackles? How long did you know that it changed from to the top? How much that put the needs again offensive line?
Yeah, I don't know exactly when that was, but we've known for a while that was going to be the case. So that's kind of been, in our plans for a while.
When 3 tackles go the first 10 picks, do you start to get nervous as it gets closer, hoping your guys there?
Well, did you get nervous? Yeah, look, I mean, you have guys that you kind of target that you really like and that you think are going to be there for your pick. And, in particular, when they start, taking other guys at that position, it's kind of the next man up. So, yeah, you get a little bit nervous, but there were some good players on the board. And so, Did I go into this thinking, hey, there's a good chance we take a tackle at 14 and would feel really good about it? Yes. Did I feel like we had to take a tackle or else? No, because there were some other good players, and so that's how the draft goes. And like I said before, that it just married up for us this year, and it was good.
You kind of touched upon this before, but 15 minutes is such a short time to come by to kind of speak to him in an interview. Was there something he said or in that meeting that you really remember?
Yeah, look, I think I just fell in love with the personality. I just fell in love with, I didn't feel like this player was sitting in front of me trying to sell me something that he wasn't. I felt a genuine person. And I just felt like he was a man's man, guy's guy, dude's dude, however you want to call it, you know. And I like that, you know. And then when I take that and then I put on the tape and I watch him play and the way that he plays, the physicality with which he plays, I thought it was a pretty good fit.
Is that, is that more in like run blocking, is passing, or you kind of see that?
I see it in all aspects of his game. Yeah.
Is there any aspect of his game that you're hoping maybe he takes, another step forward throughout training camp?
Well, look, I mean, I think his physicality is great. I think, look, probably with a lot of these guys, they're probably a little further developed in terms of the run game. So I think still working on his pass protection, but I think he's a pretty polished player. So, look, anybody that we draft has things that they have to work on and things that they have to be better at. But I think he's pretty good in a lot of areas.
This team has obviously never been afraid to trade up, but was there any sense this year that you were hoping to pull out of the picks since you have less capital than usual?
Well, yeah, and yet if a player that you highly covet is in a position that you can go get him and you're maybe concerned that somebody else might be able to get that player before you, I think that's always something that you have to consider. And so, but again, like I kind of said from the outset, we felt like there was going to be a run on receivers. We felt like there was going to be a run on quarterbacks. I didn't think it'd be 6. And then we felt like there was going to be, a run on tackles, and we felt like there was a handful of them that we liked. And then you throw in a couple of defensive players that we felt like could go in the top, 10 to 12 picks. We didn't feel like there was a sense that, man, we better go up. And then as you watch the draft happen, you feel a little bit more confident that some of those players are going to be there.
Sort of along the similar lines of that, the scenario you mentioned about trading back, did another team call when you guys were on the clock and present that, or is that something you were just exploring before the board?
Yeah, as not when we were on the clock, but shortly before we were going to be on the clock, there were some teams that were looking to potentially move up, and so and then as we got on the clock, we decided we're going to sit here and take our pick.
Mickey was saying yesterday or Tuesday that sometimes when you go back and you risk, it's like too far back where you would miss the player. What kind of the offers that you would see in that too far back range?
Well, look, yeah, there were some that were pretty close and some that were a little further back. And again, when it got time and we were on the clock and it was ready for us to pick, there's really not any sense screwing around. Got the guy you like. It's in a position of need. Let's don't overthink this. Let's take the player, and that's what we did.
You just looking ahead to tomorrow. I think a few years ago, Mickey said that he felt like there was like a top 20, and then there was like 20 to 50 grouping, picking at 45. Do you feel like there's still a lot of really good players that you all be able to potentially get?
Yeah, look, we'll obviously, when I get done here, we'll go up and kind of look at the board a little bit more, and we'll do a little bit of that tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, I think we got 13th pick tomorrow. So there's going to be 12 players that are going to go off the board before we get an opportunity to pick unless we do something. So we'll see where that's at. And, but there's some good players still left.
Yeah, I had a follow-up question. You referenced it a couple of times. You've been doing this a long time. Is there a moment on any team that you kind of all look at each other and go, wow, I can't believe that happened? If you want to read between the lines on that, you can.
Yeah, look, there's always picks that are kind of surprising to you. And so, but I think I just focus a little bit more on what we need to do and how we need to improve our team.
Atlanta will make things interesting for you as a defensive coach. Just got 2 new quarterbacks on their teams.
Yeah, look, I mean, we'll see how that goes, but I don't think that's anything that's kind of uncommon. I mean, we've seen that, throughout the league. You have a quarterback and you draft a young guy and give him an opportunity to come in and sit and develop. So nothing really shocks me too much.
Dennis, I'm sure that you're drafting a guy at 14th overall. There's a lot of tape you like of players, but is there anything in particular that just really stood out, like a particular game where you're like, wow, that's...
Well, I don't know if I'm going to say a particular game, but I mean, they're like, again, I've said this. I just think like his play temperament, the toughness and the violence that he plays the game at, that really caught my eye. And being able to do that at a high level of competition, I thought was impressive. And then you go and look, here's a guy that knows he's going to be, call it a top 15, top 20 tackle. And he goes to the Senior Bowl and competes in the Senior Bowl. That doesn't happen very often. But that tells me a lot about the player and his willingness to go out and compete regardless of the circumstances. So that was impressive to me.
When you guys, Jake Penning a few years ago, Jake tackle there, he doesn't acknowledge that it's developing. So like it doesn't maybe pan out the way that you guys want. Is there anything that you use from that process to inform people for tackle this time around, or is there anything taking that?
Well, look, yeah, I mean, look, you're always evaluating, what you did well, what you didn't do well. And look, I'm at a position right now with Trevor Penning where I'm excited about seeing where he can go. I'm not worried about, where he's at right now. I'm thinking about where he can be. And I think this guy is a very talented player. I think he can be a really good player in our league. And I think he's been slowed by some development and injuries. And so, yeah, I mean, are there things there's things, yeah, there's obviously things that you learn, but I'm at a point right now where I feel like this guy's I'm still excited about the prospect.
Yeah, I guess I just mean like when you're looking at Fuaga, like you hear this notion of like Fuaga specifically being like a plug-and-play tackle, but you could also look at the scouting report and sort of the analysis of Penning at the time.
Yeah, and I think each one of these are different situations. You got a guy that played in the Power 5 conference versus a small school guy. There's more development that happens in that type of area. So I think each one's, kind of a totally different situation.
Yeah, no, I know you're still in the middle of it, but what's the draft process been like with the new offensive staff? I mean, has it been stimulating to some degree or invigorating in any way with new ideas and fresh kind of way of looking at things?
Yeah, it has been. I mean, the process itself hasn't changed. But obviously, new scheme, kind of new philosophy. And so with that maybe comes a little bit of a change in the type of player that you're looking for. So it's been good to go through that process. Obviously, look, there's a learning curve that goes along with this. Like I listen to and hear what these coaches have to say in terms of players, and yet I don't know exactly where they're at as evaluators until you kind of go through the process and you start to learn as you go through. And obviously we're biased, so the more they see it the same way I do, the more I think they're a better evaluator, and vice versa, I guess. So, but yeah, look, I think it's been fun. It's been exciting to see these guys come in, the way they've worked, the way they've really tried to be detailed in everything that they're doing. And look, I can't wait. We're going to start football school on Monday, so it'll be really kind of the first time that we've really had an opportunity really to meet with the players and kind of get into the schematics of what we're going to do.
There were some early kind of critical evaluations of Fuaga based on his arm, and I'm just curious about how much stock do you really put in something like that when it's a reasonable disparity from the ideal prototype?
Yeah, well, I would say he's not as short lengthwise as maybe the way you're describing it to me. I don't know what. I mean, obviously, look, anybody can use whatever prototypes they want to use. We've got our standards that we think, is prototype in our league, and yeah, his arms are a little shorter than maybe we would like. So, if we want to punch a hole, let's punch that hole. But yet, there's good players that maybe don't have quite the length, and so. I didn't see that. There's times where you watch it and you say you see it on tape and you see where it's a problem. And then there's times where you're like, I don't really think that's, a factor. And look, all these players have things that, negatives, I'll call them, right? But it's like, can they overcome those deficiencies? And he's certainly been able to do it.
Just to be clear, too, when you mentioned that there are times where you watch it and you can see it, and there are times where you watch it and you don't necessarily see it, are you saying that there's times on...
I'm saying more or less when I'm watching players and you see a lack of length show up, not this player in particular, I would say I don't really see it show up as much on his tape. All good? All right, thanks, guys.
All right, fam. That was Dennis Allen, man. A lot of really interesting questions by the press, man. And Dennis Allen basically breaking down and talking about Taliese Fuaga as his role, or what the Saints could possibly see him as in their offense. Now, some takeaways from Dennis Allen's press conference, fam. Before I get into that, can I get the family members to hit the like button? If you're on Twitter, please feel free to give a retweet there. Please feel free to give a retweet if you that'll be much appreciated if you're on Twitter. But some of the takeaways from Dennis Allen's interview is, he made mention of several really interesting things. I had to make notes and talk about it. The Brock Bowers situation. Brock Bowers was the thing. If Brock Bowers was there, the Saints would have drafted him. Now he went a pick ahead to the Raiders, but Dennis Allen basically kind of committed on there and said, "Hey, you know what, man? Yeah, we would, And we had to feel like I was like, man, it was always that. Like we talked about, his role and what do we think about Bowers? If Bowers was there, how would that have been? But he kind of talked about it like, yeah, we were looking at, if he was there, Brock Bowers, blah, blah, blah. So that was very interesting. We kind of knew that. The James Hurst thing, they asked him about the James Hurst thing. He said he been knew about James Hurst for some time. Well, that's not really news, family, because we knew about, what's up, my dog? Shout out to my dog. And Future Fam, good to see y'all in the chat, man. Thank y'all for being here kind of late. Hit the like button for me, Professor. Shout out to you as well. Good to see y'all. But this is the interesting thing about Dennis Allen. We talk about the James Hurst situation. We knew James Hurst was going downhill rapidly. I always made these, especially last season, I made these comments about James Hurst needing a hearse. James Hurst, put him in a hearse, take him on up out of here, because his game had deteriorated. If you watch the tape, you can see that his speed, he really wasn't very fast to get, but you can see obviously deterioration in James Hurst's game. And it got to the point where you seen the warning sign was they reduced his contract. He took a pay cut to stay with the team. And then ultimately he ends up retiring. We knew eventually that was going to happen because his play, we knew he was under a 1-year deal and he was getting up out of here. The Ali Udoh signing, like they try to pin it like Ali Udoh is supposed to be a tackle. Ali Udoh is not a tackle. You know, he played tackle and he wasn't very good at it. I'm not, no disrespect to Ali Udoh, but I'm just saying based on what I seen, and I watched the footage on Ali Udoh play tackle for the Minnesota Vikings. He's not fleet of foot enough to play the tackle position. Now he's a solid guard, which is basically what he'll become, like a James Hurst for the Saints, you know, but he's better served at guard than he is at tackle. He's just not that dude. Now, you know, outside of it, like I said, we knew that wasn't really a surprise. You know, and then of course the comments, and then there are several other comments, we get to them. The comments about the left tackle, right tackle position being overrated. That, you know, teams move the pass rushers around, or sometimes they have 2 pass rushers. Let me tell you something, fam. The reality of it is, and I don't agree with Dennis Allen's standpoint on that. He says things are overrated. At times that's really not overrated if you think about it. The blind side position of the quarterback is not overrated. Usually, because if Derek Carr is right-handed and Derek Carr snaps the ball and he turns, this is his side. Right hand means that this side of the field from the center to the right is scanned. When he turns to look to go through progressions to scan right, he can look at that right tackle and see, you know, if he's having problems there. He'll span that and could see that's in his line of view. That is in his line of view. The blind side is particularly important because he can't see that side. So whoever's over there has to handle the business. They have to keep his blind side clean because he can't see. If he gets speared, the ball can come out. He can get hurt. There could be a turnover on the play. They could, you know, a fumble. They can pick up and run back for a score. A lot of negative things can happen if the quarterback can't trust from his blind side. And a lot of times we've seen from last year, Derek Carr didn't trust his offensive line, and rightfully so. He didn't. And at times they didn't play well enough. And sometimes Derek Carr held the ball too longer than what he was supposed to. So what's really interesting about it is, like Dennis Allen say, well, you know, the blind side, right, you know, is out of position. And most of the times, you know, the right tackle, nah, bro, no, that's not, that's what you say. But when we talk about football fundamentals, like it's always been done, the blind side position, that's why it's a big on it, where these guys, they're going to make the money going into the league if they have experience and they want to, like these guys, man, they ain't taking these guys to be a right tackle. You know, most of the times they're taking a Joe Alt, he's going to be a blindside tackle. There is an extreme value on blindside tackles. That's why they're highly paid. It takes a certain kind of player to play that position. You know, because you will see the best pass rusher. Because if I'm a defense, and this man's a defensive coordinator, he should know better than to say such a thing as well. That left tackle, right tackle stuff. So he's a defensive coordinator. He should understand and know that he's going to put his best pass rusher over the top of the blindside tackle. Why? Because the quarterback can't see. He makes him even more prey for something you can't see. So if we can get him to blitz from that side and the quarterback can't see, we can get the defensive guy to him to sack him, cause a strip fumble, or perhaps you know, force him to speed up his progression into an interception. So I don't agree about the left tackle, right tackle crap is overrated. No, it's not. You need Ryan Ramczyk was protected, and this is my humble opinion. Ryan Ramczyk was protected by the Saints. He was getting paid like a blindside tackle money, and they refused to move him. They played a rookie over the blindside tackle position. Stupidest thing ever. I kept saying it over and over again. You don't do that. And look how it ended. It ended horribly. It ended with Penning being benched and benched actively where other practice squad players were playing over him. He lost his confidence, wasn't playing with the same intensity that he came in with. The same stuff that Dennis Allen just sit up here and talked about the player that Fuaga is, that he said the same thing about Penning. You can look at Penning and see Penning exhibited many different traits, similar traits to Fuaga. His aggression, his violence, his playing through the whistle, him getting in fights when he first got here. I talked about this earlier in the show. You want chippiness in your offensive tackles. You want that in your line. You want to have that. You don't want a milquetoast friendly line that don't play with any intensity. We don't need that. We need fire in their belly offensive linemen that know, because they need that temperament to run block. So I don't agree with the left tackle. I think the left tackle position is very vital. You know, the center position is important because of the snap exchange between the center and the quarterback. If you don't have that going on, that can cause turnovers. It can delay your offense getting going. It can give other team an extra a half a second or so to get to you and make things work wrong and work against you in the wrong fashion. But the left tackle position is very important. You need a solid left tackle to protect the quarterback's blind side so he can stay upright to make passes, to run your offense. You know, so, you know, Dennis Allen saying that's overrated. I don't agree. But he said that. He said something similar to this last year, and I disagreed. He should know better than to say something like that. It's overrated. No, it's not, man. No, it's not. It's not overrated. And, of course, he says about that he fell in – I ain't going to say he fell in love, but he really was shocked, or not shocked, but he really agreed or loved the fact that the genuinity of Fuaga really grew on him. And that's really very interesting for Dennis Allen to say that. Well, he's a genuine person. What the – you know what? I'm just going to keep it a buck. I'm just going to roll on with it. That guy actually said that. That guy, the same guy that threw his entire team under the bus and apologized to Atlanta Falcons and lied to Jameis Winston and stabbed them in the back. This guy got the nerve to stand up here and talk about he's a real person, the genuinity of this guy. Are you kidding me? I'm going to just leave that alone right there. I'm going to just put that right there. That just kind of shocked me as well. And, of course, he was non-committal about what side of the line that he sees Fuaga playing. He says right now we don't need to decide that. Well, I think that's very important, but see a guy with the mentality that it doesn't matter what side they play, that's a problem, because you're going to have to figure that out. You might tell us that now, but you might want to figure that out early, then figure it out late. Now, to me, Fuaga should be a left tackle. Now, he played right tackle, but like I said before, now John Benton could very well say, listen, since you played a little bit left tackle to Penning last year, he can say, well, we're going to keep you there because you have some familiarity. We're going to put Fuaga at right tackle and roll with that. I have to roll with it because Benton feels that he sees something in Penning that he can identify to be the tackle position. And being that Benton's the new offensive line coach coming in, he might be able to have some type of technique or some type of stud or game that he can give Penning to uplift him to play that side, because he could look at him and say, I think you could play that side. Not saying that he said that, but if this is the move, then I would say, okay, let's see what Penning can do with him. Because I seen coaches take guys that struggled and turn them into something. And I gave the example of Cesar Ruiz, who was, y'all remember Cesar Ruiz before he was steady over the last 2 years. What was Cesar Ruiz prior to 2 years ago? Huh? Caesar Salad Ruiz is what I called him. I don't call him Caesar Salad Ruiz. I mean, no more. You know why? Because he earned his position and got paid. He stepped his game up and played better than what he did a couple of years before. He had no experience playing the position. Who got him there? Doug Marrone helped him do that, and he worked his ass off, and he learned the position. Why can't that be the same for Trevor Penning? And then, of course, another thing about him mentioning no trade for Penning. So we don't have to worry about all this trade talk about trade and Penning. I told you guys that in this stream and prior streams that it's not intelligent to talk about trading Trevor Penning when there's no trade value for this player. What are you going to get for him? A bag of chips in the 7th-round draft pick? I mean, they're not going to trade Trevor Penning. And then I also gave you a Mickey Loomis reason, because Mickey Loomis is not going to give you the satisfaction of him trading a 1st-round draft pick so you can continue, so we can shoot arrows at him being a failed general manager for picking guys that are not maturing. Come on, let's keep it a buck, right? We talking about the Saints brass now. I'm talking about Mickey Loomis. So no, he's not going to trade him. I told you guys that. Dennis Allen basically recommitted to Trevor Penning and said that this guy can play in our league. That was his words. He said, we see him. I don't see him. He said, and it's not verbatim, but it's close to verbatim. He basically said that, hey, I don't see him as what he is now. I see him as what he could be. This is what Dennis Allen just said. So the trade stuff for Penning, out of the window. Throw it out the door. He's not going anywhere. The Saints going to work him in. The only question is, where does he go? Now, my opinion is, it's just my opinion. You can agree or disagree with me. But I think from a psychological advantage, I would move Penning to right tackle simply because it'll give him a psychological reset, so to speak. Being that he played the left tackle position and struggled mightily, we can give him a psychological reset by putting him at the right tackle position, putting him over there, and having Fuaga at the left tackle and see how that works. Now, see, Benton can reverse the game and keep it as is and make Fuaga right and Penning left. I would go in reverse. I would put Penning at right tackle and Fuaga at left tackle and roll with that. And we know that Ryan Ramczyk is not going to. Ryan Ramczyk is not probably going to be ready. And even, and even if he does make it, what kind of Ramczyk you going to get? You're going to constantly get every week he being rested up until, or minimal production, practice and all that. No. And remember, you're not having the same offensive strategy you had last year. You got a philosophy where it requires these guys to move a lot. The offensive linemen to pull left and pull right, do all this kind of stuff. These zone blocking schemes force offensive linemen to be very active. We don't have time for a big guy with a bad knee, a bum knee. Go sit your ass down somewhere and go get that surgery like you was supposed to and stop playing around with this minor stuff and go handle your business. You got enough money, go take care of your body. Don't sit up here talking about you want to play football, a child's game. You're a multimillionaire, bro. Go handle your business. Your body means more than going. You got the paper already. You got the money. Go see about yourself. And as far as that's concerned, the Saints got to keep it moving, man. We got to get these guys in who got to play ball. We know Hurst was out. We know Ramczyk probably not going to be ready. We got to keep it rolling. And the Saints have $8-something million, I think it is, in cap, so they can't be big players in the spending market. So a lot of the help is more than likely going to come through the draft and undrafted guys who are cheap. And then on the back end of it, you get cheap-ass veterans to come in and fill your camp roster. You hope you have a diamond in the rough and everything works out with you in terms of a guy like Chase Young ultimately having his injury where he can, healed up, where he can come back and be a force. And the Saints will have to keep on adding to it. But they're going to be counting on this draft and undrafted and this late signing period to be able to piecemeal together holes in the offense, which the biggest part is the offensive line. Don't be surprised if the Saints go for another offensive lineman somewhere in the, maybe the later on, and when they trade up to get back into the fourth round to go for another offensive lineman. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by that at all, being that they need help there. So in the end, that's some of the takes that I got away from it. And then, of course, Saints remaining needs going into week number 2. Day number 2, rounds 2 and 3. So anyway, today to put the cap on the stream as we get ready to get up out of here, Fuaga is the pick at 14. We talked about him. Dennis Allen is not committal about what side of he plays. Y'all tell me which side you think it should go. I mean, that's my take. Y'all put it in the comment section or in the chat. Let me know, what do you guys think? What side? How should it look? How should the offensive line look? Because we got some of the pieces here. What do you think the offensive line is supposed to look like? Fill it in. Tell me your starting offensive line. How does it look? Is it similar to mine? Like, I would say mine would be Fuaga left guard would be Aliudo, centers Ruiz. Not Ruiz. McCoy, Ruiz on the right guard. Right tackle is Ram. If Ram with Penning backing him up. That's how I see it. Now, see if you guys agree with me. But I think Fuaga's left tackle. I'm gonna say it again. The Saints' left side is different. It'll be Fuaga with Aliudo, who they picked up from the Vikings. He'll play left guard. Center is McCoy. Right guard Ruiz. Right tackle Ram. If Rams can't go, it's Penning. That's what I'm looking at. And of course, I think the Saints add another offensive guard or lineman probably a guy that can play guard and tackle, or maybe guard and center. I wouldn't be surprised if it be tomorrow. It's still a need. They still need some help there. But how do you guys see it? My dog says Fuaga left tackle for good. Okay, I see you, bro. Pinning at T-Rob says pinning at left guard. If so, where would Ali Udo go in your lineup, T-Rob? Put it there. Remember, don't forget Ali Udo is a guy that they signed now. Ali Udo was the only veteran offensive lineman the Saints signed so far. And he was a guy that was familiar with Clint Kubiak and I think Andrew Janoko, what they were doing when he was there with Minnesota. So they signed him there, and I expect him to play. I expect him to actually start. I think he'll be more of a James Hurst type dude for the Saints. But I anticipate the Saints left side being completely new. You know, like I said, left tackle Fuaga, left guard is Ali Udo. Pinning backing up Ramczyk if Ram can't go. That's how it looks. All right, T-Rob says he's at right guard. Okay, so if he's at so it's Ali Udo as right guard. So where's Cesar Ruiz? Cesar Ruiz plays right guard. Put your whole 5 up there, bro, because I'm kind of stuck on your 5. You got Udo at right guard. Put your whole 5 up there, T-Rob. Y'all do the same, man. Y'all chime in. Let me know what you think the line should look like. Kind of put up your whole 5, the names anyway, or how your starting 5 should fare it out. And then, of course, the needs. Fuaga fills in just what they got going on. Solid pickup for him. Look at that. 5.13 and the 40-yard dash. 5.13 there. That's not bad for a big old guy like that. You can see some of his player bio. In the last 2022 All Pac-12 conference, started 13 games at the right tackle position. 2023 second team AP All-American, first team All Pac-12 conference, finalist of the Polynesian College Football Player of the Year award. He was a finalist. He didn't win it. And then he started 12 games at the right tackle position. A mauler, has good footwork. If you watch some of the tape, how he dances around, pretty solid player. And like I said, he's a guy that his comps is Tyler Decker, which is, I think Decker plays for the Lions. I want to say, not a bad lineman, bad offensive lineman. The overview: beefy right tackle capable of playing at a high level despite his lack of ideal pad level and lower body bend. Fuaga plays with a fairly aggressive disposition. He's a one-pop blocker who struggles to clinch and to run blocks and is therefore a force to work overtime to sustain his finish. The pass protection technique is outstanding, and he possesses the athleticism to mirror and match to edge, edge to edge rush movements. Fuaga's handwork is exceptional in pass pro and will need to remain so because of his lack of desired range for recovering when beaten. A team could slide him to guard, improve his interior protection, but he's better suited at right tackle where he should be a good starter. All right. Strengths: glides into pass sets with control. This is his strengths. Glides into pass sets with controlled slides, ready hands, quiet upper body, throws stiff right-left combinations, creating disruption for the rusher. Hands are highly active through the rush, helping to keep opponents centered. Mirrors with fluidity, with little to no stall when changing directions, right? Flashy ability to dig in with leverage hand strikes at the point of attack. But the gathers and adjusts his track to make his blocks in space, and he's smooth and accurate when working from block to block. So slides from one guy after blocking his ass onto the next one to help open up that lane for that Elvin Kamara to get there to that second level and into the end zone. Weaknesses: pops up tall off the snap and gets behind and backside cutoffs, and that's one of the things I've seen, that sometimes he do play a little too high. On first contact, tends to hit and bounce rather than hit and stick. His run blocking is much less organized and technical than his pass blocking. Doesn't have range and pass sets succeed when tardy out of the stance, so if he gets going late, has issues recovering. Occasionally issues allowing weight to slide too far on one foot, putting a little too much. This all technical stuff that could be fixed. Washington had some success beating his outside hand and trimming the edge. All this stuff could be worked on. With a good offensive line coach, they can fix all of this stuff. All right, and this is one of the sources tell one of the scouts, I see him as a very good starting guard. I think he might need help. Need to help him against edge speed if he stays at tackle. NFC West Coast scout says so. He sees him as guard We're not going to play him at guard. He's going to be a tackle. And John Benton, we'll see where he gets going on with that, and we'll see how that makes it work. But your first pick of the NFL draft, or the but the New Orleans Saints draft, rather, in the first round, pick 14 is Taliese Fuaga out of the University of Oregon State. He is your new tackle. So welcome to New Orleans, Mr. Fuaga, and the Fuaga family, man. You are Who Dat Nation now. So big ups to you guys, and welcome to the fam. All right, so there you go. All right, so Brother Duke, shout out to Duke, says left tackle Fuaga, left guard Udo, McCoy, Ruiz, and Ram. Okay. All right. If Ram can't go, it's Penning, right? Y'all let me know that, Brother Duke. All right, my dog says Penning played too high as well. That's the right tackle, not being a blindside tackle in them. Mm-hmm. All right, T-Rod says Fuaga, Penning. Okay, you got Penning at left guard. Okay. All right. And he says Cesar, you got Ruiz at center. Next year, if McCoy retire, why would McCoy retire? Why do you think he? So it's Fuaga, Penning. You got so you move. Boy, that's a lot of movement. You got Fuaga at left tackle. You got Penning at left guard. You got Cesar Ruiz, who's usually the right guard, at center. And so I guess Yaali Udo at right guard and Ram at right tackle. So, but what if McCoy doesn't retire? So, I mean, that's a lot of changing, bro. All right. Yeah, I know you're trying to take Ruiz out of the opinion. You're thinking he might retire and become a gardener. I got you, brother. You might become a new landscaper or something. Boy, I joke about that all the time. Boy, I watched McCoy play last year on the All-22 film. Boy, McCoy, no jokes, man, but it's as true as rainwater. McCoy was on the ground. I said this all the time, but McCoy was on the ground so much you thought he was a landscaper. You thought he was down there checking to see if he had bugs in the grass or something. I mean, he was on the ground all the time, and I was like, no, never seen him on the ground that much. I thought he was landscaping. T Will says, Q, a big Q, much love to you, fam. Appreciate you, bro. I subscribed from seasons ago, my number one podcast, but I have to jump to my number two nightcap. All right, thank you, bro. Appreciate you. That's not a bad one to do, bro. Nightcap with Shay Shay and Ocho. Not Ocho. Man, what's the brother name? I can see his face. Chad Johnson. Yeah, there you go. Chad Johnson. All right. KT says Fuaga, Udo, McCoy, Ruiz, and Penning, and you like Becton. Okay. If we can get them for cheap. So Fuaga, Udo, McCoy, Ruiz, Penning. And yeah, because Ram is more than likely. I don't know if he's good to go. Yeah, Ram is okay. T-Rob says I thought it was McCoy. Okay, he's okay. I got you, bro. Thank you. All right, so there you go. All right, what's up, Colonnade? How you doing, bro? Appreciate you. All right, so yeah, we got some interesting stuff, fam. Listen, okay, yeah. My dog says Ruiz can get to step in Q. A lot of people, well, he can't. They read up with him. Remember, they gave him the contract. What was it? The year before last, they gave Cesar Ruiz the money. So they just read up with you, Ruiz, like 2 years ago. So I don't think he's not going anywhere now. But this is a part of the game. But anyway, that's what it looks like right there. But anyway, as we get ready to, okay, there you go. Yeah, what's up? Who that dude? He says never gave up a sack in his college. They said one sack. Who that dude and me? He says Fuaga never gave up a sack in his college career. First team All-American. I said we have a good draft so far. Yeah, just one guy. They said in one of the breakdowns, I don't know how accurate it is, but I had one of the scouting reports said he gave up one sack in his entire career, which is phenomenal. Phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. Yeah. So yeah, but anyway, moving forward, fam, as we get ready to kind of jump into the next aspect of it, what are some of the things the Saints will be looking for in terms of draft, in terms of the draft for team needs tomorrow and day 2 for rounds 3 and 4? What do you guys think they're going to do there? Let me flash it back to the screen right here. As you can see, it shows that the team needs, like the Saints, the number one need was offensive tackle, in which the green shows they accomplished it by getting Fuaga, right? Now they have a 13 pick, the 13th pick in the second round, which is the 45th pick overall in the draft. And they have these team needs as offensive tackle, defensive tackle, quarterback, offensive guard, and wide receiver. This is ESPN saying this. Now, obviously, Saints are not going to take a quarterback. I'd be surprised if they do. Actually, I wanted Jordan Travis to be the dude. It's always one dude I always say the Saints should draft, and then they don't draft him, and the dude go into the league, and he becomes something phenomenal. I said about Jaden Hurts. I said that about, it was a few other people I labeled like, man, the Saints need to get this dude. Jordan Travis should be that guy. I mean, I think if he's available in the fourth round, and I'm thinking he'd probably be going in the third round, the way to run on the quarterbacks was the second. I can't see the second round when nobody takes a quarterback. At some point, maybe later in the second into the third round, you'll see guys like the Tulane quarterback Michael Pratt comes off the board from Tulane somewhere in late second, probably in the third round. Jordan Travis is there. Spencer Rattler's there. Does he fall a bit depending on what you like? I know we talked about Joe Webb. Joe Webb is probably a guy in the fourth round, fifth round. They're looking at big developmental quarterback. But if I was a Saints, I would take Jordan Travis because that's a first round talent that you're going to get in the third round, maybe the fourth round. I would take him. What could you lose? I mean, he's a player. He's a game changer. He's a baller. You know, he'd be phenomenal for the Saints, man. He'd be phenomenal. He's a leader. A lot of positive stuff, man. But with Devontae Sweat, we don't know. Me and KT talked about Devontae Sweat. I mocked him several times. If he's available, I think he should be there. You look at some of these other players, like the best available players that's remaining, that's left when the Saints probably would pick. You see some of these guys here. Kenyon Coleman is one of the top wide receivers. You got Adonai Mitchell and Ladd McConkey, wide receivers there. Then Kenyon Coleman. You got, if you need some, I don't think they go with any edge guys, but if I'm the Saints, I'm probably looking at like either defensive tackle in the second round and then trade back in to try to give me a cornerback, or if a very good cornerback is available, because guys like Kool-Aid McKinstry, I don't think he's going to be available when the Saints pick. Some of these guys will go off the board relatively quick, but you're going to get a good player. And I don't know, I'm getting the feeling that KT threw that out here, but what about this guy? TJ Tampa could be available, solid cornerback, 6'1", was pretty productive at Iowa State. Could be a guy that falls to him. And cornerback is a position I think they should use, because, like I said, one of our top three guys get hurt, you're going to dig to the fourth cornerback, which will more than likely be one of these veterans. We don't have Isaac Yiadom here no more. Isaac went to San Francisco. The Saints need a cornerback there. And they can definitely use a young cornerback just in case they don't want to sign Paulson Adebo when his contract come due in 2025. If Marshawn Lattimore says, I had enough of Dennis Allen and wants to be traded, you need some help. Now, I hope that doesn't happen, but you never can tell. We could use a safety. You know, maybe not with the second pick, but, you know, you want to address a immediate need, and you might see a guy like I'll say, like Sweat. I can see them probably trying to get another offensive lineman. You could throw him in there. I don't see running backs there, but you never know with the Saints. But this is the guy right here. Devontae Sweat. I don't think he'll make it to the Saints, but if he's there, this is who you get. This is who you grab. 6'5", 366 pounds, massive interior run stuffing with size and strength to occupy double teams and clog up the middle. When teams run at him, he can drive blockers into the backfield, has upper body strength and length to sack and shed blockers, can push blockers around, rushing the passer. Can also be used in offense and goal line packages like we use Kalen Saunders last year. You know, he's effective lead blocker and even caught a touchdown pass. So it's similar to what we got. So we got some athletic ability for him in the offensive side of the game. If you got some imagination. So very, very pretty cool call here. That's who I would like. If he would be there at 45 when the Saints pick, we saying a lot. If he's not there, how about Mason Smith for the defensive line? That's another guy the Saints like from out of LSU. I know we don't draft LSU players. That's why I don't mention them LSU players, you know, in terms of our defensive guys very much, because in likelihood the Saints probably won't take him. But he's available, you know, and there's quite a few offensive linemen if they want to double dip and go back to the line and see if they can get some more help there. There are some wide receivers that's available. And like I said, my pick would be probably defensive tackle in there, if not defensive tackle, cornerback. That's what my call would be like for that second round pick. Now, then again, throw this out here, the Saints could very well decide to trade the pick further on or slide back to acquire a third round pick, get another second and a third so they can pick there. We don't know. And then ultimately, when day 3 starts, they're going to package 2 of the 5 picks to move up into the 4 anyway. So we can see kind of them sliding back to see if they can acquire picks to kind of help them add some more talent in between the gap that they're situated at with 3 and 4. So there's some places they can go. So it'll be interesting. The Saints have 1 pick tomorrow. Whether they trade or not, we'll find that out. They'll be looking over the players and see if they can stand pat and get a guy that they want, or if they got to move around and get extra picks. Also, let me say this before I leave too about Dennis Allen's press conference that I forgot to mark down. The Dennis Allen press conference. I don't believe Dennis Allen when Dennis Allen said, I don't believe Dennis Allen when he said that the Saints already knew who they were going to select, and that when they came up, it was time that they were prior to the pick, prior to them getting on the clock, they that they was doing no. He says all kinds of stuff, but he said prior they were talking about potentially trading or looking at options with the pick prior to them going on the clock. That's pretty much not verbatim, but in the mind of what he in the words of what he was saying. I don't believe that, because if you watch the clock and how the draft was flowing, people knew who they were. Like, soon as when the next team switched on, you seen a few seconds run off the clock, then the pick was in. Then you seen the pick was in. You seen the pick was in. The next pick came. The pick was in. The Saints at that point was probably the team that let the clock run down to almost down to 60 seconds. And I'm like sitting up here looking at it, and we both watching it. Why didn't they pull the trigger? We know it's probably going to be Fuaga. Why not make it? Because they were still reaching out people to trade. But why not just say that? Why just say, well, we would, when we were on the clock, we knew who we was going to pick. We wasn't talk to anybody. We just, we knew we was going to pick. Nah, you let the clock run down because you was trying to talk to team to see if you can trade out the pick and see if something was attractive. So it's just little things like that he said that I catch that it just don't make sense to me at times. Why not just tell the truth on that? Yeah, we was working the clock because we was trying to see, work on our options to see what would have been a better option for us to keep the pick or try to see if we can kind of move out and see if we can get what we got. Why say that we was doing that before we got on the clock? You was doing that as you were on the clock. That's why you let it run down that long. If you knew who you was, you would have gave the card to the man and it would have been the call was in. Usually that's what teams do when they sit on the clock. They trying to work the phones to see if they can find an option. You see? There's some things I just don't agree about, man. I didn't like. I just felt like that just didn't sit right in my soul when he said that. I don't know if I believe you on that. I ain't believe that. That didn't sound right to me. All right, exactly. Slim says they were taking calls about. Yeah, he said prior. Well, we didn't do it while we was on the clock. Just little stuff like that I catch. Like, dude, I'm actually listening. I'm listening to what you're saying while you blabbering to them just to shut them up on their questions. You're saying stuff and I'm really listening. I know a lot of people don't listen to him because he just talks in circles at times, but I actually listen. When you talking to me, I listen. And I'm rationalize what you're saying while you're talking to me. And it didn't make sense. Well, we did our work prior to the conversation of getting on the clock. Then if that's the case, and you didn't see nothing when you got on the clock, when the clock started turning, why didn't you make the pick instantaneously? It's nothing until you make it something. Anyway, that's my little take on that. But anyway, listen, I'm going to get ready to get out on this, man. Listen, the Fuaga is the pick tonight. Y'all chiming in the comment section. Let me know how y'all feel about Taliese Fuaga being our I say left tackle. I say left. Hopefully it's left tackle, but we'll see what Dennis Allen, who's non-committal about where this guy will go. He'll be a tackle. He just don't know which side. And that's something he wants to, they'll figure out later on, and we shall see. And really, that's up to the offensive staff, to be honest with you, of where they're going to play. Remember, Clint Kubiak is the offensive boss. He'll decide what Fuaga plays, whether it's left side or right side. So for you to not say who that is, why not just tell, whatever, man, whatever, whatever, dude. It's always just, whatever, man. Oh, whatever, man. There's always a little stuff. Anyway, I'm going to get out on that. Listen, I promise y'all, fam, I was supposed to open up the phone lines tonight. I got started a little late with some tech issues, but listen, we're going to work at that thing tomorrow, Friday, 2 rounds. We'll open up the phone lines, let the family members chime in on the pick from today and the picks for tomorrow, ideas on what they think, in the direction of where the team was going to go. And also we'll see about doing that. Saturday would be a full day of broadcasting. It's like a 5 or 6 day, 6 hour affair that we'll do, followed by the undrafted aspect when the Saints immediately start signing college free agents after the 7th round, the draft is over with, and we'll get a kind of a breakdown of what the undrafted guys look like. So by the end of this weekend, your team starts to form, and we start to get a good barometer of what the Saints are going to be somewhat going into the deeper layers of the off season. All right, so anyway, with that being said, man, listen, I appreciate y'all for chiming in tonight. Y'all hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and by all means, feel free to share the show on your social media feed. If you're on Twitter, give us a retweet. It helps us out as well. And listen, man, we're going to see how this all twists and turns, man. We'll be back tomorrow to cover some more of it. So much love to the fam. I'll holler at y'all on the next one. Peace, and who that to you.
Yeah. Boogie like Vincent, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, 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 huh? Boogie like Vincent, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. Thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on Tampa, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy, then you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, probably like this, and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Saints Central,
your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
TheWhoThatDaily.com. That's right, TheWhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, TheWhoThatDaily.com is your site. TheWhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform continue to grow. Check out the Pro Shop and Who That too.